the cars for our first race of the day are just heading onto the grid now, and this will be for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So the entry list is found on page 58 of the programme, and there are a couple of additions that you need to add in. First of all, you need to add in car number 1717 is Riley Price, R-Y-L-E-Y, Riley Price. You can add in number 58, which is Harvey Dent. So 58 Harvey Dent can get slotted in somewhere as well. Add in car number 78, which is
Well, good morning and welcome back to our second day of action here at Donington Park Race Circuit. It is a triple header for the British Truck Racing Championship. Also got the pickup trucks today. The Pragas go for their second race of the weekend. The Junior Saloons and the pickup trucks too. So plenty of action. And don't forget, it is a festival of motorsport here at Donington. It is the Convoy in the park. So if you're not coming down this year, make sure you get tickets for next year as soon as possible. Now, our first race of the day is the first of two in the Junior Saloon Championship. So let's go and speak to a few of our drivers in the paddock before our first race of what is going to be a wonderful, wonderful day. Okay, here we are ahead of our first Junior Saloon race of the weekend. And Jack, you have absolutely stormed through qualifying. Second place, your best ever qualifying, yeah?
Yeah, it's my best ever qualifying. First round of the weekend, we did our best qualifying of P3. But over the last few rounds, we've kind of always been about 6th or 7th. So yeah, I'm super happy with qualifying second.
You've had some really good consistency the last few races, haven't you? Where's that come from?
Well, mostly just kind of the car being properly on point. Definitely making just backing up in qualifying, backing off, catching people properly. Qualifying is definitely helping out the consistency.
Now, Junior Saloon's always a really competitive league or season.
Yeah.
Currently around about mid-table.
Yeah.
Looking to pick up now?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe move up the table after this weekend, definitely.
What was the key to Donington? Why have you done so well around here?
Well, last year was our home track, firstly.
Oh, fantastic.
But basically last year I've driven here. Well, I did the Melbourne Loop bit, so the GP circuit, so I kind of know the circuit quite well.
And tell us a little bit about your team here. Three of you in the garage here. Who's behind you?
So we've got Joel Ryan, Joel Ryan? Where did he qualify? 24th.
24th.
And then we've got Kjol, who's 21st.
Fantastic. So you've done them.
Yeah, done them.
What's your hopes for race number one?
My hope's probably to maybe just get a podium out of it, to be honest, yeah.
That would be your first podium, wouldn't it?
Yeah, first podium, yeah, definitely.
Jack, best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Okay, let's move further down the paddock here at the Junior Saloon, see who else we can find ahead of race number one this weekend.
Well, the cars are already on the grid for our first race of the day for the Junior Saloon cars. Good morning from me, ladies and gents, as we get ready for our first race of the day. 15 minutes plus one lap for the Junior Saloon cars. A slightly earlier than expected start. It's Jamie Petters, number 322, in pole position. Number 9, Jack Riddell, who we just heard from, alongside him. We get underway then with our first race of the day. And down towards that first corner they go. 871 Jensen Bell has made a great start. Not the best of starts for pole sitter Jamie Petters in 322. Up on the outside, Max Hall in number 93. These identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. Already a couple of cars running wide as they come out of Redgate there. And who's going to be leading as they come down the Craner curves for the first time? Jamie Petters was our pole sitter alongside Jack Riddell in the number 9, Dara Flock, the Irishman, on row 2, and already got a spinner coming out of the Craner curves there across the inside the track. We'll pick up who that is in a moment. Harry Hickton, the championship leader, back on row 4 in the number 46 car. It's the red and blue car in the middle of the pack there, but the first race already getting underway. 15 minutes plus one lap. So once the timing clock goes down to 0, the last lap board will go out. It's 3-2-2 Jamie Petters, who leads the way, has already had 3 wins this year. There's Harry Hickton, the championship leader in car number 46, and there's contact there going into Coppice corner. 3 cars into 1, didn't go there coming out of Coppice. Jensen Bell, number 871, is up into second place. Harry Hickton has managed to emerge from that side-by-side for third place. Hasn't had a win over the last couple of meetings. Since we last saw this championship out at Silverstone, they've been to Knockhill in Scotland. They had a triple header at Croft up in North Yorkshire as well. All these drivers aged under 17 years of age, some as young as 14 in this championship. It is Petters who leads from second placed 871 Jensen Bell. Harry Hickton is in third place. Swing their way through Redgate corner for the second time. There's the number 78 of Kieran Roberts, the bright green car, one of the newcomers this season. The top rookie in the points is second overall, Max Hall, number 93. They swing their way down the Craner curves for the second time. Well, Petters leads from Bell, Hickton in third place. Rest of the field starting to string out behind. A little bit of push and shove around the first lap. Jamie Petters a little bit sideways there. We've seen his brother Dan race in the pickup truck championship in the past. That was last season. He's now racing a Porsche in various sports car events. You can see these drivers right on the limits of adhesion there. Harvey Dent up there in fourth place in the number 58. He recently scored his first ever win in the series. That was up at Croft a couple of races ago. But Jamie Petters had a slightly slow start to his season over the first few rounds, but he's found his stride now. He had 2 wins at Croft, 1 at Knockhill in Scotland as well. 871 of Jensen Bell, still looking for his first win. His best results are third place. I think that was at Cadwell Park earlier this season. All the fun of the fair in the background, a huge number of attractions here at Convoy in the park. The festival of everything trucks and commercial vehicles, as Harry Hickton, the championship leader who dominated the early rounds of this season, has a look down the inside there. Had never raced anything before joining Junior Saloon Cars last year. Son of David Hickton, the former long-time saloon car racer, competes with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Somebody going very slowly there at the back of the field. I think that might be Riley Price, the number 17. No, I think it's number 19, actually, Sandro Ballesteros, the Spanish descended racer. And we've got a safety car coming out. Yes, there's Ballesteros rejoining after a tangle. You can see a bit of damage on the left side of his car. The other car that's off down there is Riley Price, number 17, I think. Yes, there he is. So that's the reason the safety car is being scrambled. Riley Price has had a pretty luckless season, really, been involved in a few scrapes. He's out of this one. Let's hope he's all right. The marshal's there with him, and the Kia safety car is on circuits. Well, allows us to take stock of things with 11 minutes of this race to go. The clock keeps counting down, of course, while the safety car is out. It was Jamie Petters on pole ahead of Jack Bridal, Dara Flock, Max Hall, Jensen Bell, Harvey Dent, Harry Hickton and Travis Chapman, with Jack James and Zach Palmer completing the top 10 on the grid for our first of 2 junior saloon car races today. They had a qualifying session yesterday. It's at the chicane where Riley Price has come to grief. Somebody else off as well. That, I think, is up at McLean's. Oh, Jacob Baldry has crashed out. Now, did he tangle with Sandro Ballesteros, I wonder? So Jacob Baldry, number 33, who started towards the back of the grid, has crashed there as well. That is, I think, further round at the chicane. So he must have tangled with Riley Price. They both started down towards the back of this grid. The leader has been picked up by the safety car, driven by Evelyn Buanik, the long-time racer in the Kumho BMW Championship. We saw them at Donington last week here on BARC TV. Oh my goodness, another car involved there. That's Joel Ryan, number 36. Now, we saw Riley Price's car there, but that 36 car of Joel Ryan, has that happened after the safety car came out? And apparently, I just heard in the background the red flag is going to come out, not surprisingly, with the car right in the middle of the circuit there. Well, I'm not sure what's happened there because
I suspect with the position of where the car is in the middle of the polished chicane, they might just hold
Riley Price was already off. Has that happened under the safety car?
past the scene of the incident. So 3 cars all involved, all will need recovering, and
This race, I'm fairly sure, is going to be red flagged.
can't quite see from our position, but probably have to wait and get that confirmed because there is
The driver is okay, Joel Ryan, number 36.
in the middle sector of the lap somewhere, and that's Sandro Ballesteros is another car which didn't come through. So I think we might have 4 cars potentially.
Right, that gives us a chance to take stock of things. It's the first of 10 races here on BARC TV with us here today. We're following this one with the British Truck Racing Championship. Their third of 5 races this weekend. That's followed by the first race for the pickup trucks. And then before lunch we'll have the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Safety car's still out at the moment. After lunch we'll have another race for the trucks. That's followed by 1 hour race for the Praga Cup, their second race of the weekend. Then we've got more junior saloon cars, more pickups, more trucks, and the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon second race round off the day's racing. So Joel Ryan's Saxo is towed in by the marshals. We must thank our volunteer marshals, as always. Could not go racing without them. Joel Ryan is okay. Well, safety car still out at the moment.
Regularly racing historic cars now, and also racing Mini Miglias to great effect as well. He was champion back in 2015.
So Jacob Baldry has crashed out there. Look at the state of the circuit. That's going to need some clearing up.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, so he's
Joel Ryan involved there as well. We think that's happened under once the safety car had been scrambled. Everybody trying to slow up coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, it's a good stepping stone to get into other aspects of the racing book. And then we move on to people like 2000.
There's Sandro Ballesteros' car has come to a halt in the pit lane entrance.
It was runner-up in 2017, Ethan now racing in British Touring Car Championships prodigally as well.
Pack has been stopped. So we are under red flags.
2018 and 2020 champion.
Clock is still counting down, but the race now has been stopped.
Yeah, there's deals to be done there, but yeah, we're 100% back out, I'm sure. And you're being, even yesterday off microphone, you were being very nonchalant.
Your leader is Jamie Petters. Beyond that, it's difficult to tell in the pack because my timing screen is currently all over the place.
Back in 2019, the year he beat you to the championship by an absolute whisker. What's scored to me now? I genuinely don't know. I'm not sure. He's on the radar a little bit, I think. I'm not 100% sure where he is. You know, that was the year where there was yourself, Scott McIntyre, Alex J, Owen Hizzy as well. You were all within an absolute whisker of each other, weren't you? Yeah, my year was kind of railroaded.
Drivers will be taken by the medics just for a quick check over.
It was rather, wasn't it? Race 1 at Knockhill. Yes, race 1 at Knockhill. Came back to finish on the podium. But then he had
Looking at the points situation at the moment, it is Harry Hickton leading by some 56 points over Max Hall, number 93. Hickton won the first 2 races of the year at Silverstone. Max Hall won at Cadwell Park. Then Hickton took 4 wins in a row. We then had a first win at Silverstone in mixed weather conditions for Gabriel Parfait in number 280. It was quite a way down the order in this one. Max Hall then won the second race there. Then they went to Knockhill, where Max won again. It was Jamie Petters who won the second race. Petters then took 2 race wins at Croft, and Harvey Dent, number 58, took his first win in the other race at the triple header in North Yorkshire. So the track being swept at the moment. The clock is still counting down, even though the red flag has come out. The timing screen is showing Dara Flock, number 22, as the leader, ahead of Cole Lynch and the number 12 of Jonathan Moore, but that's not right. We had problems with our live timing yesterday, unfortunately. I hope they haven't struck again. under the red flag here in our first race of the day here at Donington Park at Convoy in the Park 2022 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, following an incident at the chicane involving Riley Price, Jacob Baldry and Joel Ryan. All the drivers appear to be okay. That's the main thing. So a bit of sweeping needed. The Collins Earthworks road sweeper being brought out there. The Orange family, as they're known, our volunteer marshals clearing up the debris. Recovery truck coming in to pick up the cars involved. Sandro Ballesteros also stopped on circuit there on the right of your screen. Await news on what's going to happen here. Timing screen has now reset itself. It is Jamie Petters leading ahead of Jensen Bell, Harry Hickton, Harvey Denton, Max Hall. We can see them there just being held on the exhibition straight under the red flags by the safety car. Looks like they clear up progressing fairly rapidly here on the exit of the chicane. Already seen in the background a number of other attractions here at Convoy in the Park. Not only the fairground rides, we've got hundreds of show trucks on the infield as well. We've got some demonstrations of some rallycross cars, tractor pulling, and lots more besides here. Plenty of fun for all the family. Hopefully we'll get some shots of those if we can later on, over on the tarmac beyond the outside of the first corner at Redgate. We've got a bit of a Citroen Breakers yard here on the Melbourne Loop at the moment. So Joel Ryan's car, Jacob Baldry and Riley Price, all involved in that bit of chaos coming out of the chicane. Thankfully the drivers appear to be all right. We're awaiting news on what's going to happen with any restart of this first of two races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Cars, round 15 of the championship. Harry Hickton struggled a bit in qualifying, only 7th on the grid, but he's made his way up to 3rd. Jamie Petters, one of last year's top newcomers, finding his form. Only managed to get on the podium for the first time in round 8 at Silverstone, but with 3 wins since then. Looking to move up the points chart. He's currently 6th in points. Harry Hickton at the top ahead of Max Hall. Travis Chapman 3rd in the points. He's only had 1 podium this year, but he's been Mr. Consistent, the number 77. Where is he in the order at the moment? He's down in 21st so far. So he might have been involved in that incident there, down towards the back of the field. Max Hall has had 3, 4, 5 wins this year in the 14 rounds held so far. He's in 5th place, Hickton in 3rd. Interestingly, Harry Hickton came into this championship as a novice. He'd never raced anything before. Most of these drivers have come through the likes of karting, one or two from short oval racing as well. I know Jensen Bell has done some junior short oval racing. Top rookie is Max Hall ahead of Jensen Bell and Dara Flock, the young Irishman. This is the training ground for the Saloon Car stars of tomorrow. Track still being cleared there on the exits of the chicane. See on the left of your picture there some of the hundreds of show trucks we've got crammed onto the infield here. You can hear their air horns as well. Hope some of them are watching BARC TV. Another race for the young guns in their identical 1600cc Saxo VTRs a little later on. Well, while the clear-up is going on here, we did catch up with a couple more of the drivers down in the paddock before the race got underway today with Ewan Dunlop, our interviewer. We didn't get a chance to hear from them before the race started because the race starting a little earlier than we anticipated. We can hear from them now.
Here we are, we've moved a few spaces along the paddock and found the man in absolute form at the moment. He's on fire, Jamie Petters. 3 wins out of the last 4 and on pole here at Donington. What has happened over the last few weeks?
Just mainly getting the car sorted, to be honest. It's really dialed in at the minute and I'm happy with it.
Because the start of the season, let's be honest, wasn't fantastic, which means although you've been fantastic over the last couple of rounds, you're still only about sort of 6th or 7th place in the championship. What happened at the start of the year for you to sort of have that sort of like false start almost?
Well, we moved to a new car and then we never really clicked with it and we had to work at it and work hard on it to get it to the pace.
And is this the car? You've had this car all year, yeah?
Yeah, started the year with this car.
So is anything changed in the car over the last sort of 6 or 7 rounds, or is it literally just you?
Quite a lot has been done to the car. Yes, lots have been done.
Tell us what's been done. Can you let us in any secrets?
Well, most of the running gear has been changed and new engine and box has been in. So quite a lot of changes.
And on pole at Donington, so you're enjoying yourself. Do you enjoy this track anyway?
Yes, love this track. Favourite track in the UK.
And what is the secret to winning at Donington like you did at Brands Hatch or all over the place at the moment, it seems?
Send it.
Just send it.
Yep.
Great answer. Jamie, best of luck. I have no doubt whatsoever we'll be speaking to him in the Park Ferme after the next couple of races, so good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jamie. Okay, let's go and find one more interview before we go junior saloon car racing.
Okay, the cars are now making their way back to the grid. That's good to see. Nice rapid clear up there. The safety car bringing them back to the grid. Still waiting to see what's going to happen with Sandro Ballesteros there. Is he going to join in at the back? Okay. Let's take you through the lineup in full while we have a chance then. There's 1 or 2 cars going back to the pits, I noticed there. Jamie Petters, number 322, is on pole alongside number 871 Jensen Bell. So they're going to be starting in the order that the cars were in when the race was red flagged. 46 Harry Hickton on row 2 alongside the 58s there of Harvey Dents. Then the number 22 lining up on row 3, that is Dara Flock. 59 in there is CJ Morgan, the pink car. He's had a good start. 303 is Zach Palmer. Number 9, Jack Riddell. Didn't get the best of starts there. Started on the front row for the first time in his career. Adam Harding in treble 3. There's about 4 or 5 cars with more damage going back in the pits. What on earth has happened when the safety car came out? Did everybody just concertina up coming out of the chicane?
That's John Ryan and the number 36 car. Jacob Baldridge, you think maybe a little bit too.
There's Ballesteros' car.
No, I didn't get a chance to see it on properly.
Gabriel Parfait lining up, had a win at Silverstone in mixed conditions earlier this year. 77 Travis Chapman lining up at the back in the Jeekins race preparation car. And there's Ballesteros joining at the rear. So I think we may have 22 cars for this restart. A few cars in the pit lane you can see with damage.
Is going to be Harry Hickton, and alongside Harry Hickton
Max Hall has pulled into the pits. I can see his blue and yellow car there, just below the race control building. Now I imagine they will get a green flag lap, and then we shall see a standing start. 10 minutes now has been listed on the timing screen, so it's a 10 minutes restart, so I would assume plus 1 lap still, once the timing is counted down to 0. I think that's number 6 on the right there of Charlie Constable, possibly in pit lane as well. Right, green flag waves, and they get a final warming up lap. There is Petters ahead of Bell, Hickton, Dents. There's the 22 of Dara Flock, CJ Morgan, Zach Palmer, Jack Riddell, Adam Harding. They've lost several cars with damage on those opening laps. Kieran Roberts still out there, the bright green car further back, no missing that car. This championship formerly known as the Sax Max series in its early days, for the Citroen Saxos. A number of saloon stars of today started off in this series. One notably I remember is Ant Wart-Niels, the former British touring car racer, now in TCR UK. CJ Morgan's missing his front bumper, I noticed there as well.
So for race 2, what have we got? We've got Max Hall, who is going to be starting on the front row, and Harry Hickton, his championship rival, had a poor qualifying from start 14. Yeah, so yes, you're absolutely right. A role reversal for race number 2. Jamie Petters is going to lead them round. So he has been a race.
Can Jamie Petters take win number 4 of the season as he continues his creep up to challenge the points leaders? Harry Hickton lurking there in 3rd on the grid. Only 7th on the original lineup. The other race coming up later on will be decided by the grid will be decided by the 2nd fastest time set by each driver in the qualifying session yesterday. Weaving to warm up their tyres. It's 10-minute restarts. One driver who we've seen move up recently is a driver a little way down the points chart, Oliver Cotton. We saw him on his senior debut last week in the Brick Car Trophy with a Ginetta, racing with his dad. Okay, the marshals waiting to receive the cars on the start line then for this 10-minute restart. The drivers we've got out there, we mentioned Jonathan Moore, number 12, 53 Jack James, winner of the JSCC scholarship last winter, the Londoner. Harry Smith, number 10. Adam Parker, 92. Cole Lynch in 353, the leading lady of the series. Alexander Mostav, 888s. Oscar Dix, number 11. He's there at the back. In position then, ready for this 10-minute restart, waiting for the lights to come on for the first of 2 races today for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Identical 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTRs. Red lights are on. Jamie Petters on pole, Jensen Bell alongside. The lights go out and we are underway. Down towards Redgate Corner again, not the best of starts for Jamie Petters. It's Jensen Bell who gets away well in the 871 and takes the lead. Harry Hickton trying to get down the outside, so he's 303 of Zach Palmer. A couple of cars will join in from the pit lane. That's good to see. It's Jensen Bell, number 871, still looking for his first win in the championship, who leads. A couple of cars again go rally crossing on the outside on the exit of Redgate. Gabriel Parfait was one of them. They all got round okay though. It's Charlie Constable and Max Hall who have started from the pit lane. Max is a quick driver, so watch for him coming through. Side by side for second as they go into the old hairpin for the first time. Jamie Petters holds off Harry Hickton, somebody a little bit sideways in there. The number 12 car goes over the gravel. That is Jonathan Moore. Rejoins towards the back of the field. Through towards Schwantz Curve, the left-hander, for the first time. There's Max Hall trying to make his way back up the field. Charlie Constable is in behind him. Out of McLean's, it's Jensen Bell who leads the way. Harry Hickton, the championship leader, in second place. Jamie Petters moving up on the outside. Dara Flock is in fourth place. CJ Morgan throws it in around the outside of Harvey Dent. I think it was Travis Chapman sideways a little bit further back in the 77. Are they all going to make it through the chicane? Okay, this time. They come down towards the chicane. 8.5 minutes left on the clock plus 1 lap. Out of the chicane come the leaders. Oh, and wallop straight in. Goodness me, goes Harry Hickton and Jamie Petters. Oh, they're all going off. At least 3 cars off there. That's the championship leader out of it. Petters is off as well. Well, Jensen Bell with the lead. But that's surely going to be another stoppage. We'll see that again there. Side by side. It was Petters got off the curb. He goes into the side of Hickton and bang! Big impact for Harry Hickton. And Petters into the tyre wall as well. Another car going off. That's one of the Jeekins cars. Has gone in there. There's Petters trying to get going again. But with that damage to the barrier, surely they're going to have to stop the race again. Yes, the red flags are going to be coming out again. What has got into these young racers today? There's another car that went in up there as well that's got going in. It's one of the Jeekins race preparation cars. That was... Just trying to work out who it was further back, I'm not sure. Well, the red flag comes out again. Jensen Bell leading from the 22 of Dara Flock. Jamie Petters, the pole sitter, gets out of his car. It looks as though he bounced off the curb coming through the chicane there and went into the side of Harry Hickton. Main thing is he's okay. We hope Harry's all right as well. Let's see it again there into the chicane. Jamie Petters went wide. Hickton up alongside him. Now watch Petters here. He bounces over the curb into the side of Hickton. In goes the championship leader and in goes Petters. There's the other car going off as well, one of the Jeekins cars sliding into the barrier. So the red flag is out again. And we'll have to wait and see what happens this time. And there's Harry Hickton's car, damaged the front end. Hopefully Harry is okay. And the car's this time being taken back into pit lane. With a second red flag coming out, checkered flag is the information, and this session will not be restarted by the look of things. And well, we'll have to wait and see how repairs to the barrier and that go. With cars going back in the pits, that race may not be restarted. It may be rerun later in the day. We'll have to wait and see. Now we hope that Harry Hickton's all right. See it again here. This tangle coming off the chicane, both of them into the barriers. Another car goes flying off in there as well. It was one of the Jeekins race preparation cars. Another car that didn't take the restart, I don't think, was Cole Lynch. Main thing there is Harry Hickton's all right. That could put a dent, quite literally, in his championship hopes, but one of his rivals, Jamie Petters, involved. We may see the race rerun later on, but it looks like it is, for now, is being postponed because the cars are heading into Parc Fermé. And our next race on track scheduled today is our first truck race of the day, the British Truck Racing Championship. We saw 2 races for them yesterday, with Ryan Smith winning the first and the second going to Simon Reed. There's Cole Lynch's car. It was the one with some front end damage in the pit lane, the grey car. So she didn't take the restart. So not the opening the Junior Saloon Car Championship wanted today. And their cars are taken off track. We'll wait to see if that race is going to be rerun later on in the programme. I think it was the 11 car of Oscar Dix that went off in avoidance there into the barrier. He may have tangled with somebody else. Harry Hickton's car about to be towed off. The main thing is the drivers are okay. They're tough little cars, these Saxos. So next couple of races we'll have the trucks out next, then the pickup truck racing championship, the first of 2 races. Their qualifying session took place yesterday. 1 or 2 returnees to pick up action. We've got 1 newcomer as well, who you may remember from the Brick Car Trophy last season. We'll see who that is when they are lined up in a couple of races' time. We've got the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons as well on their annual Donington Park outing. Got just about everything in that series, from standard hatchbacks up to special saloons and GT cars. We'll have the Praga Cup out this afternoon as well for their second race of the weekend. Well, while we have the clear-up operation going on, it's truck racing next, and our man in the paddock, the one and only Pointy, caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier on today.
So, good morning everybody and welcome to the paddock down here at Donington Park, Convoy in the Park 2022. I'm joined here with Stuart Oliver, the legend, the man himself. 2 for 2 podium finishes yesterday. You must be pretty happy with that. Second places though, mixed feelings?
Yeah, I'm more than happy. Second places, with the old girl, it's first where we want to be. Obviously, that's what we're here for, to win races. But happy with second, and hopefully we can improve on that today.
Bit of a hiccup with your flying lap during qualifying yesterday. I remember you telling me someone sent Steve Powell out in front of you. That must have miffed you a little bit.
Well, it's racing, I could have, I'm not saying I would or have, but it happens. I just came charging down the pit straight, and he popped out the pit lane in front of us just at the wrong time. But no, we still got where we wanted to be. I was less than 1,000th of a second off being in second. So, but we had a good day, and hopefully today will be better.
I've asked this to Steve as well. Obviously, you're one of the main organisers of the BTRC, along with Truck Sport, and of course, a massive hand in the Convoy event as well. How does it you compare with focusing on such different events and still being able to race all weekend as well?
Yeah, you've just got to take each thing at its own time. When I'm out the truck in the paddock, we're doing Truck Sport things, we're doing Convoy in the Park things. Once I put my helmet on and get in there, you've got to switch off from that, and it's just focus on the racing. And in a lot of ways, it's a good thing, because you're not eating yourself up when you're not racing about what went on in races, because you haven't got time to think about that. You just get in, get on with it, and hopefully get to the front.
That's a good point, actually. Very good distraction. So I like that. Use the racing as a distraction from Convoy, and Convoy as a distraction from racing.
That's exactly it. Exactly.
Well, good luck today. Just an hour until your first race of the Sunday. Good luck, Stuart. Thanks very much for joining us. Let's head down to the Division 2 paddock now and see who we can find to chat to down there.
Recording, Luke.
Luke Garrett here in the Division 2 paddock.
Luke.
And a pretty fantastic weekend for you so far, dude.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better result, really, could you? 2 wins, but the second one was a bit of a harder one because the front shock snapped for the whole race. That's why Brad and John were right behind me, but just picked me lines and kept them behind. So yeah, you can't ask for a better weekend, could I?
I'm going to point out, you said they were right behind you, though.
Oh yeah, they were behind me. Yeah, hopefully I can do the same today.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. So, I mean, not long left now until the first race. I take it we've sorted out the shocks now. Was that a lot of effort?
Just had to weld some new parts on, really, but no, it's not. We carry spares. Yeah, it should be perfect. So hopefully we can, because we're starting at the back, hopefully we can pick our way through.
That'll be fantastic. So weather conditions look good. We might even have time for a quick ice cream later on when the sunshine comes back out. And that leads me to my next question. If you could only have one ice cream for the rest of your life, what would it be? Think about it.
Twister.
A Twister! Oh! Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. Twister. Right, Twisters on Luke Garrett, Apollo Tyres Racing Truck in Division 2, doing very well this weekend. Good luck with your first race, sir. Thank you very much for talking to us, and we will see you all on track very soon.
Okay, trucks coming to the grid then, ready for their rolling start for race number 3. This will be a 15-minute race, their third of the weekend. The grid based on the results of race 1 from yesterday, with the top 8 in each division reversed. Let's have a look who we've got there. Ricky Collett, number 95 in his MAN, starts on pole alongside the number 12 of Michael Oliver. Second row, former champion David Jenkins, number 69 with his MAN, and number 18, the similar machine of John Newell. Row 3, 81 Mark Taylor alongside winner of race 2 yesterday, number 89 Simon Reed. And the 4th row, 2 men with 16 championships between them. Stuart Oliver, number 7, has been British champion 10 times, European champion once as well. And Ryan Smith, number 1, the current 6-time consecutive Division 1 champion in the Daimler Freightliner, going for title number 7 this year. Row 5, number 3 Stephen Powell and 68 of Craig Reed. Row 6, we've got number 86 Tom O'Rourke and 92 Simon Faulkner, and 41 Simon Cole. Good to have him back out this weekend, no longer in a Mercedes, now in his MAN. Starts from the back of Division 1. Then there's a gap, and we've got the slightly less powerful Division 2 trucks. Again, the top 8 reversed from that race 1 yesterday. Number 6 John Powell, front of the grid in his DAF alongside 22 Paul Rivets. Then we've got 32 Jock Borthwick with his MAN alongside the number 10 of Craig Evans. 14 John Bowler starts alongside the 5 of Adam Bint. Hopefully he's there. He missed race 2 with some problems yesterday. And number 16 Brad Smith and Luke Garrett, who we just heard from, the Division 2 Championship leader, double winner yesterday, rounds out the grid. So a slightly reversed grid then. It's partially reversed grid. Trying to find out why Adam Bint had that problem yesterday. We're not sure what it was, unfortunately, but hopefully he's there in his Volvo white Aerodyne, one of the older trucks on this grid. So Ricky Collett on pole. We've not seen that for a while. The heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire, racing trucks for many, many years now. Been plagued with technical problems with his MAN, unfortunately, this year. He's on pole alongside Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN. Ryan Smith will be the one to watch, though, going for title number 7 this year. Starts 8th on the grid after his win yesterday. He did have problems in race 2 yesterday, though, failed to finish. This race, race 3 of the weekend, is sponsored by Napa Trucks, NAPA. They're the trusted source for automotive parts, accessories and know-how for your car, truck or SUV. History and proven track record approaching 100 years. Based in the USA, and the brand continuing to grow on British shores. They're sponsors of Ford in the British Touring Car Championship. Seen champion Ash Sutton racing in their livery this year. And we've also got a Napa livery truck as well. You can just see the top of its cab, just to the top right of our pace truck, the Renault Magnum there. That's Paul Rivette, number 22 in the Napa MAN. Great to have Paul back. It's his first appearance of the season in the British Truck Racing Championship, the former Renault Clio champion, making the move into truck racing last year and now in the colours of Napa for his first appearance of the year. The doors being closed by the teams then on these race trucks, which have 12, 13 litre engines, all turbo diesels. They are electronically limited to 100 miles per hour. You wouldn't want these trucks bearing down on you on the M1 or the M6. Road going lorries limited to 56 miles per hour. Many of these drivers have connections to the road haulage industry. A lot of them are haulage company bosses. Ricky Collett runs his heavy haulage business. John Newell runs a container and tanker lorry business up in Yorkshire. Simon Cole at the back of the Division 1 grid. He was disqualified from one of the races yesterday for exceeding the 100 mile an hour speed limit. The trucks are electronically limited, and if they're found to have exceeded 100 miles per hour, then penalties can be dished out. It's the Hexagon Leasing Renault that leads the field away. They were one of the sponsors of one of yesterday's races. Here at Convoy in the park, and here comes the Convoy. 2 by 2. Although one truck struggling to get going. Number 86 Tom O'Rourke hasn't got away there. The Fruhauf Trailers number 86 MAN hasn't moved. So they have a problem there. Come on, Simon Cole, give him a push. Can't get any drive by the look of things. The engine's running, but he can't get any forward drive. Now he's got it going. Division 2 field move away. Adam Bint is there. The HVO Fuel Crown Oil Bint Racing number 5. So looks like we've got our full complement. Ricky Collett from Halifax on pole. Oliver family from the northeast. David Jenkins on his local circuit. He comes from Stafford, former British champion. 2 bonited trucks, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. They'll be the ones to watch coming through from the 4th row. Mark Taylor, another local man from Sutton in Ashfield in Nottinghamshire, in the Taylor's Transport number 81 MAN. Mentioned yesterday he was taking a reporter from BBC East Midlands for a ride round Donington in that truck a few days ago. They previewed the event. Division 2, the championship leader there, Luke Garrett, the orange MAN, starts from the back, leading Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, in number 32. He had a very quiet day yesterday, Jock, so Luke Garrett able to extend his points lead with 2 wins. Stephen Powell, number 3. Craig Reed, number 68, alongside him. They're the last 2 Division 2 champions, moving up to Division 1 this year. John Powell representing the Powell family in Division 1, in Division 2, I should say, this year. So the Renault leads the Convoy. I'm not going to sing the theme song, don't worry. The film Convoy was screened in the infield on a big screen on Friday night for the assembled show truck owners and all our other guests here today. I wonder if they've got the replica of the truck from Convoy, the Mack, here this time. It's appeared at Thruxton before. Here we go then. Out of Coppice Corner. Pace truck will pull into pit lane and the field will be unleashed for 15 minutes of racing. The 6, John Powell, leads the Division 2 grid. The grid reversed. He had to make a pit stop after a collision with Brad Smith in yesterday's first race, which left him a lap down, but it does get him pole position for this race. The big rig's about to be unleashed then. Thousands, tens of thousands of horsepower. We are ready to rumble with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park 2022. Race 3 of the weekend, sponsored by Napa Trucks. Renault Magnum from Hexagon Leasing pulls into the pit lane. Ricky Collett and Michael Oliver lead the Division 1 grid away. The red lights are on at the moment. They go out now and we're underway, and a super start down the outside by John Newell in the number 18 MAN. It's going to be 3 wide on the run to Redgate. That's never going to work. John Newell up the outside of Ricky Collett, and Michael Oliver's going to be squeezed in the middle. A bit of push and shove in there. Newell hanging on to the outside of Ricky Collett, who goes sideways. Up the outside comes one of the Reeds in the Iveco there, and somehow I think they've all made it round. Who's going to take the lead as they come down the Craner curves? Then they're still side by side. Look at this. John Newell, I think, has just got his nose in front. Ricky Collett sticking to the inside. You're not getting past me, he says. And look at David Jenkins up the outside. What a terrific start to this first truck race of the day. Collett leads it. Jenkins up to second. Michael Oliver gives John Newell a bash up the back coming out of the old hairpin. My goodness, what a frantic start. They head their way through. We concentrate on Division 1 for the moment. Division 2 will be coming through shortly down towards the old hairpin, but it's Ricky Collett who's got the lead in Division 1. Second place is number 69 of David Jenkins. He went for broke around the outside into the old hairpin and it came off. Third place is Newell, then Michael Oliver, Mark Taylor, Stuart Oliver, Simon Reed, and Ryan Smith still stuck in 8th place in the number 1. Well, Ricky Collett, it's been a while since he's led a race in this championship. He's had a few engine problems, as we said, this year with his MAN. Only completed a couple of races at Thruxton last time out. Where are the Division 2 trucks? They're further back, being led by John Powell in the number 60. Slightly less powerful machines as David Jenkins runs wide out of the chicane. Now he cuts across to the outside to defend from John Newell in the number 18. Next there is the number 12 of Michael Oliver. That's Taylor, Stuart Oliver, Reed, Smith, Stephen Powell, Craig Reed. Tom O'Rourke's got up to speed now ahead of Simon Cole and Simon Faulkner. They swing their way through Redgate for the second time. Reed is with Ricky Collett by just 0.2 of a second over David Jenkins, who's ready to attack as they come down to the old hairpin for the second time. Tricky circuit to overtake on in these big rigs. Is Donington Jenkins out onto the grass as they come through the old hairpin? He's held it together. John Newell moving up to challenge now for that second place. John Powell's gone clear at the front of Division 2. We can see in the background there ahead of Borthwick, John Bowler. It's Craig Evans. Luke Garrett's up to 5th ahead of Paul Rivett, Brad Smith and Adam Bint at the back of the field in the number 5. It's a big field of 22 trucks, the biggest grid we've seen so far this year out there. 21, I should say. There were 22 enter, but Bradley Smith, number 46 in Division 1, to withdraw. They head their way up to the top of the circuit. Here come the Division 2 racers. John Powell clear in the lead, the white truck of Jock Borthwick second, then John Bowler, Craig Evans, here comes Luke Garrett. He's had some contact somewhere, the wheel arch flapping on his MAN there. As they head through Coppice Corner, just cutting a bit fine to the inside. Paul Rivette, Brad Smith and Adam Bintz, the Division 1 leaders across the line. It's still Ricky Collett who has got the lead. We stay with Division 2 for now. Borthwick holding that second place ahead of John Bowler. Craig Evans going well in the number 10, third in the championship last year. First full season of truck racing. A sensation of the speed as they head down the straight. Who does that belong to? Somebody's lost a wheel arch there. That gets blown up into the front of Brad Smith's truck, I think. A little bit of smoke there possibly from Craig Evans. Was it just steam coming off the water-cooled brakes? Yeah, Brad Smith's collected that wheel arch. Look, a bit of extra attachment to the front of the Unity recovery truck. Division 1 heading along the bottom of the course there up towards McLean's. We'll pick up the leaders in a moment. There's Simon Cole, number 41. Great to have him back. Used to run the Mercedes-Benz in Division 2. Now up in Division 1 with an MAN. Here's our Division 2 leader who's gone clear of everybody else, number 6 of John Powell. Here are the leaders. David Jenkins again goes wide, moves back across towards the inside, but Ricky Collett is driving the widest MAN in the country right now to somehow hang on to his lead. It's been a long while since we've seen him take a win in the championship, holding off David Jenkins. He's got quite a long way to go at the moment. There's just over 10.5 minutes of this race remaining. Now David Jenkins tries to get alongside the Digraph Transport MAN. A spinner in the background. That's one of the Reeds going off. That's Simon Reed, and the 89's hit the tyre wall. Now, is he tangled with somebody else there? Yeah, somebody else off in the smoke. I think it might be... is it Michael Oliver that's gone in there? No, he's in the lead pack. It is Stephen Powell into the barriers there on the outside of the chicane. Well, first the junior saloon cars, now the trucks. I think there are magnets in those barriers. Let's see what happened there. Watch the background. Simon Reed spins. I think he clipped the inside of the chicane there, and Stephen Powell had nowhere to go. Wallop into the tyre wall. That's delayed Craig Reed and Tom O'Rourke as well. Ricky Collett, meanwhile, still has the lead in the number 95. Here's the battle in Division 2. There you can see that extra bit of bodywork that's been collected by Brad Smith for number 16. Not slowing him down, though. He chases Paul Rivette in the Napa truck. There's a challenge on for second in Division 2. Look at this as they come down the Craner curbs. Jock Borthwick almost getting together there with John Bowler. They survived that. Behind them is Luke Garrett, the number 42. Well, they're all dropping back from John Powell, this means, looking for his 4th win of the season. Side by side for third, Luke Garrett and John Bowler. 3 laps completed by our overall leaders. David Jenkins still trying to take the lead away from Ricky Collett in Division 1. Stephen Powell's truck still in the fence at the chicane, and David Jenkins has taken the lead in Division 1. He must have done that down the exhibition straight in the number 69 truck ahead of Ricky Collett in the 95. This is the best we've seen Ricky run this year. He's got John Newell on his tail. Stuart Oliver's up to 4th ahead of son Michael. And behind him is Ryan Smith, number 1, the championship leader. Mark Taylor 7th, and a gap back to one of the Reeds in 8th. Can't tell which. I would imagine it's Craig, because we saw Simon spin earlier on. Behind him is Tom O'Rourke, who had those problems getting going at the start of the race. It's David Jenkins, number 69, always goes well at Donington, leads the way. Ryan Smith all over the back of Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith had a disastrous Convoy in the Park in 2021, a blown turbo putting him out early in his Mercedes Actros. He retired from race 2 yesterday as well, so we'll start at the back of Division 1 for race 4. Trying to close on the lead group here, on the back of Michael Oliver. It is David Jenkins making his escape at the front, ahead of Ricky Collett, who's under pressure now from John Newell. The 2 Yorkshiremen battling it out for second. Stuart Oliver from Northumberland in 4th place. Yellow flags are out at the chicane. No overtaking, that means, because we've got Stephen Powell's truck stranded in the tyre wall. Mark Taylor closing up on Ryan Smith. Down the straight they come. Simon Reed still stranded there as well, I notice. 2 trucks out of the race as a result of that collision last time, a couple of laps ago, I should say. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Stuart Oliver, 1:26.766. Craner curves they come. Ryan Smith still only in 6th position, stuck behind Michael Oliver at the moment, trying to get past the MAN. It's MAN's 1, 2 and 3, then it's the Volvo of Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith in the Daimler with the Freightliner body. New truck for him this year. Behind him is Mark Taylor. Now here's the battle in Division 2. This is for 2nd place behind John Powell. They're way behind John Powell at the moment as Jock Borthwick and Luke Garrett, the championship contenders, battle for 2nd. They're nearly 9 seconds down. We just caught a glimpse in the background there of John Powell escaping down the Craner curves. Everybody else in Division 2 is battling with each other. Luke Garrett, you're never going to get round the outside there. The wheel arch comes flying off. Souvenir for the marshals there. That's the right colour for the Orange family as well. Down to the old hairpin. Borthwick still 2nd in Division 2. All this battling is allowing John Powell to clear off in front, and Luke Garrett's getting impatient. Now he goes 2 wheels onto the grass there, coming into Schwantz curve. He goes through. John Bowler in the Union flag liveried DAF behind them. Towards McLean's. Behind Bowler we've got Evans. Then it is Paul Rivette in the Napa MAN. Here comes John Bowler. Up the inside trying to take 3rd into Coppice. Just enough room there, I think. Incredible sight they make, these race trucks. They're leaning on each other. Look at this coming out of Coppice now. Bowler and Borthwick. And the number 14 is just about going to get through, followed by Craig Evans, who's got the inside line for the chicane, but the yellow flags are still out there, so Craig Evans side by side with Borthwick. Was that a pass under yellows? I fear it may be. He may get a penalty for that. Meantime, Division 1 heads up towards McLean's. You can see how much quicker the Division 1 trucks are. They're well clear. David Jenkins leads the way from Ricky Collett still holding 2nd, and John Newell and Stuart Oliver in behind him. Into Coppice. Gap behind Stuart Oliver to Michael Oliver, and here comes Ryan Smith trying to take 5th place away. The chicane is one of the main overtaking places on this Donington Park National Circuit, and with the yellow flag out there protecting the 2 stranded trucks on the exits, one of the overtaking places being taken possibly away as Ryan Smith. Has he got the move done there? I think he was ahead before the yellow flags. Yes, he's up into 5th place. Tricky to tell there, but Smith is through into 5th position. They battle their way down towards Redgate once again. Jenkins, Collins, Newell, Oliver, Ryan Smith is up to 5th. Now he'll go after this quartet out in front. Stuart Oliver's not hanging around either, attacking John Newell for 3rd place. Down they come. Stuart Oliver getting to the podium placings here. Of course, this race will determine the grid for race 5 later on. The top 8 reversed in each division again. Now, who's in 8th at the moment in Division 1? It's Craig Reed. And in Division 2, the last runner is Adam Bint. So they would take the pole positions as it stands at the moment. Here's Luke Garrett. Look, Jock Borthwick's dropped back further. He's in the clutches of Brad Smith, Adam Bint and Paul Rivette now. Jock Borthwick just not on the pace this weekend. He was trying his hardest to hold on to 2nd place in the division earlier on. There's just under 4 minutes to go. Has John Powell built up enough of a lead to hold on for victory here? Because Luke Garrett's going after him. He's going to have to push hard here. We've only got about 3 laps or so remaining, I would say. Still Stuart Oliver with the fastest lap of the race, 1:26.584. Paul Rivette under fire from Adam Bint at the back of the field. Jenkins now leads by just over 2 seconds overall, ahead of Newell and Collett. There's your Division 2 leader, the number 6, ahead of the 42. Howell ahead of Garrett. The gap is now coming down. It was over 7.5 seconds one time in the lead of Division 2. Luke Garrett looking to win back his title. We didn't see him in the British Championship last year. He was concentrating on some European racing. Sadly, the European Truck Racing Championship doesn't come to the UK anymore. Ryan Smith, meanwhile, has just done the fastest lap, 1:26.145. So there is our Division 2 leader in the DAF, the Dutch-built machine, number 6, John Powell. What's the gap down to as they cross the line? Luke Garrett's got it down to 5.6 seconds now. He'll, I think he'll try and catch John Powell, but he may run out of time to get ahead of him. Meantime, still David Jenkins in the lead of Division 1. Just over 2 seconds clear of Ricky Collett. John Newell third, Stuart Oliver fourth. Ryan Smith trying to close them down. He's almost caught Stuart Oliver now, I can tell you. Here is our leader coming out of the chicane. Over the line they go. David Jenkins in the clear, then it's Collett. And here comes Ryan Smith. Said he caught Stuart Oliver. Oliver's going for John Newell on the outside. Collett holds that second place. Now Smith back to the inside. He sells the dummy to Stuart Oliver there. They're two side by side, the two bonneted trucks. All over the back of John Newell. And the two men with 16 British titles between them are side by side into the Craner curve. Stuart Oliver's not going to give way to Ryan Smith. They're deadly rivals, these two. Oliver's just about held it there. Smith has to duck in behind as they head down to the old hairpin. Behind him, Michael Oliver and Mark Taylor are not far away either. Jenkins is clearing off in front. Everybody else queuing up behind Ricky Collett for second place. MANs 1, 2 and 3, then the Volvo and the Daimler Freightliner. David Jenkins, less than a minute left on the clock. It'll be last lap this time for the MAN pilot in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants truck. The former British champion. Ricky Collett are now still hanging on to second place. Great drive by the number 95, the heavy haulage contractor from Halifax. Look at Stuart Oliver weaving about there on the tail of John Newell. Not going to get through at the chicane though. Good drive by Newell up there in third. There's John Powell still leading Division 2. He's heading for victory in that class. Division 1 leaders starting their last lap though. There we see Luke Garrett in second place. The gap between those two is down to 5 seconds now, but Luke Garrett's not going to catch John Powell. Battle is intensifying in Division 1 then. They head out of Red Gates. Ryan Smith up the inside under. Ricky Collett's been shuffled back. They head down the Craner curves. Newell's got through into second, Oliver third, Smith fourth, so Ricky Collett got forced wide, I think, down the straight into Redgate there. It's going to be a win for David Jenkins, barring any major disaster in the last few corners, but who's going to be second? As Collett got shuffled down through the chicane, he crossed the timing line in fourth place. It's David Jenkins away and gone in front, he leads by nearly 5 seconds. Clock has counted down to 0, so it's going to be checkered flag this time. David Jenkins on his local circuit here at Donington, the former British champion. Stuck in the pack in yesterday's races, but no problem for him this time. He's coming up to take the victory. Checkered flag is in sight, and David Jenkins wins race 3 of the weekend. It's going to be John Newell in second place in the MAN, and Stuart Oliver will take third. Ryan Smith is fourth, Michael Oliver fifth, and Ricky Collett, after his good efforts, drops down to sixth. Photo finish on the line there with Michael Oliver's 500th of a second in it as David Jenkins celebrates with a power slide, Kurt Göransson style. Great late 80s Swedish racer, used to drive like that in the races. Meantime, here comes our Division 2 leader. He's caught Simon Faulkner in his number 92 Iveco in Division 1. Well, everybody else was battling behind. And as I predicted there, Luke Garrett has run out of time to catch the DAF of number 6, John Powell, who leads all the way in Division 2. Takes the win. Luke Garrett second in the division. And third place in Division 2, it should be John Bowler, number 14. Crowd certainly appreciative of John Bowler, the man from Kent's victory. He finishes in 12th overall. Nearly defeated one of the Division 1 trucks there as well, Simon Faulkner. Of course, we lost a couple of Division 1 trucks there, Simon Reed and Steve Powell, in that tangle at the chicane. Drivers sound their air horns on the slow down lap. Show trucks joining in from the infield as well, I'm sure. It is David Jenkins who picks up the victory, 4th in the championship coming into this weekend. We'll confirm the provisional results in a second. David Jenkins the winner by nearly 5 seconds in the end, ahead of John Newell, his best result of the season, in 2nd place. Stuart Oliver completes the podium. Ryan Smith has to be content with 4th, ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett having run 2nd for much of the way, dropping down into 6th place. Mark Taylor in 7th, ahead of Craig Reed. That'll secure pole for Craig Reed for race 5. Then Tom O'Rourke, Simon Cole and Simon Faulkner rounding out the Division 1 finishers. John Powell, a clear winner in Division 2 in 12th place overall, I should say. 3.5 seconds clear of Luke Garrett. Craig Evans takes 3rd in Division 2, just defeating John Bowler. Then Brad Smith, Jock Borthwick, Paul Rivett and Adam Bint, because we lost Simon Reed and Stephen Powell in a tangle at the chicane. Well, hopefully we can head down to Pointy shortly and he can talk to some of the drivers down in Park Fermé.
Well, welcome to Park Fermé after the first race here on Sunday, and as if perfect timing, our first place podium winner for the first race Sunday, Dave Jenkins, in his fantastic 69 truck. We'll just wait for him to get comfy because he's racing fresh still, ladies and gentlemen. Dave, how are you feeling about that result?
Yeah, brilliant. I didn't actually dare believe it until the flag came out. It was a great battle with Rick and John in the opening lap, and then Rick a few.
Okay, we will hopefully hear from some of our truck racers subsequently, but next up on track it is the pickup trucks. First of their 2 races this weekend. Qualifying took place yesterday. This will be a 14-lap race. Waiting to hear what's going to happen with the junior saloons as well, of course, whether their first race will be rerun or not. But the pickup trucks, they're certainly not the pickup trucks that you see your typical local tradesman driving around the streets in. These are space frame built machines with tuned 2-litre race engines, and we will give you the grid in just a moment. Championship is being led by George Turicki at the moment. He's been pretty dominant. He looks for his third pickup title, well, his third consecutive, although the series wasn't run in 2020. So it'll be his third title in 4 years. George Taricki from Kettering in Northamptonshire leads Mark Willis in the points. It is great to see that Mark Willis and Jamie Liptrot are both back out this weekend. You may have remembered that last time we saw the pickups at Thruxton, they both suffered fires on their trucks. Fortunately, they've been able to repair. They are back out this weekend. Mark Willis second in the points, and it's Rhys Jones in third place. Bit of gravel being swept up at the chicane by the volunteer marshals. Thanks again to them. Fourth in the points is number 83 of Dale Gents, or Dale Earngents as we're calling him this weekend, because you'll see a new livery on his truck in tribute to the NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt. He'll line up on the grid for this first race on the second row of the grid. The way qualifying works is slightly different for the pickups. They had their qualifying session yesterday. The first half of the session sets the grid for race 1 and the second half for race 2, but the top 6 in the times are flipped around, so if you're 6th fastest in qualifying, you get pole position. A little bit different, the way they do it in pickup racing. We also have a couple of newcomers out there. Well, one newcomer, Brick Car Trophy fans from last year will remember. Second place in Brick Car Trophy last year were the Thompson family, Steve and Aaron. And Aaron Thompson has switched to pickup racing and is making his debut here in truck number 41. He'll start from the back of the grid as a rookie. And we also welcome back a name British touring car fans will be familiar with. Matt Simpson is back out, going back to his roots in the pickup series. Used to race a Honda Civic in British touring cars for a couple of years. And he's on the grid with his father Jeff in the number 3 truck. Matt in number 30. Matt will start after 1 or 2 problems early on in the qualifying session yesterday. He'll start towards the back in this one. We'll give you the full grid in just a second. The grid reads as follows then. Number 39, Danny Hunn, is on pole alongside the number 28 championship leader George Taricki. Rhys Jones, third in the points. Number 40 is on the second row alongside the 83 of Dale Gents. Then number 71, Simon Ward. Good to see him back out on row 3 alongside 65, Mark Willis. Row 4, number 12, Paul Tompkins, and 72, Alan Cooper. The 5th row, 51, Gavin Pike. Good qualifying effort from him alongside former champion, number 93, Michael Smith. The 6th row, number 3, Jeff Simpson, starts alongside 29, newcomer this year, Tom Hutchins. The 7th row, number 2, Jamie Liptrot. And number 8, good to see Irishman David O'Regan back in the championship. Row 8 is Neil Tressler, number 37, and number 50, Jeff Dixon. Row 9, welcome back Cornishman Christopher Land in number 77, alongside the number 30 of Matt Simpson. And from the back of the grid, number 41, Aaron Thompson, and 21, Dean Tompkins, the son of Paul. Great field of 20 trucks out there. Then there's still a bit of clear up going on at the moment, though. We've got recovery in attendance, Crouch Recovery with their heavy artillery to recover Simon Reed and Stephen Powell. So recovery is going to take a short while, I think, there. We can hear in the background another of our attractions. We've got some rallycross cars, the RX 150 buggies being demonstrated. We've just been mentioning the other attractions here this weekend, and I believe Pointy and Ewan went to explore some of them earlier this weekend. Let's see what they got up to, shall we?
So as we know at Donington Park, and I'm with Pointy now, this is Convoy on the park. Yeah. This is more than just truck racing this weekend, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's so much to see and do. I mean, we built the Convoy events as a huge family activity. We've got face painting, we've got fire breathers, we've got live music. We've obviously got a huge race package the entire weekend. We've got over 1,000 show trucks on the infield. We've got eating competitions. We've even got a fun fair.
Now, we're going to invite people down here. It's only right that we go and test out some of this entertainment, right?
I think it's pretty important, Ewan. I mean, we wouldn't want to tell people it's fantastic when we haven't experienced it for ourselves.
Should we do it?
Let's go, let's go. It's so fast.
Pointer, you having a good time?
I think I've had a pretty good time, yeah. I think we can safely say that anybody that comes to Convoy in the Park is going to have a fantastic time.
And maybe a sore neck as well.
I don't know. I mean, I seem to be doing quite well.
Shall we go and get an ice cream?
Yeah, I'm going to have a candy floss. Can I have a candy floss?
You can have whatever you want, my love.
I want a candy floss order, yeah.
I'm going to get a white Magnum.
I don't know. How do you follow that? We think they're down getting interviews on the infield with the drivers, you see. That's what they're supposed to be doing, not playing around on the fairground. Fair play to Ewan and Pointy down there. All the fun of the fair. The crowd waiting patiently while our marshals and recovery crews, Crouch Recovery, helping out to pick up those stranded 2 race trucks. Simon Reed and Stephen Powell up the chicane. Now, who does that belong to? Stephen Powell, I reckon.
Getting them out of harm's way. The final adjustment to the tyres and the rector cell barriers just taking place. So it gives us a chance to do another quick time check as to what's going on at the moment. It's about 10 to 12.
So we await the pickups to come out for their first race of the day. Then they're always very close indeed. The pickup trucks used to race on the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire, created by Sonny Howard, whose ambition it was to bring NASCAR style racing to the UK. He brought in the pickups alongside the Eurocar racing package back in the 1990s, the space frame Ford Mondeo based cars, the V6 and V8 engine Fords. Still a few Eurocars in existence, and we had a Eurocar alumnus racing yesterday, you may have seen in the British Endurance Championship, Kevin Clark with the BMW Z4. Pickups will be on their way very shortly. All the other attractions on the infield. We can see the live music stage there in the background behind the MV Commercials crane. All our show trucks as well. We used to have show truck parades around the circuit at this event, but I'm not sure there's time for one today, unfortunately. It's a beautiful setting here at Donington Park, just next door to East Midlands Airport. That's why you hear the jets go over occasionally. Fans young and old enjoying the action. One of Donington's biggest spectator events, Convoy in the Park every year, along with British touring cars. The World Superbike Championship has visited this year as well. Just a short pause while the clear-up operation takes place. They do seem to like visiting those barriers at the chicane today, don't they? Oh, there we go. The marshals and the recovery crew have almost got the recticel barriers. I did say it was a tyre wall earlier on, but it's not. It's the more up-to-date recticels there being put back into place. So it is Danny Hunn who will lead the grid for the pickups. Like many of the pickup racers, he's come from a short oval racing background in hot rods. All of his family have raced in national hot rods and so forth. They've raced in Eurocar as well. I remember Jason Hunn appearing in the Eurocars back in the 90s, one of the first drivers in the V6 Mondeos. Danny has also raced along with Terry and Ricky Hunn in the Super Silhouettes Intermark series on the circuits. Alongside him will be George Turicki on the grid, Tricky Turicki as we call him. His father was a hot rod racer. George has won titles in 2-litre hot rods. He's won titles in Formula 2 stock cars as well, before moving into circuit racing with the pickups. Third on the grid is Rhys Jones, number 40, in his bright pink pickup. That's will certainly stand out. He's come from a slightly different background, Rhys Jones. He began racing at Brands Hatch in a Honda Civic in their Saloon series down there. And alongside him, another man with a short oval background, Dale Gent. His father, Mark, was a short oval man for many years, both in the UK and on the continent. Dale has raced lightning rods, he's done super rods, progressed into pickups, but has also raced on the circuits in the classic Thunder Saloon series with a very modified Subaru Impreza a few years ago. Simon Ward, another classic saloon car racer, started his career in a Vauxhall Astra. Good to see him back out. He'll line up an excellent 5th on the grid for this one, unless an amended grid has been issued. Dean Tompkins, we're told, was originally scheduled to start at the back after failing a ride height check after qualifying. Just waiting to see if there has been an amended grid issued, though, because I know an appeal was put in by the Tompkins team. Let's have a look. Yes, he has been allowed to resume his original grid position in on the 5th row alongside Gavin Pike. So Dean Tompkins was originally scheduled to start at the back, but on appeal he has been reinstated to row 5. That means that Aaron Thompson will start at the back, his first ever pickup meeting. As a rookie you have to start from the rear, and as a returnee as well, so Matt Simpson will start from the back. I think he did have a few problems in qualifying though, because he was quicker in the second half of the session, and will start towards the front. Good to have Neil Tressler out there, number 37. The Tressler team unique in having an all-female pit crew. And behind him will be Chris Land, number 77, all the way from St Austell in Cornwall. Big short oval event taking place down in Cornwall at the United Downs Raceway today as well at St Day. That's the ORCI Stock Rod World Championship, so good luck to all the drivers taking part in that. Chris Land, meanwhile, comes from a background in autograss racing.
So the pickup truck racing championship competitors heading out on.
So the pickups, I believe, are about to head out from the assembly area. The clear-up is complete there. Well done to all the marshals and recovery crews. Hopefully Simon Reed and Stephen Powell's trucks aren't too badly damaged, and we'll see them back out later for race number 3. It will be a rolling start to this race, 14 laps. These impressive-looking pickups led up to the grid then. The 39, Danny Hunn, on pole in the red, yellow and black machine. The all-yellow of George Turicki alongside. There's number 2, Jamie Liptrot. Good to see his truck is repaired after that fire he suffered at Thruxton. Likewise, Mark Willis, number 65. He suffered an engine fire as well.
Go to the back of the grid. So the grid lines up as follows. Truck number 39, Danny Hunt, since they're on pole position alongside his 28, George Turicki.
To position then ready for the rolling start.
Row 2 of the grid is number 14, Reece Jones, and number 83, which was Dale Jett.
Very distinctive machines. All very evenly matched as well. Expect to see them drafting each other NASCAR style, particularly down the straights into the chicane and into Redgate.
Is number 12, which is Paul Tompkins, lining up alongside 72, which is Alan Cooper, 12 and 17.
Reigning champion George Turicki looking for another title here. He scored a hat-trick in the most recent round at Croft in North Yorkshire. Behind him is that black machine of Dale Earnhardt Gent, as we're going to call him, in the livery of the 7-time NASCAR champion. Sadly lost his life at Daytona in 2001. Beautiful black livery. 71, Simon Ward in there. There's number 12, Paul Tompkins on the inside of row 4, the former World Banger Racing champion. Good to have David O'Regan back out as well, the Irishman, number 8. Not seen him out so far this year. Watch for him coming through. The Tompkins father and son pairing, Dean having taken back his grid position there, the number 21. Alongside number 51, Gavin Pike. He's qualified well in the orange truck. Another newcomer this year from the world of hot rod racing. He's raced 2-litre hot rods. The rung on the ladder just below national hot rods. 93, Michael Smith in there on the inside of row 6. He's won the title, I think, 3 times in his career, the man from the northeast. Jeff Dixon, number 50, the yellow and blue truck towards the back, a former firefighter from the West Midlands. And Matt Simpson at the back. Watch for the ex-British touring car man coming through. Some quick names towards the back here. It's 14-lap race. This is going to be something spectacular. George Turicki, the points leader, ahead of Mark Willis, Reece Jones, Dale Gent and Alan Cooper, another ex-Formula 2 stock car man, number 72.
2004, so the best part of 18 years ago, but has never actually won the championship. So he leads the championship on the 2,581 points coming into this weekend. Extra points are allocated for qualifying. Second in the championship on 2,000.
Here we go then.
Is George Turicki.
The revs are up.
4 wins than anybody so far.
These 2-litre engines.
So I'm interested to see how he goes.
Will George Taricki continue his winning run from Croft? We are about to find out. The pace car pulls into pit lane. Watch for the red lights going out. And here we go. Down towards the first corner at Redgate for 14 laps of pickup truck action. George Taricki with a good start from the outside, the front row, side by side with Danny Hunn. Looks like Hunn has just about held the lead from pole position. Everybody else is through okay behind. There's Aaron Thompson on his debut in the number 41. And down towards the Craner curves, is it going to be Taricki or Danny Hunn who emerges with the lead? You can't really go side by side through here. Dale Jensen, Rhys Jones shadowing them. I think Danny Hunn's going to have the inside line for the old hairpin. Yes, he is. Bounces off the curb, takes Taricki out slightly wide. Here comes Dale Gent trying to make it 3 wide. I think Taricki has got the lead. Indeed, he has. Mark Willis goes over the grass on the inside. So does Dean Tompkins in the 21. He's dropped back. But up towards McLean's, it's Taricki leading. Gent second, side by side for third between Danny Hunn and Mark Willis. Dale Gent's going for the lead on the inside up into Coppice corner. He's got the inside line away from George Taricki. He's going to try and take the lead into the straight. He does so. Good move by Dale Jensen, the newly liveried number 83, the Dale Earnhardt tribute. Dale Earnhardt was number 3, of course. Second place is George Taricki, third the 39 of Danny Hunt, fourth the 65 of Mark Willis, then Paul Tompkins side by side with Rhys Jones. He didn't get the best of starts in the pink truck. One driver who has got away well from the 6th row of the grid is number 93 of Michael Smith. He's up into 7th. There's Jeff Dixon and Chris Land at the back of the field, dodging about down the straight, 3 and 4 abreast in the midfield. Gavin Pike attacking Alan Cooper. He's got Michael Smith and Jamie Liptrop number 2 on his tail, and sideways there Gavin Pike getting tangled up and spins around, tangling with Michael Smith there. Gavin Pike in the Crouch Recovery sponsored truck. That's ironic, we just saw them recovering the race trucks after the previous race, and now their man Gavin Pike has unfortunately spun out. He's stranded on the grass on the inside of Redgates. Have a look at that again. There was some contact there, possibly, yes, with Michael Smith, which sent him spinning. 3 into 1 didn't go into Redgate, and a couple of other trucks just avoiding getting caught up as well. Meanwhile, it's still Dale Gent, number 83, who leads the race. The other trucks had some issues there as well. I think that's one of the Simpsons, the white truck there. Didn't see whether it was Jeff or Matt. May well have been Matt, actually, on his return to pick up racing, the former touring car man. So it's Gent who leads from Taricki. Hunn in third in the 39. That's the chicane they cut. Fourth is Mark Willis. Paul Tompkins, number 12, is fifth. He's raced everything from unlimited national bangers to Citroen C1s over his career. Then we've got Rhys Jones. The gap behind goes back to number 72, Alan Cooper. That's about a 2.3 second gap. Rhys Jones has just done the fastest lap though, so he's starting to close up again. David O'Regan in the blue and white truck there is up into 8th position. Good run through the field in the early stages for him. Michael Smith recovering from that tangle early on, starting to make his way back upfield. Here come your leaders, Gent and Taricki together. See them sliding these rear-wheel drive machines around on the very edge of adhesion. Danny Hunn still there in third ahead of Willis. And George Taricki has a look there as Gent went a little bit wide coming through the left of Schwantz curve. Up towards McLean's they go. He's going to go round the outside, George Taricki. Has he done it? Yes, he has. That's his hot rod background coming in. Same way that Rob Collard drove in his touring car days. Third place, number 39 of Danny Hunn. 6 of them line astern as they head down the exhibition straights. Here comes Dale Gent, trying to retake the lead. Is he going to try under braking for the chicane? No, he's not. Not able to get up the inside. David O'Regan's up to 7th. He's got ahead of Alan Cooper. He's come through the field very nicely. The number 8's the Irishman on his comeback. So in the background, the blue truck. And Jamie Liptrot under fire from Aaron Thompson. He's up into the top 10 in his first ever race. This is great stuff. He's ahead of Dean Tompkins and Tom Hutchins, number 29, former rival of Rhys Jones in the Saloon Cars, if I remember correctly. Mark Willis attacking for third in the number 65 with Michael Smith, the most experienced driver in this field. But Mark Willis has never won the championship. He's been the Rockingham champion on the oval. George Taricki leads from Dale Gents. Danny Hunn from the Essex-based Hot Rod family in third place. Paul Tompkins under fire from Rhys Jones, and it's O'Regan, Alan Cooper and the rest of them. He back-ends into the right-hander at McLean's, cutting the curb a bit fine there, a bit of dust being kicked up. George George to Ricky, looks to continue his winning run from the last round at Croft. Cornering these more like race trucks, pickup trucks around Donington. Look how sideways Dean Tompkins was through there. These drivers don't care, they're just throwing caution to the wind here. Down towards the chicane on lap 4 out of 14. Rhys Jones having a look there for 5th place. Mark Willis could be having a look for 3rd. He's on the tail of Danny Hunt. O'Regan's closing up as well in 7th place. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.314 for the Irishman. One truck coming back out of the pits there that had just been in. I think it was Jeff Simpson, number 3, so not a happy start to the weekend for the Simpsons. Here's the lead battle, 4 of them together now, heading down the Crater curves. In 5th, 6th and 7th, Rhys Jones ahead of Paul Tompkins. He got through at the chicane. 7th it is David O'Regan. 8th behind them is Alan Cooper. And Aaron Thompson from the back of the grid is up to 9th. His dad used to race in the Eurocar V6s, Steve Thompson. Clearly inheriting his father's form here. There's Aaron, the truck with the bright orange front end, ahead of Dean Tompkins, Jamie Liptrot. Look at them jumping over the curb there on the inside of McLean's. Absolutely flinging these trucks around. Through the right-hander, 4 of them line astern for the lead. To Ricky, Jens, Hun, Willis. There's Thompson. Can he move up any further? Dale Gent is in the slipstream as they head into the chicane. Up the inside there and across the chicane goes Aaron Thompson. Needs to be careful he doesn't do that too often, or he might get a penalty for exceeding track limits, as Gent and Taricki side by side into Redgates. Is Gent going to try and get round the outside into the Craner curves here? Danny Hun wants a bit of this as well. He's trying to attack and make it 3 wide. You can't go 3 wide down the Craner curve, surely. No, he thinks better of it, backs out of it, but Dale Gent's there. Is he going to get round the outside into the old hairpin? No, he's not. Taricki holds him off. Hun is in there trying to take 2nd place, and Mark Willis in the 65 behind them. This is allowing Rhys Jones to close up and make it 5. Paul Tompkins is now in the clutches of David O'Regan. Then it's Alan Cooper, Aaron Thompson, Dean Tompkins, Jamie Liptrot. Behind them, Hutchins has got ahead of, I think that's possibly the lap truck of Simpson. There's Jeff Simpson, number 3, a lap down. He went into the pits earlier on as Danny Hun attacks Dale Gent. They both go wide. Willis was in there sideways behind them and he spun. Mark Willis went spinning out there on the inside of Coppice. There doesn't seem to be any grip there at all. And there's a bit of oil gone down from the previous truck race and has been spotted. He slides back off the grass there, nearly into the side of Jamie Liptrot. Goodness me. Mark Willis rejoining just ahead of, is that Jeff Simpson there up alongside him? Yes, it is, the number 3. Behind them, it's Michael Smith. Dale Gent, meanwhile, ready to attack for the lead. Once again into Redgates. We're on lap 7 out of 14. Which Taricki holds onto his lead, but only just. Rhys Jones there in 4th position with Mark Willis having spun. Down the Craners. David O'Regan's up to 5th. He's got ahead of Paul Tompkins. Next behind them is Alan Cooper, so Willis is down to 12th place. First 4 through the old hairpin together. Dale Gent is not letting George Taricki get away. He's going to have another go as they come up through Schwantz Curve. Michael Smith, meanwhile, Alan Cooper, excuse me, is catching O'Regan and Paul Tompkins as they battle it out ahead for 5th. See how much they're sliding off the turns. What's going to happen into Coppice this time? Are they all going to hold it together? Only just. There's O'Regan in 5th, trying to catch these 4. And the fastest lap of the race has been done by Matt Simpson back in 15th place after he was delayed earlier on. Meanwhile, Michael Smith, I can tell you, was pulled into the pits as it's side by side for the lead, side by side for 3rd. As they head into the chicane, Danny Hun gets bumped by Rhys Jones almost there. He had to back out of it. Taricki's still got the lead, but only just. This is fantastic stuff. And all the time these 4 are battling, they're losing time to the next 4, which is O'Regan, Tompkins, Cooper, and Aaron Thompson, who started at the back. Now this race is really hotting up. Taricki and Gent still together for lead. Aaron Thompson locks up there on the outside of Redgate. Was too late on the brakes. He holds 8th position. The gap back then to Dean Tompkins in 9th place. Jamie Liptrot is 10th. Then Hutchins, Willis. Simon Ward has dropped back after a good start. Then Matt Simpson, who's done another fastest lap as he tries to make up ground. Then Neil Tressler, Jeff Dixon, Chris Land. We've lost Michael Smith into the pits. Gavin Pike is still going, a lap down after he spun earlier on, and Jeff Simpson also a lap down. That's your running order as they go at the moment. It's terrific first race of the day for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Here comes the number 8 of David O'Regan, the A1 Performance Products and A1 Aggregates truck. Is it going to be an A1 Performance from the man from Cork? He's closing on Rhys Jones for 4th place. Could he get past these 4 for his first win of the season? This is fantastic stuff. Dale Gent having a look as they come down into the chicane. Again, George Taricki moving to cover. Continues to lead the way, looking to continue his fight with Mark Willis for the championship lead. Rhys Jones is there in 4th behind Danny Hunn. Which side's Dale Gent going to go? He goes to the outside in the 83, the Dale Earnhardt tribute, and now here's O'Regan on the attack on Jones. Next 3 headed by Paul Tompkins. Danny Hunn going for the inside. Did Dale Gent make a mistake in going to the outside there into Redgate, because Danny Hunn's there and he's going to try and make a move for second. This is the best we've seen Danny Hunn run this year. He gets a second, it'll be his best ever finish, but he wants a first win. Up the inside, he's going to take Gent into the old hairpin. He's through. Great move by Danny Hunn. Up into second place. Rhys Jones in 4th. Hunn now runs wide onto the grass. He'll lose momentum for that. Trying a little bit too hard there. Gent will try and retake him. No, you don't, says Danny Hunn. Out onto the curb goes Dale Gent. This is going to be interesting as they come into McLean's. Dale Gent's got the inside run. Hunn is there on the outside, keeps his foot in. Rhys Jones has gone wide. Had he slowed up there, Rhys Jones? Quite possibly there. I wonder if Rhys Jones has got a problem, whether he just ran out wide. As David O'Regan's through the 4th. There's Jones, he's still going in 5th. He just ran wide. Paul Tompkins, I think, has lost a place as well to Alan Cooper. Yet the 72 is through. Here comes David O'Regan. He's going to try and make it 3 wide with Dale Gent and Danny Hunn. Look at this. Of course, the harder they battle, the further they're going to fall behind George Taricki. Hunn still holds it through the chicane. No, Dale Gent is there. Here comes O'Regan. The Irishman goes to the outside, switches back to the inside, the former national hot rod man. Jones slipping back to the clutches of Cooper, Tompkins and Thompson behind. This is terrific racing between 8 trucks at the front of the field. They're clear of Mark Willis, who's recovered from his spin. He's 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is David Hutchins in the number 29. 11th behind them is Jamie Liptrot. Rounding out the first 12 is Dean Tompkins. He's dropped back a little. Matt Simpson still there in 13th as Danny Hunn again runs wide onto the grass. He's going to lose out to David O'Regan this time. He's up to 3rd. Danny Hunn trying a little bit too hard. Alan Cooper loses out there going up the hill through Schwantz Curve as well. On lap 10 out of 14. Rhys Jones recovering. Cooper's lost 2 places because Paul Tompkins and Aaron Thompson have got through. Now Dale Gent resuming his chase of George Taricki at the front of the field in this incredible first race for the pickup trucks. Mark Willis gained 3 places on the last lap. He's back up into 9th. Matt Simpson is in 13th and has still got the fastest lap, but he's qualified towards the front for the second race. Oh, Aaron Thompson again cuts the chicane there. He's still learning his braking points, I think, in this truck. He used to racing a front-wheel drive Renault Clio. Still your leader is Taricki on lap 11. 4 to go, including the one they're on. Dale Gent in 2nd. O'Regan is 3rd. Then Hunn, Jones, then a gap back to Paul Tompkins. Aaron Thompson, a great debut for him up there in 7th position. Now ahead of Alan Cooper. Cooper, the ex-Brisker F2 man, who's won titles in, of all things, Reliant Robbins, would you believe, in the past at the Milton Hall Stock Car Stadium. There is Cooper, the black and green truck. Still your leader is Taricki, led by 1.5 seconds last time through. Here they come down the exhibition straight. David O'Regan now closing up onto the tail of Dale Gent. He's got Danny Hunn on his bumper in turn. Are they going to start slipstreaming again down the straight into lap 12? The lead gap has come down by half a second. Into the right-hander, and it's still Taricki in the MJT truck specialists. Machine leads the way by DLRD, Dave Longhurst Race Developments. Dave Longhurst, a former world hot rod champion, been a team manager in BTCC as well. the circuit they come then, things calming down just a little. Now here comes Dale Gents, here comes David O'Regan on the inside of Dale Gents, side by side through McLean's, that's close, here comes Danny Hunn, they can't go 3 wide into Coppice surely. Try for the inside, O'Regan is there, they just bounces off Dale Gents slightly, Danny Hunn goes sideways in the Scrapco truck, and Dale Gents has held it around the outside. Now here comes Rhys Jones in the 40. George Taricki looking in his mirror thinks, yes, you battle with each other and I'll pull away. Still in 6th is Paul Tompkins, as Hunn up the inside retakes O'Regan for 3rd place. Now he'll go after Dale Gents. Over the line they come, the lead gap is just over a second. Still just over a second as they cross the line this time. Paul Tompkins under fire from Aaron Thompson. And we've got Alan Cooper behind them. Matt Simpson is coming through the field now. He's up into 9th position. He's going to be one to watch in race 2. It's ahead of Mark Willis now, most experienced man in the field, along with Michael Smith. Michael sadly out of the race. He's pulled into the pits. Everybody else is still running. Gavin Pike and Jeff Simpson were delayed earlier on, of course. Leaders go through the old hairpin for the penultimate time. Further back, Jamie Liptrot getting ahead of Dean Tompkins. I think that was at the Craner Curves. That's for 11th place. Behind them it is Tom Hutchings, number 29. Lead battle heads up towards Coppice. David O'Regan's dropped back a little in the number 8s. Sure he'll close up again down into the chicane, especially as Danny Hunn's gone sideways through Coppice there once again. Here they come. Down towards the chicane, and Danny Hunn's not close enough to attack for second. There's a big cloud of dust being kicked up, you can see there, so somebody's gone across the gravel further back. Here they come into the last lap of the race then, and it's George Taricki. The last lap board is out. This is the signal for the drivers to go on the attack. Got to unleash your finishing move at the right time. It's like the end of a stage in the Tour de France. You've got to get the sprint finish right. That's how they used to race at Rockingham. Got to time it right. I think Taricki may have done enough here, or has he? Or has he? Because Dale Gents going for it. He's just done a personal best lap. He took 0.4 of a second out of Taricki on that lap. Gap is less than a second now to George Taricki. Danny Hunn again runs wide. He always does there, coming through the exit of the old hairpin. He's got David O'Regan on his tail. Rhys Jones a little further back. I think it's between 4 for the race victory. It's all going to depend on what happens as they come into the chicane on the final lap. Through Coppice. Could be a change for 3rd because David O'Regan's on Hunn's tail. Can Dale Gent get within striking distance? They're coming down to the chicane for the final time in this pickup truck racing championship, race 1 here at Donington Park. David O'Regan is going for 3rd place. I don't think he's going to get through, but it is going to be a win for number 28, George Taricki, out of the chicane for the last time. There's the checkered flag. Taricki takes yet another win. Dale Gent 2nd. Danny Hunn just holds off David O'Regan for 3rd place. 5th will go to Rhys Jones. We await 6th place to come in. It's Aaron Thompson in 6th place. Paul Tompkins dropping back to 8th behind Matt Simpson. Superb from Aaron Thompson on his debut. And Danny Hunn has got a 5-second penalty. Presumably that's for exceeding track limits. We did see him run wide a few times, so Danny Hunn penalised 5 seconds. That drops him to 5th, behind David O'Regan and Rhys Jones. 9th goes to Alan Cooper. Great run through by Matt Simpson after an early delay. Rounding out the top 10 is Mark Willis. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. Just the one non-finisher there, which was Michael Smith with problems early on. Well done to George Taricki. Another win in the book. And continues his fight with Mark Willis at the top of the points. 3rd in the standings, Rhys Jones. 4th, Dale Gents. That will help them as well. Round of applause from the marshals and the fans as the drivers head round on their slowdown lap. There's Matt Simpson. We didn't see much of the number 30 on his return, but it was a good move through the field up into 7th, was towards the back in the early stages. A great fight between George Taricki and Dale Gents at the front of the field in the 83 and the 28s. Danny Hunn crossing the line in third, which was given that 5-second penalty, dropping into fifth. Take a look at the provisional results of that one in a second. Then the winning margin just 0.3 of a second for George Turicki over Dale Gents. David O'Regan taking third ahead of Rhys Jones. Danny Hunn penalised down to fifth. Aaron Thompson, what a run through from the back of the grid in his first pickup truck race to take sixth position, and a good run through from Matt Simpson, the ex-touring car man, as well for seventh. Paul Tompkins eighth ahead of Alan Cooper. Mark Willis completing the top 10. Then Tom Hutchings 11th, Jamie Liptrot in 12th. Simon Ward on his return started well but ended up in 13th ahead of Dean Tompkins. Neil Tressler completing the top 15. Then beyond that we had Jeff Dixon, Chris Land, Gavin Pike rejoining after a spin. Jeff Simpson was the final finisher after a pit stop, and we lost Michael Smith early on. Pickups head back into the pit lane then, and hopefully we can hear from some of the drivers shortly down in Parc Fermé.
Row 9 is 99 Darren Sheridan and 29 Nathan Anthony, 99 and 29. Row 10 is 66 Stephen White, Megan 55, Lee Fitzpatrick 66 and 55. Row 11 is 98 Chris Needham and 43 Jonty Norman, 98 and 43. Row 12 is number 3 Mike Schluss, 57 Williamson 3 and 57. Row 13 is 33 Kieran Beattie and number 20 Ben Higgins 33 and 20. The penultimate row of the grid, row 14, is 2 James Newbury and 26 having his first ever race, Dr. Becky Clark, 2 and 26. Back to the grid. Matt Clark back into the grid for the Legends. Now we can hear from Matt Sutton, who should be down there with some of the drivers from the Pickup Truck Championship.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Down here with our race winner, George Turicki, who receives his hat. He's going to get a trophy very shortly as well. George, well done. Great victory. 10th of the year for you. That was a tricky one with plenty of pressure from behind.
Yeah, it was never going to be easy with Reese and Dale behind me. And then obviously David back out the track. It's never slowed, so
Short break here on BARC TV following this race once we've spoken to our pickup drivers, and then in about 20 minutes time we'll have the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, a big field of almost 30 cars promised for that one. We've got everything from special GT cars, kit cars, even an Aussie V8 supercar, down to more standard hatchbacks and smaller kit cars towards the back of the field. A very special, very varied series indeed, normally based at Donington Park, of course. After their race, we'll have a lunch break, and it's back on with truck racing before we welcome the Praga Cup for their 1 hour race a little later on.
Danny sort of got up with us and I just got it together and then give George a bit of a break. I just felt towards the end there, we was reeling the back in and just felt like
we can now head down to Parc Fermé with our pickup truck racing championship drivers. They're talking to Ewan Dunlop down in the pits.
Cheers, Dave. Well, you cannot take your eyes off pickup truck racing, can you? Let's go and have a chat with our winner, George Turicki. Extends his lead at the top of the championship. Mate, congratulations, another win.
Yeah, we needed that.
I mean, what happens, because that's 4th race win in a row, but for the 4th time you're like on the 2nd row, 3rd row of the grid in qualifying. What's the difference?
Well, it's just my qualifying. I can't do it. I'm rubbish. I'm rubbish in qualifying. Yeah, it's just wherever you qualify. It's the first 6 reversed. Yeah. So I had a 3rd and a 5th yesterday, so that put me on that one and front for that one, and then I'm a little bit further back in the next one. So
now, how aware are you of like the race behind you? Because once you got the lead, you didn't relinquish it, but there was a fantastic battle behind you.
Oh yeah, I kept looking back. I knew they was coming. They'd pull on me a little bit, and then I'd try and get away. But I knew they was coming. They was faster.
And did you see Mark go off behind you? Because that was the big closest challenger in the championship. He went off behind you.
No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see that.
But in terms of the championship, that makes the gap even bigger now for you as well.
Yeah, we just got to keep finishing. That's all we got to do.
And you keep winning. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Let's speak to David O'Regan next. let's be honest, came from absolutely nowhere into third position. Just speaking to our political commentator, let's get Dale in here actually. Dale, second place. What a brilliant race.
Yeah, no, that was good. It's what we needed.
Yeah.
We had a bad run at Croft, but last good race. We needed to come into this weekend, which is not my strongest track, and have a good run. And so far, fingers crossed, touch wood, we're going to go carry on.
There was 4 or 5 of you battling behind George there, and you came out on top of that battle. It was sensational to watch. How exciting is it to be in the thick of the action?
It's a good adrenaline rush. It is brilliant. And the pickups, you ain't going to get any closer racing out here. This is a brilliant championship. I wish I'd come into it sooner. But we're here now. I'm here for a while. I will be. So
I mean, it is an absolute thrill to watch, especially as you say, all the trucks are so closely matched. It makes it fascinating to watch.
It does. You just got the two different engines, the Ford and the Vauxhall. Some places the Vauxhall have a bit more of the force, but yeah, everything else, we're all on the same stuff, and it just comes down to us driving it.
We can't wait for race 2. Well done.
Can I give a shout out to BP Mitchell, MA Ponsonby, and Junction 26, and DLRD, and the rest of the team on this. Couldn't do it without them all.
Brilliant. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
And let's speak to our third place finisher. Well, where did you come from in that race?
I think it was 15th, wasn't it? I think it was anyway. I can't remember. I just remember it was row 8. So, yeah.
I mean, it was brilliant. What was the key to that? Because you overtook about a dozen people in that race.
Yeah, but I think the main thing I could get there was I had open space to myself, whereas when the rest of them were racing, I could make up that bit of time, you know.
You took a big advantage. Like you said, those in front of you were battling between themselves. You were slowly caught up, and then nipped in at the end there.
Yeah, I think that was probably the factor in where I got from. But they were having a great race at the front. I wanted to get involved. It was tight. It was scraping bumpers, scraping wheels and stuff, but it was fun.
Can you do it twice in one day?
I don't know. I don't think I have enough tyres left. So, look, I want to say happy engagement to Heather as well, right?
Fantastic.
She's my fiancée, all right?
Brilliant. Well
all right.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate
it. So we have a bit of a break now. Well, what an amazing race, first of all. So next coming up, we have got the CNC Saloons. Now, if you've never watched that before, Dave is going to try and keep on top of it. There's 6 different classes, and to be perfectly honest, those cars in that championship, they can be anything under the bonnet, anything on the chassis, anything on the shell. It is going to be absolutely fascinating. Do enjoy. Short break, but for the time being, back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. That's absolutely right. There will be a short break now before we bring on the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, run by the Northwest Centre of the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC. And we will see a massive different variety of cars out in that race. We've got space frame saloon cars. We've got a car in the old tradition of special GT racing. More on that a little bit later on. We've got some modified saloons, mod sports cars, Caterhams, kit cars, sports and GT machines, and whatever Rick Woods brought with him, the championship sponsor, because he's got a massive collection of classic saloons and touring cars. Down on the entry list, he's brought his Nissan Skyline with him, but I think I saw his Holden Commodore in qualifying, so we'll wait to see what he's in. We've got the more standard cars in Class F as well, the more standard Mazda MX-5s, the smaller hatchbacks and so on. You can use anything you like in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship. There will be a class that will fit it. That's coming up a little later on. We're going to take a break for around 10-15 minutes now. We'll be back with you shortly.
For the first time of asking, and it will be, I think, the number 1 machine of Miles Broadbent that does still lead the way as he peers back into our sight. He's just ahead, he's under attack though from the cars behind. I think Marcus Peck is there with second position, car number 79. The 5 machine also leads the competition. Still there in third place. Luke Simmons is there in third place. John Bingham is there in 4th place. It's Sean Smith and then Marcus Beatty that complete top 6. By 0.3 of a second, so not much to it there, but Mark Ruffin is under pressure.
Championship is a world champion as well. In the past is John Mickle, and same with the fundamental part of Legends Racing for a huge amount of years. He's in third place at the moment all time. He's got the look after the third, but Marcus Pett, who is now with the look after the third, from the race lead, which is Miles Rupert. They're working together, are they, at this stage? They head towards Redgate Corner, but it's the black car of Miles Rupert leads. The grey car of place to be at this stage. Of course, while they're sitting stuck for those that want to slipstream you behind, their way around the time break the toe on those behind as they head down and into the braking area for the rubber chicane for the final time. And when they really head back into the one more Miles Broadbent, who is still his way through. Miles Broadbent that claims he won on the day, as he did yesterday. He claims to win second yesterday, but also was Gibson as he won today. But third with John Mickle and Sean Smith, who was there in fourth place. Fifth goes away with Chris Needham, who's the top six on the 10.
Indeed, that's really nice from third place as well, because Sean Smith is pushing from behind Chris Needham. So John Mickle is credited with third by 12 of a second. So he got there just in time onto the final step of the podium. But Miles Broadbent now is the winningest driver of this year. Again, he did it yesterday briefly. Came back onto the same number of wins, but now Miles Broadbent will never win. And just ahead of Will Gibson, who finishes that race in second place. He is now by just under 2/10 of a second. So cracking benches action, as always. John Mickle looking out there in the podium place very shortly. Then Sean Smith comes through in fourth place, just ahead of Chris Needham. And Martin Stepp, sixth position in the end. He classed at 79, classed by 7th, 8th place in Brisbane, and 9th place in Martin Lee, 7th place in White. That's unusual to see him down there, especially this weekend. So, Steve had yesterday, final, and third place, he comes 12. I think the second race, that's down the right place, worked on the weekend, but Steve a little bit further toward the front of the field, but nonetheless he comes through in 10th place, just ahead of the Shaban name. That's Steve with Simmons from Hull, looking out to 12th place, and that night against right this weekend, 13th, 14th place, Kevin Beasley, on man breaking the podium for the first ever time, and yesterday, down there, just ahead of Gareth Sheridan in 15th position. So there we go, we top 15. In terms of non-finishers, well, Lee Fitzpatrick didn't make it to the end, nor did Rob Fountain, nor did Ben Higgins. In fact, he did, he went back out and took the checkered flag, but unfortunately Andy Burton was retirement as well on the Grand Prix loop. So there we go, your first taste of Legends action for today here at Donington Park. They've got 2 more races to come, with the second heat and the final, which in fact will round out the whole weekend here at Donington just around about 6 o'clock this afternoon/evening. So look forward to all of that as the top 3 now make their way into the podium area, which is down there in the pit lane. And of course Mark Rowan has made his way down there and hopefully ready to talk to 3 drivers.
Thanks, Matt. Yep, so we've got our top 3 drivers from Heat 1 of the 2022 Legends Championship with MRF tyres just getting out of their cars. First job for Miles Broadbent to do is to turn off the GoPro on the front and the back of the car. These not just film the footage, but they also are utilised for judicial processes if need be to monitor driving standards. There's a shake of the hand between Miles Broadbent and Will Gibson, who looks as pleased as punch with his efforts there, and rightly so, coming from 24th position on the grid. John Mickle is just taking out the ear defenders and is about to unstrap himself out of the quick steel car.
Okay, we are shortly getting back underway with the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Our next race on the programme here at Convoy in the Park 2022 at Donington Park. We caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier on today.
You had to work hard for that win. You were punching the air with delight.
So you're now second in the championship. Second or third. So we knocked off the top spot, but hoping to get back into performance today. Yeah. Now the bonnet's off here. Everything okay? This is just a general check.
Just routine checks, but everything looks fine so far.
Tell us a little bit about the championship, because a lot of people at home won't have seen this championship before, possibly. There's lots of classes. There's so many different cars, aren't there?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the championship, to be honest. It's you can almost run anything, as long as it was a road car at some point. But yeah, there's always someone to battle with, someone different every race, and yeah, it just keeps it interesting, a bit of variety, and some really nice cars out there.
We can't wait. Good luck.
Thank you.
And here we are then. Jamie Pryor, reigning champ, the pit lane again. Find Andy Southcott in the potentially the fastest MG midget in the country. Yes.
Yeah, probably agree with that. Mike Johnson, who built it, would probably agree with that as well.
I mean, it's a phenomenal car. Second in qualifying today. You've missed a couple of races, so you potentially could be right up there in the championship. So what's the reason just for missing those races previously?
I don't know, actually. We had a few problems with the engine on the car, so it's been in and out. overheating, and the wheel bearings are melting, so they're only literally lasting a race. So I've got to get those re-engineered. So, but yeah, apart from that, it's going all right, and this is a pretty good track for me here. So usually put some good times in.
Tell us a bit about the car, because we know from this class it's not always what it seems to be. So what part of this is a midget and what else is on there?
Okay, yeah, as I said, it's the back lights and the back end that's midget. The front end's off a Lenham, which was a body kit that they did for midgets. It's a space frame chassis. That's it really. It's got a Millington 2.7 engine in it. That's it really. So, you know, it's just, and all the other bit, it's just bits that you buy off the shelf really.
I mean, is it a labour of love? It looks like the most fun thing to drive in the world.
Yeah, it's fast and it's bloody, it's really quick, sorry. Yeah, it's really, really quick. But yeah, we get a few problems with the, we've had a few teething problems because I upgraded the engine. So yeah, you know, you've got to keep on top of the maintenance. But Mike's just had a shoulder operation, so he's not over this weekend, so I'm fending for myself. I think the sun's coming up in a minute, so.
Got the pliers in your hand right now. What are you up to right now? I think you're taking the bonnet off, aren't you?
Take the bonnet off and just check that there's no oil leaks. Yeah, and just give it a good look round, check the wheel nuts, fuel her up, and we're ready for the race.
Andy, thanks for letting us have a look. Best of luck for the race.
All right, Jane, thank you. Right.
Okay, good to hear from a couple of the front runners there in the championship. Reigning champion Jamie Cryer with his little Ginetta G20, and also Andy Southcott with the MG Midget Mod Sports. Mod Sports, a class from several years ago which featured those space frame sports cars. A little bit of sweeping up going on at the chicane at the moment before we bring on the cars for our next race. This will be 20 minutes plus 1 lap, so when the clock counts down to 0 after the 20 minutes, the last lap board will go out for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. The championship leader is number 94 John Wolfett. He races in Class B with his sports racing style Spire GTR sports car, and he has qualified on pole for this race, so looking for, I think, his 6th consecutive victory in the number 94, starting alongside the man we heard from, Andy Southcott, running in Class A in the number 175. Second row is number 123 Rick Wood, renowned classic saloon car collector. He's in his Holden Commodore, I believe, today, alongside number 6 Simon Alloway. He's in something very special indeed, his Lotus Esprit V8. It's a Lotus Esprit in body shape, but it's effectively a single-seater chassis with a 5-litre V8 powering it from the rear end underneath the body shell. That's something special indeed. Row 3, number 92, Stephen Riley in Class B. He's in a Caterham, alongside number 80, Richard Rudd. He's in the ex-Piers Grange space frame Ford Escort. Row 4, number 27, Gary Wardle. He's in a Seat Cupra TCR car, alongside number 8, Darren Owen, Deadly Daz as he's known. He's also in a space frame Escort. And then on the 5th row, number 30, Robert Wakelin, his modified Peugeot 205. And number 1, Jamie Cryer, who we just heard from the first of the Class E cars, some of the smaller cars. Row 6 is number 23, which is Richard Hall in Class B. He's in a Caterham, starting alongside number 56, Ian Bamber, the second of the Ginetta G20s. Row 7, number 16 of Ben Roberts. He's in a BMW, alongside Conor Modrow, number 7. He's in a Ginetta G40, the slightly bigger, more powerful Ginetta. Row 8 is number 87, David Green. He's in a Honda Civic, alongside 77, Stephen Parker with his BMW Compact, a regular in this series for many years. The 9th row, number 20, good to have James Auckland back out with his V8 engine Ford Capri running in Class A, alongside number 65, Colin Robinson. And he's in another of the space frame Escorts. The 10th row, number 75, Graham Smith, vastly experienced racer with his Mazda MX-5, starting as the first of the Class F cars, alongside 88 Tom Franklin. He's in Class B with a Renault 5 GT Turbo. The 11th row, 118 of Rick Walker. He's in a BMW Mini running in Class D, alongside 17 Alan Scott in Class B with a Mazda 323F. Row 12, Peter Kukulis with his Toyota MR2 Mark III Roadster, alongside 71 Dave Beecroft. Dave is the coordinator for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's in a Citroen Saxo. Row 13, number 67 of David Bird. He's in a Toyota MR2 Mark I, alongside Brian Allen, number 37. The Allen family at the back of the field. Brian in a Ford Puma. Helen is in her Ford Fiesta Zetec S. Helen a leading light in the British Women Racing Drivers Club. So a big field of cars out there. One car that withdrew after qualifying, unfortunately, number 45, Oliver Thomas, with his Subaru Impreza. He had problems in qualifying and will not be starting the race. This championship normally based up at Alton Park in Cheshire, and they're opening round there this year. They've been to Cadwell Park for a triple header as well. They've been to Croft up in the northeast as well. It was John Wolfett who won all 3 races. No, he won the first 2 races at Cadwell, sorry. We also saw Paul Dobson take a win there in his low-cost 7. Low-cost chassis with a Mazda RX-7 engine. He won the other race at Cadwell. Rick Wood had a win at Alton Park in one of his collection of classic saloons. Croft, it was a double win for John Wolfett. He's had a win at Alton Park as well as they make their way round to the grid. There's that massive Holden Commodore of Rick Wood, the ex-Garth Tander machine, run by the Holden Racing team in Australia. Just look at the variety we've got out there. 2 Ginettas there. There's Jamie Cryer in the red at number 1. Conor Modrow with the number 7, the Ginetta G40. 3 space frame Escorts, a Renault 5 GT Turbo, a Mazda MX-5, and that Mazda 323F. I think that is the Super Touring Mazda, the only one of its kind ever made. It never raced in period. It was built in 1993. It did race in the Toka Shootouts event here at Donington at the end of a season. I think it was 1994 when Slim Borger, the ex-truck racer and Formula 1 driver, drove it. It was due to race the following season in the BTCC, the 323F, but it never ran. And it's run in revival events ever since. I think that's the same car being campaigned here in Class B by Alan Scott. The Caterhams, that's number 23 Richard Hall, the black Caterham 420R. And on pole position it is John Wolfett, looking for his 6th win in a row in his Spire GTR sports car, so named because they're built in Chesterfield, home of the Crooked Spire. I've seen his brother Paul out in the championship as well with his Lotus Radical sports car chassis with a Lotus Esprit body shell on top. Simon Alloway in the special GT car, the Lotus Esprit with the 5-litre V8 engine in the back, effectively a Formula 5000 single-seater underneath. There's the Capri of James Auckland. Great to see the Auckland family back out. I remember they had a similarly beefy Rover P6 a few years ago. So John Wolfett will start alongside Andy Southcott in the MG Midget Lenham. I suspect we're going to see those two clear off in front. Depends what Rick Wood does in the Holden Commodore, because he only did a few laps in qualifying. I think he had a few problems in qualifying, but he did a time enough for 3rd place. Simon Alloway in the fast but fragile Lotus Esprit Special GT. There was a series called Donington GTs a few years ago as well, run here. Nice to see a Donington GT spec car out there. The 92 is the Caterham of Stephen Riley. Then we've got the 2 space frame Escorts, Richard Rudd in the ex-Piers Grange car, and Darren Owen, Deadly Daz, ex-short oval man. Very well versed in space frame hot rods and specials. Started off his career in Bangor Racing, that's where he got the nickname Deadly Daz. Off the outside in number 8. Gary Wardle with the TCR spec Seat Cupra. Rob Wakelin with that very green Peugeot 205. Jamie Cryer going for his 3rd consecutive championship this year. Currently sits 3rd in the points overall. It's John Wolfett who leads the points by 5 points ahead of Graham Smith in the Mazda MX-5, the leader of Class F, because all the classes combined together. We haven't got any Class C cars in this race, so just 5 classes to follow. Brian and Helen Allen at the back of the field in their Fords. And we saw this championship at Alton Park. You see Brian Allen's Puma unfortunately went up in smoke early on. This will be a 20-minute race plus 1 lap. Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't seem to have any live timing, so we'll follow this as best we can. It's getting one of the Escorts into line there, number 65, Colin Robinson, with his space frame Escort, the red and gold livery car there. That's the colours of Alan Mann Racing. It's John Wolfett, Andy Southcott and Rick Wood. They're going to be the contenders for victory, I think, here. We'll see what happens with Simon Alloway's Lotus Esprit as well. In the sunshine of Donington here at Convoy in the Park. The red lights are on. CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship is go. Peter Kukulas in the MR2 darts out further back to try and get down the inside. It's a decent start by Southcott in the Mod Sports Midgets, but John Wolfett will have the lead as they go into the first corner from pole position. Rick Ward in third place. Good start by Richard Rudd in the orange Escort, getting around the outside as we see the sheer variety that we have got further back. There's the Allens at the back of the field. Down the hill head the leaders then into the old hairpin. It's Wolfett from Southcott, Wood, Rudd. Then it's Simon Alloway ahead of Dazzo in. He's got ahead of Stephen Riley in the Caterham. And our apologies, we have no live timing here in the commentary box at the moment, so we'll follow the race as best we can, try and pick up the class leaders as and when I can. John Wolfett in Class B, he leads the way. The majority of the entries in Class B today. Up towards the top of the circuit at the moment, there's Rick Wood in the rumbling Holden Commodore. That's a Class D car. So 3 class leaders in the top 3 places. Andy Southcott second leading Class A. Richard Rudd is a Class A car as well for the quickest of the most modified cars, as is Simon Alloway, the number 6. They complete the first lap then with John Wolfett, man from North Yorkshire, in the lead in the number 94, chased by Andy Southcott. And you don't have to be based in the northwest to race in this championship. Andy Southcott from Southampton. It's a house building company. They're going clear already of Rick Ward in that huge Holden. It's not until you stand next to one of those big Aussie V8 supercars you realise just how huge they are. Rick Ward in third place. A drop into the old hairpin. Stephen Riley challenging Dazzo in. Then a gap back to Gary Wardle. Then we've got Jamie Cryer ahead of the Ginetta of Ian Bamber. The 2 Ginetta G20s running together. Wolfett who leads, about 3 or 4 car lengths clear of Andy Southcott. Through Coppice they go. Rick Wood leading Class D in third place. They head along the exhibition straight. Southcott is getting closer. He's having a look there as they go into the chicane. He's not close enough to attack this time. Richard Rudd still 4th ahead of that amazing Esprit clone of Simon Alloway. He's run with the special saloons and GTs in the past, as Southcott trying to make a move as they go into Redgates. Has he got ahead there? We'll wait and see. Wood in third place. And yes, Southcott is ahead as they head down the Craner curves. He's fairly pulling away here. It's Wolfett try and stay with him. Said these two would likely be the class of the field overall in this one. They're both leading their classes, so they'll both get a decent haul of points if they can finish first and second. Rick Wood leading Class D with 2 Class A cars, Rudd and Alloway. The exhibition straight they go then. Can John Wolfett make a move to retake the overall lead from Andy Southcott? No, you can see how quick that midget is in a straight line. The MG midget let him 2.3 litre engine under the bonnet. We've seen cars of that ilk in the Mod Sports series in years gone by. John Wolfett's something of a freelance club racer, as I call them, races wherever his Spire GTR is eligible to race. Same with Dazzo with his Escort. Saw him here in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship a few weeks ago. Rick Wood still in third. Pick up on the class battles further back when we can. It's fairly close for the lead overall at the moment. Riley is now ahead of Dazzo in further back as they come down the Craner curves, ahead of the Caterham, ahead of the Escorts. Rudd in 4th place overall. Alloway is 5th. Stephen Riley's Caterham in 6th position. Already they're lapping the slower markers. Brian Allen in the Ford Puma is lapped there. The 2 leaders are very close there as they head into the exhibition straight. Here's Dave Beecroft in the Citroen Saxon, ahead of Peter Kukulas in the MR2. Midfielders head down the Praga curves. There's that Ford Capri of James Auckland. The Renault 5 GT Turbo, a rare car these days, of Thomas Franklin. He's got Graham Smith behind him. He'll be leading Class F almost certainly in the Mazda MX-5. He raced Caterhams for many years, has done a fair bit of historic racing as well. The Renault, Mazda behind. I'll tell you where they are overall in the lineup. Apologies, because we've currently got no timing. There's the number 67 out of the race. That's David Bird's Mark 1 Toyota MR2, the angular 80s sports car. That's gone up in a cloud of steam by the look of things. Around 15 minutes of this race to go. Rob Wakelin putting the 56 of Ian Bamber under pressure there, the Ginetta Peugeot 205 on its tail, and here comes Rick Wood down the straight there. Holden rumbles past Dave Beecroft. Here are the leaders. John Wolfett back in the lead ahead of Andy Southcott. They're lapping the BMW Mini there. Blue flag being shown to it by the marshals. That's Rick Walker a lap down. There may be variety in this field, but it does make for sizable speed differentials between the classes. John Wolfett now pulling away from Andy Southcott. They nearly stumbled over each other when lapping back markers up on the exhibition straight. That's where the lead changed. There's Wood in third place. I would imagine these two are going to lap the majority of the field. See, Southcott has dropped back quite considerably from John Wolfett now. The Yorkshireman laps Graham Smith's MX-5. Southcott's got the straight line speed advantage though, trying to close back up there down the exhibition straight. In the background there we can see Simon Alloway has got ahead of Richard Rudd. That's into fourth place. So the Lotus up ahead of the Escort now. Lotus in body shape for Simon Alloway. Wood on his own in third in the big Holden. He's raced everything from Ford Capris, and talking of Ford Capris, James Auckland's had a spin in his coming out of the old hairpin, rejoins just behind the leader. So Auckland continues on 3.9 litres under the bonnet of that Capri. Who's going to come through in fourth place? You can see how strung out the midfield is now. Just lap traffic behind the leaders, really. We head along the exhibition straights. I think coming up to lap Stephen Parker's BMW Compact. First time we've seen that car out this year. And the Escort of Colin Robinson is in there as well, number 65. The Alan Mann Racing lookalike in the red and gold. Our timing screen has woken up again. That's good to see. 7 laps completed. It's just over 11 minutes plus 1 lap to go. The Honda Civic being lapped in there of David Green. The lead gap is just under 1.5 seconds. Wolfett over Southcott. Who's leading the classes? Let's have a look further back. It's Jamie Cryer as expected leading Class E. Rick Wood. We said Rick Wood was leading Class D. He was down in Class D on the entry list and the grid sheet, but he's now listed on the timing screen as Class A. So who's that put into the lead of Class D then? Somebody a lot further back. Rick Walker in the BMW Mini is leading Class D. That'll be because he was originally listed as driving his Skyline, wasn't he? The Renault has pulled into the pits of Tom Franklin. Renault 5 GT Turbo. Class F is being led by Graham Smith, Class E by Cryer, Class A by Southcott, Class B by our overall race leader. Here is John Wolfett lapping the number 16, beautiful BMW E30 of Ben Roberts. Rick Wood is up into second place as Andy Southcott's had a problem. Yes, he's pulling into the pits. Andy Southcott in the midget Lenham has pulled into the pits, so the main challenger for John Wolfett has met his demise. Unfortunately, he's in the pits. Problems for the Mod Sports midget. There he is. I would imagine he's going into the paddock to retire. So it's Rick Wood in second place. He's 8 seconds down on the race leader, John Wolfett. Southcott's got the fastest lap of the race though, 1:11.305. It's Alloway in 4th, then Rudd, Stephen Riley, Daz Owen still there in 7th place, 8th is Gary Wardle's Seat. This is the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th place, and we've had a change for the lead in Class E, look, because the 56 of Bamber has got through. Ian Bamber leads Class E in the white Ginetta ahead of the red Example. And then we've got Rob Wakelin's Peugeot 205 behind Jamie Cryer. Then it's the Mazda of number 17, Alan Scott. And there's our leader of John Wolfett. Peter Kukulas being lapped there in the MR2. This is the battle for the lead in Class E. The two Ginetta G20s. Back in the 90s, it was a one-make series run briefly for them. Ian Bamber from Preston leads fellow Lancastrian Jamie Cryer, the reigning champion. They've got Rob Wakelin from Derbyshire in the Peugeot 205 on their tails. Lead gap is up to nearly 10 seconds now. John Wolfett rather pulling away by almost 2 seconds a lap. As to the inside goes Wakelin. This is the last thing Jamie Cryer wants, another car in between him and the class leader, because Jamie Cryer is going for his 3rd consecutive overall title in that red number 1 Ginetta. And he's only 3rd in the points at the moment, behind John Wolfett and Graham Smith. Graham still leading Class F in his MX-5 ahead of Dave Beecroft in the Saxo. There is Beecroft being lapped. Saw a fair bit of chaos from the junior saloon cars. And the BMW of Ben Roberts has pulled over. Fancy meeting you here, says David Bird in the MR2. There's Daz Owen. Look at the size of the wing on that space frame RSR Escort of number 8's Deadly Daz. Him race for many years at my local short oval, Hensford Hills Raceway. Daz based just down the road from there. Runs a scrap metal business. Race bangers for many years, also hot rods on the short oval before moving to rallycross and then onto the circuits. There's the Caterham of Stephen Riley, past David Green's Honda Civic. Green 14th. Alloway is now in 3rd place, and a bit of bodywork goes flying there. Didn't see who that belonged to. Told that's come off Conor Modrow, number 7, the Ginetta G40. Hope he picks that up at the end of the race. So the lead gap is up to nearly 9 seconds now between Wolfett and Wood. See that again there. Watch for Conor Modrow, the number 7. What has come off? Rear under tray coming flying out of the Ginetta. We saw that yesterday in the British Endurance Championship race. Chris Goddard's Ferrari lost its rear diffuser. Now, has the gap come down this time? It's 8.1 seconds now, because John Wolfett's busy dealing with back markers. That's why he's got Ian Bamber's Ginetta ahead of him. He's still leading Class E ahead of the number 1 of Jamie Cryer. Rob Wakelin's Peugeot in behind them. Here's Deadly Daz, 6th place in his Escort. His son James will be joining him on track soon, we're told, as well. We'll see them both out in that Escort. Daz has got a few race cars in his stable in Staffordshire. There's Richard Rudd in the other space frame Escort, the ex-Piers Grange version, in 4th place. He's about 9 seconds down on Simon Alloway in the Lotus Special GT Esprit. Stephen Riley's Caterham is 5th, then it's Owen 6th. Gary Wardle's TCR car is 7th. He's had a variety of cars in this championship in the past, the likes of Porsche, BMW Mini as well, and a Ginetta. Well, here's John Wolfett. leading by just over 8 seconds with 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Lapping Graham Smith in the Mazda MX-5, the Class F leader. It's his 12th lap of the race. There's the battle in the background, still Ian Bamber leading Class E. Here comes Rick Wood. He's got the gap down to 6.8 seconds now, so that Holden is starting to lap quicker. Get out of the way, he says to Rob Wakelin in the Peugeot 205. Goes round the outside of... they haven't seen the Holden there, the two battlers ahead of him. I don't know how, because it's big enough. But still Jamie Cryer's not giving way. Proving that little Ginetta is the match for the big V8 supercar. Having their own scrap, these two, the number 1 and the number 30. Jamie Cryer gets past Graham Smith. My red sports car's quicker than yours, he says to Graham Smith. And now Rick Wood has finally got through them. He lost a bit of time there to John Wolfett, though, getting the big Holden past Jamie Cryer and Rob Wakelin. And Graham Smith as well, of course, in the MX-5. Now he's going for Ian Bamber, the Class E leader. Ian Bamber currently joint 4th in the points with Rick Walker and Guy Carter, who's not here this weekend, normally races a TVR Tuscan. Wakelin fights back in that Peugeot 205. Looks like a national hot rod of the 1990s. Oh, the Mazda's in the pits. Alan Scott's Mazda 323 touring car. Steadily does. Still there in 6th place, but quite a way behind Stephen Riley in the Caterham now. John Wolfett has lapped Gary Warden, so he's lapped everybody up to 7th place now. There goes Wolfett. Been a regular winner in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship as well, based at Croft, administered by the Darlington and District Motor Club this season. CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, he is leading the championship. Looking for his 6th straight win. There's Gary Wardle in his TCR touring car, the Seat Cupra. Saw several of those in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. Oh, and one of the escorts in trouble there coming out of the chicane. That's Colin Robinson in the Mark 1 escort, has run wide, the Alan Mann Racing lookalike. It's back on. James Auckland breezes past. Richard Rudd battling with Stephen Riley. This is for 4th place. Riley has caught Richard Rudd's escorts. It's Dave Beecroft showing his charges, how it's done after that bit of chaos earlier on in the junior saloons. We'll see them back out for race 2 later. Hopefully some of the damaged cars will have been repaired. I don't think race 1 is going to be rerun, which if so would be a win for Jensen Bell, the 871. Pick up on that later on though, because 23 there of Richard Hall in his Caterham gets past Beecroft. Kukulas in the MR2 behind them. Well, Wolfett still leads Class B. It's Wood leading Class A because of the change of car and class from the entry list. Ian Bamber Class E. Rick Walker still leading Class D, the only car running, and Graham Smith Class F in the MX-5. Oh, a tangle there, that's Rob Wakelin, and is that Jamie Cryer in the dust cloud there? They've tangled coming out of the old hairpin. There's the Peugeot. Let's have a look what's happened there. Rob Wakelin behind Jamie Cryer, the reigning champion, who gets a little bit sideways, spins out, look out Rob Wakelin, wallop. Nothing Rob Wakelin could do there. Smashes into the spinning car, and that could be damaging, not just to the car, but to Jamie Cryer's hopes of retaining his championship. Rob Wakelin battling on in his battered Peugeot. Richard Rudd gets past him. Now, where is he in relation to the Caterham of Stephen Riley? I would imagine Riley's got ahead of him. There's John Wolfett still leading the way by 9 seconds ahead of Rick Wood. They're 20 seconds clear of everyone else. There's only, I think, 6 cars on the lead lap now. The dust clearing from the incident down there. Now, has Jamie Cryer been able to keep going and at least pick up some championship points? Here's a couple of our saloon racers further back. David Green. Oh, there's Cryer. Look at the state of the front of his Ginetta. There's only less than a minute on the clock, plus the last lap. He's not going to be able to keep going, though. Now, a retirement for Jamie Cryer. That's going to cause him issues in the championship. There's the Mazda. The only one of its kind ever built as a touring car. Team Magic, initially scheduled to run it in the 90s. There's Simon Alloway, he's ahead of Ian Bamber, so Ian Bamber's going to win the class in 8th place overall because Jamie Cryer not able to continue. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock, so with the last lap board out next time around for John Wolfett. But in fact, Rick Wood has got the gap down to 6.9 seconds. I don't think he's going to catch John Wolfett. He's trying his hardest to close down the spire. There it is, coming through the old hairpin. 16 laps completed. Where is Rick Wood? There he is. Coming up on Dave Beecroft, David Green and Stephen Parker. Will be another race at the end of the programme for these cars. Grid based on the second fastest times from qualifying. Hopefully they'll make it back out. There's Rick Walker, just needs to keep going in his BMW Mini to win the class. John Wolfett into the exhibition straight. He'll get the 1 lap to go signal this time. 6.9 seconds was the gap last time through, so Rick Wood able to close in slightly. The chicane goes the sports racer of John Wolfett. 1 lap to go. Let's see what his gap is back to Rick Wood this time through. He's pit lane exit there to take the line. 8.1 seconds, so he's pulled away again. There's Richard Rudd. He's in 5th place. He's got Rob Wakelin behind him. Rejoined in 9th place and 4th in class after that spin. Conor Modrow in the Ginetta. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, still with Andy Southcott, who retired earlier on. Conor Modrow could steal 9th place here, and 4th in class from Rob Wakelin. They are in the same category. Richard Rudd, a Class A escort. Daz Owens is in Class B. He's 6th overall, 3rd in the class. Any words out, Dave? Simon Alloway in a lonely 3rd overall in the Lotus Esprit. Here comes John Wolfett then. He'll be coming through shortly to take the checkered flag. Just behind Daz Owen there in the background. John Wolfett comes in to take the flag, wins the first race of the day for the Northwest Sports and Saloon, sponsored by CNC Cylinder Heads. Rick Wood home in 2nd, 6.2 seconds down in the Holden Commodore. Simon Alloway will take 3rd in his Lotus Esprit. He'll be 2nd in Class A. Rick Wood, the winner of Class A. Wolfett wins Class B. That's his 6th win in succession. It'll be Stephen Riley, 4th and 2nd in Class B in the Caterham. Only kicking up the dust there, I think it was Colin Robinson in the Escort. He's had a bit of a fraught race. Lovely looking car though. The Allens cross the line together, Helen and Brian. Who gets the bragging rights? Helen finishes half a second ahead of Brian in the Puma. Stephen Riley 4th, and Ian Bamber celebrates the victory in Class E in the Ginetta in 8th overall. With Jamie Cryer having retired. That's a rare retirement for the champion Jamie Cryer. Alan Scott will make it home in the Mazda. Richard Rudd will take 5th overall. Daz Owen will be the last man on the lead lap, and it's a photo finish between Conor Modrow and Rob Wakelin. That's for position. Wakelin got there by 1/100th of a second. Owen 6th, Gary Wardle's already crossed the line in 7th. Confirm the provisional result then. It'll be a win for John Wolfett, 6 wins in a row in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, also supported by Car Service Packs and Himo & Son. Wolfett the winner by 6.2 seconds, ahead of Class A winner Rick Wood. Simon Alloway taking 3rd, ahead of Stephen Riley's Caterham. Richard Rudd and Daz Owen in the Escorts, the only other 2 cars on the lead lap. Gary Wardle taking 7th. Ian Bamber overjoyed with his Class E win in 8th place. Then Rob Wakelin just beat Conor Modrow in a photo finish for 9th. Richard Hall's Caterham was next, ahead of Stephen Parker. Then David Green in his Honda Civic, James Auckland in the Capri, and Colin Robinson, despite a couple of off-track excursions in his Escorts. Behind them we had Graham Smith, he won Class F in the Mazda MX-5. Rick Walker won Class D in the BMW Mini. Then we had Dave Beecroft Peter Kakulas, Helen and Brian Allen, and after a pit visit, Alan Scott's the final finisher. We lost Jamie Cryer after that tangle with Rob Wakelin. Southcott pulled into the pits while fighting for the lead early on. We also lost the BMW of Ben Roberts. Tom Franklin's Renault 5 into the pits, and of course we lost David Bird early on in the MR2 as well. Well, hopefully we can hear from some of the drivers down in Parc Fermé with Ewan soon. We'll be into a lunch break next up. That's for about half an hour or so. And then hopefully our next truck race, race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship.
And very shortly to have a chat with us as well, just waiting for John Wolfett to jump out to the spire, which is fairly easy. It's just got to jump through the top of it, no doors to get through, so John will very shortly join us as well. John Hutchinson down here with some caps to present to the drivers for the BARC caps to be awarded third, second and third. And here comes John now in what are dark blue skies overhead, so hopefully that's not going to bring any rain for the rest of the afternoon. I'm sure it won't. John, well done. Another win for you this year. That was a cracking race. I think you had an early batter going on, didn't you, with Andy Southcott, and then unfortunately he retired from the race.
Yeah, Andy got me off the start. I got everything off the start, and he got me down the straight with a good couple lap battles, and I was expecting him to still be there, and I looked, and he just dropped back, so I'm guessing he must have had a problem.
Yeah, he pulled into the pit lane, unfortunately, but after that point you kind of maintained the gap. Rick wasn't really in your mirrors too much, was he?
Yeah, that was it.
There'll be a short breakdown just to give our marshals a chance for a break from their post.
Yeah, I think it's 6 wins for you now.
Thanks again to all the marshals and other volunteer officials for their service. We could not put this meeting on without them. And it'll be another 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship, followed by the Praga Cup, their second race of the weekend. First race yesterday won by Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy Much, but their car, I can tell you, had some problems in qualifying this morning, so we'll wait to see if their car will make it out for race 2 of the Praga Cup UK.
Temperatures are okay and everything's working as it should be.
Yeah, it's just kind of settled in. It's built for 6.5 hour races on the back there, so you can just carry on at that pace.
After that, we've got the junior saloon cars in hopefully some repaired cars. Jensen Bell declared the winner after one lap in race 1, his first win in the championship. He'll be back out later on. Then it's pickup trucks, British Truck Racing Championship finale, and CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons to round off the programme. Shortly we'll be down in Parc Fermé with Ewan Dunlop to talk to our drivers from our first race for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons.
Now we did see on the entry we were meant to see the Skyline. Why have you chosen this car instead this weekend?
The Skyline is sat at home ready to go for Silverstone Classic next weekend. I didn't want to tempt fate. That's a Class D car, this is the Class D car stroke A. So I didn't want to risk it for next weekend.
It's nice to have the choice though, what to bring.
It's amazing.
Okay, let's head down to Parc Fermé then. Ewan is ready to chat to some of our drivers.
Don't give us the choice because all these spectators here this weekend would love to jump.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you very much. Now, just before we get speaking to our drivers, Alan, just pan, have a look at how often are you going to see 3 cars like this? 1, 2, 3 step of the podium. It is absolutely sensational just to be around these vehicles. We'll come and speak to John Fulfit, our winner in class and winner of the race. John, can we have a chat?
Yeah.
Great racing, mate.
Yeah. Excellent first few laps with Andy Southcott. Really enjoyed that, but unfortunately I think he pulled into the pits. I got him off the start, he got me, I got him back, and he was there or thereabouts behind me, and then I just looked in mirrors once and he'd gone, so I was like, ugh.
How difficult is traffic in this race? Because you seem to be so far ahead, you almost lapped everybody.
Yeah, traffic is, it was a lot more difficult when Andrew was behind me, but when you get a bit of a gap, as I say, you can just manage it. So.
And car performed well?
Yeah, car, we've played back with the actuator, so the gears work better. I'm still having to clutch 6, but all the other gears work, so a lot better this time.
Fantastic. Congratulations on your win. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Well done. Let's go speak to our second place finisher. Congratulations. Enjoyable race?
Yeah, it was. I was a bit lonely out there, but it was just a bit too far in front. A bit of traffic got in the way, and I couldn't quite get there. But yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's not the most greatest race to watch because the cars are so differently capable. Yeah. What's it like being in a race like that? Because, like you say, you're on your own for a long at the time.
It was a bit of a lonely race. I do prefer, cars all the way around me, but I get the chance to drive this car, and
it's an absolute beast, isn't it? Just have a look at it. It is an absolute monster. Tell us a little bit about it.
It's a 2008 car, so went to Bathurst in 2008 up to 2011. It's the last of the proper V8 supercars, so that's with a proper gearbox in the front before they went to the car of the future and the space frame. So I bought it because it's eligible for many things in this country, and just you know, when you've driven one, you really understand how much fun it is in a saloon car you can have.
We appreciate you bringing it. Thanks for letting us have a look and watching it race.
You're welcome.
We'll see you later. Well done. And finally, just again, these vehicles, absolutely unbelievable. Simon, congratulations. Third place. How was it for you?
I feel a lot better now. I've had a few minutes to kind of get my breath back, but yeah, that was proper good fun. Yeah, I mean the scrap with Richard in the escort down through Craner curves, that was proper good fun. He weren't for giving up nose eye. It was it was exciting stuff.
Can you tell us a bit about the vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, I bought an Esprit Special back in '89 and I raced that through to 2013. But in 2013 I had to scrap it because all the chassis had cracked. So I built this one, you know, exactly how I wanted it. But so it's a space frame car. I've designed the space frame myself. The suspension's off a Lola T800 Indy car that I managed to get hold of at a good price with all the brakes. And then the engine's out of a Daytona Sport prototype from the States. And this is my small engine, this one. My 5.5 litre one's gone poorly at the moment, so this is the small 5 litre one. So yeah, I'll be glad when I've got the extra torque with a 5.5 back in it. But till now, it's still good fun.
Bit of extra 5 to 5.5. That's a ridiculous thing to say. It sounds unbelievable, doesn't it?
It's from 500 to 580 horsepower.
Now, all of these cars, or a lot of them, like labours of love. You build them yourselves, and it's almost like make what you want. Out there, although it's competitive, it's very respectful too, isn't it? Because everybody wants to come home safely.
Yes, yeah. I mean, like you know, the first corner, we all gave each other enough room, you know, and down Craner with Richard, you know, we both left each other enough room not to push either off, you know, and you know, showing respect for folk when you're lapping them, you know, we're all having a good race. So.
And hopefully see you at more races because you've missed a couple of rounds, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I had engine problems start of the year, but fingers crossed, everything seems to be good now. Yeah, I got Anglesey in a few weeks' time and another Donington with Classic Sports Car Club. And then probably a Silverstone as well to round my year off. So
again, like we've said to the guys, we really appreciate you bringing these cars down and racing them for us.
Yeah, I know. I love doing it.
Thank you very much. Right, wow, we go to a lunch break now. So it might be a shortened lunch break due to the bit of incidents we had in our first couple of races of the day. But Dave Goddard will bring you up to speed, and then coming up, more truck racing action, more Pragas, and more of our CNCs later today too, as long as the Junior Saloon. So loads more coming up for the rest of our Sunday. But for the time being, back to Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. So a lunch break of just under half an hour now. Slight delays earlier on, shortening the lunch break by about 15 minutes. But so we're back underway at around 1:45 this afternoon with our next race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Race 4 sponsored by GT Tyre UK. That's followed by the Praga Cup. Then we'll have the second Junior Saloon Car race, the pickup trucks for their second race. Then the final truck race of the weekend, sponsored by Taylor's Transport. And then the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, the cars we've just seen, close out the programme. So a break of about 20 or so minutes then, and we're back underway soon. a few minutes' time we should be back underway here on BARC TV at Convoy in the Park 2022 at Donington Park, with race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. This race sponsored by GT Tyre UK, the official tyre partners for British Truck Racing in 2022. Before we get this race underway, Pointy's been busy down in the paddock. We've managed to drag him off the fairground rides and he's been talking to a few of the drivers.
So welcome back to Donington Park, where we've just managed to catch up with a returning face actually to British Truck Racing. Paul Rivett, how you doing, bud? Let me shake your hand. You've been away for a while. Have you been completely out of truck racing, or have you just been racing somewhere else?
So I've been doing a bit of British touring car racing. Did a couple of rounds last year and a couple of rounds the year before. Been racing a bit of Fun Cup with my friend Alex. Unfortunately, when COVID hit originally, it meant we couldn't come truck racing because of personal situations. But we wanted to be on the grid for the whole year this year. But just shows how popular truck racing is, because it's a full grid. But an extra 2 trucks here, so we're out, with Napa on board, and we're having a great time so far. I mean, we've just finished the first race today. And that was just what I remember truck racing to be like when I was here a couple of years ago. Great fun, close racing. Unfortunately, we're a little bit down on power. The first time we've driven this truck was on testing on Thursday here. We had a few handling issues that we've pretty much sorted out now, and feel really good and confident with it through the corners. But we do need to make this Napa truck just a little bit faster in a straight line for our next outing.
I mean, this is the issue you obviously have. I mean, as you mentioned, the championship was instantly almost sold. It's to a this year, wasn't it? People are struggling to get involved, and a lot of the teams here, of course, have had several race meetings already to tweak their trucks and make them really run. But you've, of course, landed fresh. You've had one day of playing around with it, so it's obviously not going to be at its best. But it's great that you're still optimistic about it. Napa are actually sponsoring the race for us this afternoon. It's this first race of the day. I mean, have they made a difference, Napa truck? Have they been really helping you get the truck out on circuit?
Yeah, I mean, this is all about Napa, this weekend. It's just so fantastic to have them on board. Anybody that needs parts out there, whether it be cars, trucks, whatever you need, you need to get onto Napa, and that's your place to go now.
Shameless plug there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, they deserve it. They're sponsoring the race. We're going to talk about them a bit. Well, Paul, look, it's been fantastic to catch up with you. Thank you very much for joining us, and welcome back to British Truck Racing, sir.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure. I'm loving it. I've been smiling since I've been here, and you won't wipe this smile off my face for at least a month after this either.
They are the big kids' toy of choice. Thanks very much, Paul. Right then, let's go see who else. With John Powell. I mean, essentially, you'll be watching this before the next race today, but this is fresh from your first place win this morning here at Donington Park. Now, you were just telling me you had a bit of technical difficulty yesterday.
Yeah, well, it got out in the first race, and then we pulled it in here, and basically, done a lot of damage inside the engine. So it's these lads here, so it's Dal, Richard, Rafi, and myself spent the whole night underneath it with a full engine rebuild, pistons, liners, and everything. So I'm well impressed with it, but I was going to go off the back of the start and just bed it in, and then I just thought, let's just see what.
To just go for it.
Well, we are actually here to race, believe it or not.
I know, I've heard that rumour. Yeah.
So no, but I'm quite impressed with the. There ain't even a leak out of it or anything. The guys' workmanship second to none. With brilliant team, brilliant, fantastic.
I mean, it's important to mention as well, because truck racing, yes, although the drivers are there on the track, there would be very little truck to race with without the amazing support team behind them. Just get a shot of these guys over here, Keys. Not the entire team, of course, but lots of great support, and over here as well.
Crouch recovery as well for standing by all night to lift the head back on. So
you need a good crane handy when you're doing big engine works here at truck racing. Well, it's fantastic that you managed to make a result stick this morning. Good luck in the upcoming 2 races left this weekend. Fingers crossed the old girl's got it left in her, right?
Oh, I'm sure it has.
John Powell, thank you very much. We'll catch up with you later on. That's it from here in Park Ferme now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can't find some more racing action.
Okay, trucks on the grid then, ready for race number 4. Thanks so much there to Pointy. Race number 4 of the weekend with the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid set by race 2 yesterday. Top 8 in each division reversed. It's Craig Reed, number 68, who will be on pole alongside the 12 of Michael Oliver, because number 3 Stephen Powell has withdrawn after his crash in the first race today earlier on. Second row, therefore, will be Mark Taylor and John Newell, number 81 and 18. The third row is 69 David Jenkins, number 7 Stuart Oliver. And the fourth row, 86 Tom O'Rourke and 95 Ricky Collins, because Simon Reed has also withdrawn after that tangle into the barriers in the first race earlier on today. So no 89, no number 3. The fifth row is still number 41 Simon Cole and 92 Simon Faulkner. And Ryan Smith, number 1, starts from the back of Division 1. He failed to finish in the second race yesterday with a technical problem, so he has to start from the back of Division 1. Then we move on to Division 2. Number 10 Craig Evans and 32 Jock Borthwick head up Division 2 ahead of number 22 Paul Rivette, who we just heard from in the Napa truck, and number 14 John Bowler. 6 John Powell, the winner earlier on today, and 16 Brad Smith. And 42 Luke Garrett starts alongside number 5 Adam Bint. He missed the second race yesterday with some problems, so he's back out from the rear of the grid. So a couple of absentees this one. No Simon Reed, who won in race 2 yesterday. Stephen Powell, number 3, their truck's sadly too badly damaged to be repaired for this one. Watch for Ryan Smith coming through from the back of Division 1 in this race, sponsored by GT Tyre UK, the official tyre partner for the British Truck Racing Championship in 2022. All the entrants are running race-tuned V1 global competition truck tyres this season. GT offer a complete range of quality tyres. Based in Singapore, the company exports to more than 130 countries around the world, ranked among the world's biggest tyre companies. Thanks to them for their support of truck racing in the UK. Let's get ready to burn some GT tyre rubber. Craig Evans leads Division 2. There's Adam Bint. There's Paul Rivette. There's John Powell. Now there's Luke Garrett. I thought we were missing him for a second then. They've got going in the wrong order. Craig Reed on pole then, looking to match his brother's win yesterday. Simon Cole in the pink and white number 41 MAN. Jock Borthwick looking for a better run this time. He's been off the pace this weekend, looking to close on Luke Garrett in the Division 2 points. Reed alongside Michael Oliver. Mark Taylor up there looking for his first win of the season. David Jenkins, a winner earlier on today in Division 1. Martin Gibson, I know, does a lot of tyre testing and development work for GT tyres. Not racing trucks this year, focusing his efforts on car racing with the Fun Cup Endurance Series. Start to form up then, behind the pace truck. How long is it going to take Ryan Smith to try and come through from the back of Division 1? Race 4 of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park 2022. The British Truck Racing Championship, sponsored by GT Tyre. It's the GT Tyre liveried truck of number 12 Michael Oliver on the front row alongside the Reed Freight 6080 Vico of Craig Reed, upholding family honour with Simon out with damage. Thankfully he is okay. David Jenkins is well placed. Craig Evans and Jock Borthwick head Division 2. Here we go then, the DAF pace truck leads them round. Power about to be unleashed. It's 13,000 cc engines. The revs are up, we're ready to rumble once again. Red lights go out now and we're underway. Good start by David Jenkins, trying to squeeze down the inside two wheels on the grass for him. Craig Reed still side by side with Michael Oliver as they head into the first turn. Ryan Smith's already made up a couple of places. Further back it's Craig Reed who has the lead. John Newell will go through into second place on the inside. Michael Oliver and his dad Stuart being hung out to dry around the outside. Ryan Smith cutting to the inside, trying to attack. I think that's Mark Taylor, and Stuart Oliver goes off, wallop straight into the barrier. Big accident for Stuart Oliver. 4 into 1 did not go there. The entire barrier is down. I'm almost certain that's going to be a red flag. Big incident there for Stuart Oliver. Let's try and have another look at that. Mark Taylor leaned on Michael Oliver and it was Stuart who ran out of room on the outside. The truck slams into the tyre barrier. Big impact there. Let's hope Stuart Oliver's okay. But that's almost certainly going to be a red flag. The state of Stuart Oliver's truck, that is almost certainly the end of his weekend. We'll drop him further back behind Ryan Smith in the points. The race still going on at the moment. They're up at Coppice Corner. Everybody else is still going. Ryan Smith's been able to make good progress up the order. He's up to about 4th place, but yes, the red flag is coming out. Look at the state of Stuart Oliver's Volvo. Craig Reed was leading from John Newell. Ryan Smith had just come through into 3rd place. The red flag is out. They just ran out of room there on the outside, coming into the top of the Craner curves. Mark Taylor slid wide, clipped Michael Oliver. That sent him into Stuart Oliver. And we saw how Stuart ended up. We hope he's okay. Yes, he's out of the truck. He's all right. Surveying the damage to that Volvo. That is definitely the end of Stuart Oliver's weekend. And we hope that that's not the end of his season, because that truck is wrecked.
Yeah, red flags coming out, which is an enormous shame. It looks as though it's quite hefty frontal damage to that truck. The bonnet is ripped off, but from the angle that we're looking at, can't really tell the extent of the damage, how much of that is cosmetic and how much of it is fundamental.
Stuart Oliver takes his helmet and balaclava off in disgust. Well, we'll obviously face quite a delay for the clean-up there. The tyre wall will have to be rebuilt, but British Motorsport Marshals are the best in the world, and it won't take them long to have that rebuilt, I'm sure. Trucks will be pulled up on the grid for a restart. The race will be restarted because we're only on the opening lap. Just wait to see how the grid is going to form up, because if they line up in the order that they were in when the race was stopped, Ryan Smith got struck lucky because he gained a few places there.
So that is our first red flag, I think, of the weekend, isn't it, for trucks? They've largely been...
So they're starting to form up on the grid. Just got to wait for the marshals to confirm where they are lining up. Everybody else has survived that, with the exception of the Stuart Oliver truck. Ricky Collins showing with a yellow triangle icon, which means missing on the timing screen, but I saw him there on the grid. Stuart Oliver does appear to be okay, that's the main thing. See it again. They came into the top of the Craner curves. 3 into 1 on the outside didn't go, and whop. Big shunt for Stuart Oliver. Looks as though the front axle was broken there. A lot of bodywork damage, the radiator damaged as well. Tyre wall extensively damaged, but thankfully not the barrier behind it. Tyre wall did its job there, absorbing the impact. Now the marshals are pulling trucks back into line on the grid, and it looks as though Ryan Smith is further back, so I think Ryan Smith is going to be starting from the back again. We're going with the original grid order, so we'll wait and see what's going to happen here, whether the grid is going to go back to the original lineup. The crouch recovery vehicle is on its way. Looks impressive, doesn't it, the Volvo? To recover another Volvo, the Volvo VNL of Stuart Oliver.
3:30, we've got the truck drifting going on. You know when that happens because you can see all the white smoke in the distance from our commentary box. And if you haven't seen one as yet, 4 o'clock, so that's in 2 hours' time, Caravan Smash going on in the live action arena. So I do encourage you to go to all of those.
To see how the clear up goes. Stuart Oliver will, as a precaution, just head to the medical centre for a checkup. It's quite an impact he took there. He's okay. You can see him stood there centre left.
The truck and also all the tyres to replace, so I think it might be a reasonably long delay.
And now the clear up begins. Great shame for the race sponsor GT Tyre. Soon we will be back underway. We'll see the clear up operation take place. Here in race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park. Main thing is Stuart Oliver appears to be okay. Maybe able to hear in the background there the RX 150 Rallycross buggies that are some of the vehicles that have got being demonstrated here today. It's over behind Redgate Corner. Now we see the tyre wall being put back into place with the telehandlers. And then the big recovery truck is going to come in to tow away Stuart Oliver's race truck. Lovely lineup of show trucks there in the background. That's HD Ricketts bulk haulage. Some nice old trucks there that have been used to transport the fairground. We saw a glimpse of those when Pointy was playing around on the fair rides earlier on with you. And lovely old Fodens they've got. Fairgrounds and circuses do tend to keep their classic trucks running, and of course if they're driven on a showman's licence they don't have to have a tachograph. All the fun of the fair continuing on the infield there. I've resisted to go on the Dodgem cars so far. Sadly a few trucks playing Dodgems there, which ended up with Stuart Oliver in the barriers. The grid back into line, just about. There's one of those old Fodens we mentioned, just on the right there. Tyre wall being put back into place. The marshals will check for any fluids on the road. I don't think there will be because the truck had already gone off onto the grass. Bodywork will be cleared away and then the truck will be towed back into the paddock. Ice cream, anyone? Yes, please. It's quite a warm day, if a bit blustery here at Donington today. To answer Pointy's question about ice creams earlier on, I think my pick would be a Cornetto. Plenty of other displays going on here at Donington. We've got the Caravan Demolition Derby that we had last year. That's going to be repeated at the end of the programme. Drifting displays. Tractor pulling as well. Most spectators just opting to relax with an ice cream or a cold drink and enjoy the sunshine. So back underway as soon as we can then with the fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. This race sponsored by GT Tyre UK. It's the GT Tyre sponsored truck of Stuart Oliver. That ended up in the barriers. The driver's okay, but a fair amount of clear up needed. Still under the red flags here at Donington Park, here at Convoy in the park. It's a convoy of recovery vehicles at the moment for Stuart Oliver. A demonstration for the fans on how the marshals and recovery crews do their job. See sections of tyre wall being brought in there to replace those damaged. Hopefully that's mainly cosmetic damage on the Volvo, because the next round at Snetterton is only around a month away. Trucks waiting patiently on the grid. There's Adam Bint's team with the Volvo. Brad Smith, the Unity Recovery number 16 truck in front of them. Adam Bint at the back for this one, for the grid for this race, because he missed race 2 yesterday, which set the grid for this one. It's John Bowler, the hand-painted Union flag livery truck, painted by Paintmaster. Lovely to look at, isn't it? And there's Ryan Smith, who's had to go back to the back by the look of things of the Division 1 grid, the original grid I think being used. So it'll be Craig Reed and Michael Oliver on the front row. As we say, we've lost 2 Division 1 trucks already. No Simon Reed or Stephen Powell with damage from earlier on. As out come more tyres. Looks like some great creation off Robot Wars, doesn't it? It's a telehandler with its arm raised like that. I said we're next to East Midlands Airport, plenty of aircraft around. That's one of the smaller ones we've seen today. Lovely clear sky for plane watching as well.
apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. The team organised by BARC, whether it be the sweepers, the marshals, the recovery crews, the circuit staff, all busy still dealing with the incident. It looks as though at the point of impact where Stuart Oliver's truck has gone in, there are some additional tyres that have been brought into that general direction. So one can only assume there is a little bit of damage to the circuit furniture at the point of impact. So some additional tyres are being placed there so as to ensure that things are safe to go. And only once they are absolutely satisfied that the circuit is in condition to be able to go racing again, we will do so. So there's no time scale on when we're going to get things back underway. We've not heard anything officially as yet. We're just going from the images of what we can see, and equally as much the activity of the vehicles that are heading around the circuit. So rest assured, we'll be back racing as soon as possible. Most of the drivers for the British Truck Racing Championship.
Thanks again for your patience here, everyone, during the enforced delay while the incident on the Craner curves is cleared up. Stuart Oliver having gone into the barriers. On the opening lap of race 4 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park, the clear-up operation still continuing. The Crouch recovery truck in attendance to tow the Volvo back into the paddock. That will be the end of Stuart Oliver's weekend, sadly. He's okay, but the truck is not. Hopefully we'll see him repair for Snetterton in September, and the truck's gone to Pembrey in Wales in October, and then of course they finish with the bonfire weekend at Brands Hatch. Will Ryan Smith be crowned there as a 7-time champion? Will Luke Garrett be back on top in Division 2, or will they be caught? Ryan Smith was over 40 points clear of Stuart Oliver coming into this weekend. Simon Reed third in the points, he's out of action as well after a tangle with Stephen Powell in this morning's race 3. So David Jenkins could move up into second place in the points this weekend. He and Ryan Smith have always been big rivals. Division 2, Luke Garrett leading the points by some 13 points coming into this weekend ahead of Jock Borthwick. But that margin will be bigger now because Borthwick's had a disappointing weekend so far and Luke Garrett has had 2 wins. It's John Powell who won this morning's race at a canter. I think he may well have moved above Brad Smith now in the points. We'll have to do the maths after the events. So hopefully we're back underway very shortly then, once Stuart Oliver's truck has been removed. I think Pointy has managed to get hold of the man involved in the incident, Stuart Oliver. So we can hand down to Pointy shortly, who can hopefully talk to the man involved in that incident, Stuart Oliver, see how he is.
Well, quite an interesting start to the second race of the day. Stuart Oliver, what happened there, buddy?
Yeah, I had a great start. You know, I had rolling start as they always are, and I managed to find a gap down the outside into the red gate, and I thought, well, we're going well here. And I got through and up behind Michael on the exit of red gate, but got a good drive off there because I took the speed through the corner. I thought, oh, we're going well here. And Michael was mid-track, so I thought, oh, we may as well just have a go around the outside. And as I was just up halfway alongside him, I saw smoke from the other side front corner of Michael, which was, I think it was maybe Mark. Mark had slipped across, hit Michael. Michael had nowhere to go other than hit me. Once my front wheel was on the grass, I was a passenger, you know.
So all that power that you carried through the corner transitioned into too much power for the accident that was happening at the time.
That's right. Yeah, I was top gear, flat out, and you know, I probably up towards sort of 90 mile an hour, 100 mile an hour, when you know, it just straight across. The tyres just flew up in the air and the concrete just bang, and that was it. Spun round, and you know, but I'm all right. Live to fight another day, so we just got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we were all waiting. We saw you hit the tyre wall over there, and we were all waiting to see, is he going to make it out okay? Leona, I mean, you know, Stuart Oliver's better half. What was going through your mind at the time?
When I saw the accident, I thought, no, that's okay. And then I was saying, is he out? Is he out? And then people were saying, yeah, he's out. Then I saw the course ambulance go out, and I thought, oh, that's all right. But then I saw the proper ambulance go out, and my heart just sank. And I actually made it from the corner up to the medical centre 1 minute behind the ambulance.
Quicker than the trucks.
It was horrible, absolutely horrible.
I mean, I don't think it was for Stuart, the ambulance. It was whoever caused the crash that they were thinking, we better send an ambulance.
It's, you know, credit to the circuit and the medical team. It's procedure, you can understand that, but you know, I had him when it happened. I said to the boys on the radio, I'm all right, everything's, you know, I'm fine. The truck's not very good. I didn't use them exact words, but but
the truck is not well.
The truck is not well, yes. And you know, I just said, well, you know, I'm all right. That was the thing, and I couldn't get the belts undone for whatever reason. That that the belts must lock or something, and I couldn't get the belts. And the marshal came to the window, I gave him the thumbs up, but I just couldn't get out. And then eventually I got out, and I was fine. I was absolutely fine. And
I wasn't.
Yeah, I bet you. I mean, you
fine.
can imagine.
I had tears in my eyes when I got up there, and they said he's okay, and it was like, oh.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Right, well, we're all glad you're okay. We take it you probably won't be back out this afternoon by the looks of that.
Maybe it'll just be a little bit too much for the boys to do. They're
Wow.
good lads, but I think they're just going to struggle.
I did
with
see you got a fresh roll of gaffer tape this weekend, though, so you might be okay.
A bit of gaffer tape and a bit of polish might do it, but I think we might be pushing it.
Right, well, good luck anyway, just in case. We're terribly sorry for the incident. But, we the guys at home have been watching the incredible efforts from the team here at the circuit, rebuilding that tyre wall, getting the truck recovered, and that's what it's all about, is trying to keep that schedule on for you guys to enjoy as much racing in the day as possible. Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us, and condolences.
Thank you.
and for you as well. Yeah. We'll let you go, guys. Let's go now, head down onto the grid where the trucks are awaiting a restart, hopefully. I know the assembly area is getting rather busy as well, but let's see if we've got a couple of minutes to chat to some drivers.
Great to see that Sir Stuart Oliver is okay there. That's the main thing. But that will be the end of his weekend. Sadly, that truck, I would say, too badly damaged to be repaired, unfortunately. Hope he can repair it for Snetterton for the next round in around a month's time. I think I see Pointy walking out onto the grid there in front of Mike Oliver's truck. So we'll head down to him in a moment and we'll see who he can find to have a chat to.
With the brothers Reed, one of which of course is in a truck, the other of course is not. Been a few little spills and thrills this weekend, Simon. What happened to you earlier on?
Basically I clipped the tyre wall a bit too close to it, and it bit back to me.
Ran out of talent, Craig says.
It bit me back.
Yeah,
it
big
put
time.
me on two wheels. I spun it back round and then headed towards the soft tyre wall where Steve had veered off the line to miss me.
Oh dear.
And gone for the right hand side.
Right.
But I was heading towards the tyre wall as I was heading towards it.
So
Steve woke me up.
Yeah, I bet you certainly had a shock. So is that going to be, I take it it's not repairable this weekend, or are you going to get out for the last race hopefully?
No, unfortunately, how it's come, obviously going into the back of the cab for us, it's mullered a few components off the side of the engine.
We did see a few bits missing, yeah.
It's just, as much as we've got spare parts, it's not worth, if there's just one problem with it, then it'll muller the engine.
Well, this is it. If you miss one thing that you didn't notice and you rush in, the whole block's gone.
Yeah, so we're better off just playing safe, strip it down, put it back right, and back out for Snetterton.
And of course, Steve Powell looking like he might be out for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
You know, Stuart Oliver out for the rest of the weekend. Bradley Smith, he blew his engine in practice. Absolutely terrible. I tell you, Donington's been exciting.
Weekend. It's been an active weekend, and it's our local one. I've got a lot of customers and friends here and family that have come to watch us. Luckily, we've still got the brother to keep going at it.
Yeah.
Keep people.
Don't you worry, we're coming to you.
Keep people entertained. But no, unfortunately it's that part of racing that we don't plan.
Yeah, but it happens.
When you're flat out, and obviously, not being funny, for the first pack of 8 trucks or so, there's a second within us.
There's not much difference. Yeah.
Going over the line after 15 minutes, you're in the same position. It's only down to mistakes. You're making up places by other drivers, and that's how tight it is.
That is indeed. Well, we can hear someone getting slightly bored in the background, so let's go and speak to someone who hasn't crashed yet. Simon Reed, thank you very much for joining us. Let's head round. Of course, beautiful Grid Girls here with us again this weekend. Absolutely fantastic to see them back at Donington, back by popular demand, I might add. This race, of course, brought to you by GT, once it happens. Craig, not crashed yet.
I'm going well. I'm going well.
Yeah, you've got your. I like your helmet. It's very rally-esque, your helmet.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a rally helmet. I think it's just easier with the thing for talk to the pits. That's all.
I mean, it does look cooler as well. I don't know. Maybe comment in the
like it.
comments below, ladies and gents. What's
Darth
cooler?
Vader.
Yeah,
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader. I like it.
See, look at that.
It's like, oh, come in, Maverick. permission from flyby.
yeah. That's it, mate. That's it.
How's the weekend event been for you so far?
It's been good. To be honest with you, every track I go to now until I get back to Pembury, I'm learning because I've altered the truck so much. We've had power problems all year, and we managed to crack them this week. Literally, yesterday's second race, we cracked it. And now I've got power, so now I've got to learn how to drive the truck. But everyone's full of beans,
yes,
and it's very serious and very, it's even though we're having lots of fun, and it is fun, but it's very serious. Donington is. I think it's one of the most pressure for everyone because everyone's. It's just with it being such a middle of the country track, we have a lot of people here. So
huge amounts of spectators this week, and I mean we noticed even on a Saturday it was heaving here yesterday. I mean we've got 1,200 show trucks from loads of different manufacturers, loads of different haulage firms. They're all here to see the race in action. Their families have all come in as well for the fun fair and everything else. So yeah, lots of eyes all on you guys.
Yeah. To be honest with you. I love Donington. We're a very family-driven team anyway. So, but to have all of the sponsors here and everything, it's good. To run out of talent, but other than that,
says the one learning the tracks.
Yeah. I think you can push too hard sometimes.
Yes. Are you? Yes. Well, speaking of pushing too hard, we'll leave that there for now. Craig Reed, thank you very much for talking to us, buddy. It's been a pleasure. Right, we'll leave Darth Vader to get strapped back in, and we'll go and see who else we can find. As you can see, all the trucks parked up now on the grid. Probably nowhere near starting order for the race. That'll have to get sorted back out again once the track has been made safe. Tyre walls have been replaced. Got to say though, it's incredible when you look at the size of these machines. 5 tons of steel and engine and rubber flying around the tracks at huge speeds, 100 miles an hour at some parts, and just a few rows of used tyres to stop them from crashing into the audience. Obviously someone's really had their thinking cap on for that. It's a fantastic view though down here on the grid. Someone having a sleep? Yes, isn't it? Let's creep. Oh no, he's woken up just in time. Tom O'Rourke, MV Commercial, another massive sponsor for the championship. We haven't had a chance to catch up with you yet this weekend, so perhaps this is our time.
I've been messing about at the back this weekend.
Well, that sounds enjoyable.
No, the truck's no turning for whatever reason. I can't quite understand it.
You see this bit here? Yeah. If you twist it, it goes in different. Yeah.
Fancy me overlooking that.
I know, it's okay. You can dedicate the next win to me. All right. How's the weekend been for you so far, though? Other than obviously what you've just said.
Kept out a lot of. There's been a lot of damage this weekend.
I was just talking to Simon Reed about that. I think we've got like 5 trucks now in the paddock, completely unusable.
Yeah. I think everybody's trying to win the race in the first corner.
Yeah.
Whilst it's difficult to resist the opportunity, I tend to try and break out it a wee bit. Maybe a wee bit timid, but.
But you've still got a truck in one piece.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, no, just progressing nicely. But there's definitely we'd a fueling problem yesterday, and also a turning problem. It was slightly better today, but can't get the power out of the bottom of Craners and out of Redgate. I just can't seem to get the power down in the way I normally can. So. But that's truck racing.
That is indeed truck racing, yeah. I mean, we saw Ryan Oliver earlier on. Ryan Smith, sorry. Ryan Oliver? Who's that? New guy. Ryan Smith earlier on, he dropped out of race one Sunday. Yeah. And do you know what actually happened to his truck? A stone knocked his fan belt off, which meant he lost water pressure. As simple as that. Everything was mint, fine on the truck, and something as silly as a stray stone on the track took him out of the race. And that literally is it. It's strange how Donington, I think, is so many people's favourite circuit, but this week seems to be riddled with issues and calamity.
Yeah. And that could happen 1,000 times. You know, you take that stone and nothing would happen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it really takes is a wee pulley to fall off or anything like that, a pipe to come loose. So, no, I think that was a big one that Stuart had there.
Yeah, it was a big one. I mean, we were just talking to Stuart on the pit lane there, and yeah, he thinks it's going to be a bit too much to get back on for the last race of the day. Fingers crossed they can get ready for, I believe it's Snett to this in a couple of weeks' time. But I mean, you don't know until you get these trucks back to the garage sometimes how much damage has actually been done to them, do you?
He's been at it a lifetime, though.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a compliment somewhere.
You know, and he'll rebuild that.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
they've had some big crack. They're set up to do it. They're geared up, you know. But I'm sure the toilet pan.
I'll tell you that the speed of those. Well, look, good looking if you do get to too far off now. And, thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we lost the signal from Pointy down there. Sorry about that. Back up in the commentary box, getting ready for a restart. We are getting closer now. It's going to be a 10-minute restart for our 4th truck race of the weekend, sponsored by GT Tyre UK. Thanks again for your patience during the enforced delay here while the incident involving Stuart Oliver's truck is cleared up. If you are just joining us, Stuart is okay. His truck sent off wide at the Craner curves into the tyre wall needing to be rebuilt. And Stuart Oliver's truck is going to need to be rebuilt as well. That will be the end of his weekend, but Stuart is okay. We heard from him a little earlier on. After race 4 for the trucks, we'll have our 1-hour Praga Cup race. It's into the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We have had a bulletin come through from race control on race 1 of the Junior Saloon saying that due to only the one lap being completed on the first start and then the race being stopped on the restart before a lap could be completed, it was not possible to undertake a further restart. Race abandoned with no results produced. So we won't see a rerun of Junior Saloon Car Race 1. That race has been abandoned. They'll be out for their second race after the Pragas and then a short break after that. Then we'll see the pickup trucks out for their second race. George Taricki looking to extend his winning run. And then we'll have our final truck race of the weekend, followed by the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Thanks again for your patience ahead of this restart. Which is coming up shortly. It will be 10 minutes the duration. I think the grid just starting to be cleared, so we're close to a restart as another Jets aeroplane flies overhead. And a big well done goes to our marshals, recovery crews and all the circuit staff at Donington Park for getting that incident cleared up, and to the medics for looking after Stuart Oliver as well. Just after a quick check-up, he is okay. Got Borthwick's team just talking to him there. Been a struggle for him this weekend, the Scot. I remember one driver many years ago in truck racing used to come down from Aberdeenshire to race trucks. With trucks not run at Knockhill in his homeland in Scotland, because there not being the space, it's been an insane amount of miles he covered. I'd hate to have seen his diesel bill. That was Archie Argo, who used to race, I think it was an American Ford truck at one time. Lovely royal blue livery I remember seeing back in the late 80s, early 90s. So the grid will see Craig Reed on pole alongside number 12 Michael Oliver. 81 Mark Taylor is next, then number 18 of John Newell. Row 3, number 69 David Jenkins I think is next. Alongside number 7 Stuart Oliver won't be starting. 86 Tom O'Rourke and 95 Ricky Collett next on the grid. Then 41 Simon Cole, 92 Simon Faulkner and Ryan Smith, number 1, the 6-time champion, starting from the back of Division 1. Is David Jenkins there? Can't quite see if he's behind Mark Taylor. Maybe it's just the angle that the trucks are at and I can't see him behind the 81. Division 2, meanwhile, lines up with number 10 Craig Evans leading their grid alongside John Borthwick, 22 Paul Rivette in the Napa truck, and 14 John Bowler, 6 of John Powell, 16 Brad Smith, 42 Luke Garrett, and number 5 Adam Bint. Pretty windy here at Donington. I don't think I'd want to be in an aircraft taking off from East Midlands in these blustery conditions. Plenty of attractions, as we've already seen here, to keep the fans occupied during this delay. There's the Division 2 grid. There's John Powell, Luke Garrett.
So countdown boards going on, Matt. So a few moments time we'll see the DAF pace truck rolling its way around the circuit. And fingers crossed this time through, everything will go to plan for race number 4.
Yeah, let's hope we get the 10-minute
Looks like we are ready then. The TRP Parts DAF is in position, ready to lead the rolling start away. A 10-minute restart. Okay, here we go then. Craig Reed in the Iveco leads them off. His brother Simon won earlier this weekend. Michael Oliver, Mark Taylor, John Newell. I was right. No, David Jenkins. He's starting from the pit lane. There he is. To go back with a last-minute hitch by the look of things. Now this is going to be interesting. We've got Ryan Smith at the back. David Jenkins starting from the pit, so he'll have to start behind the Division 2 trucks. Donington is not the easiest of circuits to overtake on in the truck. There's Ricky Collitz, Tom O'Rourke, Simon Faulkner, Simon Cole. Watch for Ryan Smith. He'd already made it up into about 4th place around the first lap when the red flags came out. There we can see where Stuart Oliver went off. You wouldn't know, would you? Tyre wall perfectly rebuilt. Well done again to the marshals and the circuit staff.
It stood up well to the impact, to be fair, but it was a hefty impact.
Craig Evans heads Division 2 alongside Borthwick. All 8 of the Division 2 trucks out there. We've lost 3 in Division 1. Plus 1 from the pit lane. No Simon Reed, no Stephen Powell, and of course no Stuart Oliver. Interesting to hear on the circuit PA in the background, Paul McCumsky was having a chat earlier on with the commentators. Paddy Mack, as he's known, veteran of British truck racing. Not seen him on track this year in his Volvo though. This race sponsored by GT Tyre UK, the official tyre partner for British truck racing in 2022. All the entries are on the race-tuned V1 Global Competition tyres. That's tested by Martin Gibson. Concentrating on car racing this year. It's going to be a 10-minute race. And with Ryan Smith at the back of Division 1, David Jenkins at the back of everybody starting from the pit lane, and Stuart Oliver not there, along with our earlier winner this weekend, Simon Reed, this race could be anyone's in either division. I don't think a Division 2 truck has ever beaten the Division 1s overall, because they are quite a bit quicker. Race 4 of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park at Donington Park for the British Truck Racing Championship, sponsored by GT Tyre UK. Craig Reed and Michael Oliver lead the field away. Craig Reed looking for his first ever win in Division 1. Michael Oliver's had 1 win. Mark Taylor looking for his first win of the season, as is John Newell. Here they come then, out of the chicane. The pace truck will head into the pit lane. Red lights are on, the revs begin to rise. Watch for the lights. And here we go. Race 4 of the weekend for the trucks gets underway. Great start by Michael Oliver in the number 12. He'll take the lead into the first corner. David Jenkins waiting patiently in the pit lane to join in. Michael Oliver leads John Newell into the first corner. A poor start by Craig Reed from pole position. He's down to 3rd in the Iveco, the reigning Division 2 champion. There's contact again there. Mark Taylor and Ricky Collitz. Simon Faulkner's onto the gravel further back. I think they've survived that. Mark Taylor just seems to be having issues getting around the Craner curves, doesn't he? That's opened up the field and it's allowed Ryan Smith through into 5th place behind Tom O'Rourke. It's Oliver who leads, Newell 2nd, Reed 3rd, then Tom O'Rourke. Ryan Smith was able to get through on the inside as everybody else ran wide there. Meantime, Division 2 is being led by Brad Smith in the number 16. He's made a good start ahead of John Bowler and Luke Garrett. There's David Jenkins lurking at the back. He won't be there for long. He's got to make his way through the Division 2 trucks first. It's Michael Oliver, number 12, upholding family honour now with Stuart out for the day. Leads the way from John Newell, the Yorkshireman, in number 18, up towards Coppice for the first time. Craig Reed in the 68 is third. Ryan Smith attacking Tom O'Rourke for fourth place. Scotsman runs a bit wide out of Coppice corner. Smith will try and power his way through on the inside. Mark Taylor attacking Ricky Collett further back, looking to make up for his mistake at the top of the Craner curves. Michael Oliver just about holds the lead. Ryan Smith going through into fourth place further back as Mark Taylor gets it sideways under braking. Nearly clips the back of Ricky Collett. Division 2 in the background being led by Brad Smith ahead of John Bowler, Luke Garrett and Craig Evans. Side by side out of the chicane. There's bits of bodywork flying around there. Michael Oliver's got the inside for Redgate. He just about manages to hold the lead ahead of John Newell. Craig Reed still in third. Didn't make the best of starts. What can Ryan Smith do from here in the number 1 truck, the 6-time Division 1 champion? Tom O'Rourke is 5th, then 6th is Collett, 7th Taylor. Simon Cole on his return to racing is 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th behind him. Division 2 headed up by Brad Smith in 10th place. John Newell's all over the back of Michael Oliver for the lead here now. How's David Jenkins doing? He's got past a couple of the Division 2 trucks, 3 of them to be precise. Now having a go at Jock Borthwick. This is the battle for second in Division 2. John Bowler running wide there under pressure from Luke Garrett. Then we've got Craig Evans, there's Borthwick, there's Jenkins in among the Division 2s. What are you doing back here, says Jock Borthwick. David Jenkins, of course, started from the pit lane. Has had to start behind everybody else. He hasn't got a lot of time to make up the time. With this race being reduced to 10 minutes. Still your leader, Michael Oliver. He concentrates on the battle in Division 2 for the moment. Brad Smith in the beige colour number 16 leads the way as Ricky Collett dive bombs Tom O'Rourke into the chicane and goes through. Up on the curve there on the inside, past the Scotsman. Mark Taylor will try and make his way through as well. Ryan Smith up into fourth place now, challenging Craig Reed for third. The battle between Michael Oliver and John Newell for the lead ahead of them. There's Simon Cole in the pink and white MAN. 92 of Simon Faulkner with his Iveco, and then this is the Division 2 battle with David Jenkins in the middle of it. Luke Garrett all over the back of John Bowler trying to take second place away. Jenkins has got ahead of Craig Evans now. He's got 3 Division 2 trucks ahead of him as Luke Garrett tries to get down the inside there of John Bowler. I don't think there was quite room there, and off goes John Newell. John Newell into the gravel at the old hairpin. Now, did he slide off there or did something break? I think I see smoke in among the great cloud of dust there. Now we can't see anything. John Bowler has held second in Division 2, and now David Jenkins gets past Luke Garrett as well. So we've lost our second place man, John Newell. That's going to put Craig Reed up into second place. Ryan Smith gains another place into third. As David Jenkins continues to swathe his way through the Division 2 trucks. Adam Bint getting ahead of John Powell there. Paul Rivette at the back. And yes, I wondered if anything had broken there on the number 18. Yes, John Newell's out of the race. So we've lost the number 18. Ryan Smith has done the fastest lap of the race, and he's having a go at Craig Reed, who says, no, you don't, coming out of the chicane. Forces him onto the grass. Across the line they go. It's Michael Oliver who leads, Craig Reed, Ryan Smith, Ricky Collett. Then we've got the 86 of Tom O'Rourke, and then it is Mark Taylor. Needle creeping into this now. Ryan Smith will be fired up there. He tried to get alongside Craig Reed, but Craig threw the block, as they say in NASCAR racing. There have been trucks raced on ovals in America. I remember seeing some footage from Dover, Delaware, the Monster Mile, as it's known, from back in the 80s, fairly recently. Ricky Collett, he's going well up there in fourth place ahead of O'Rourke and Taylor. Then a gap. Should have Simon Cole next through. Still leading Division 2 is Brad Smith. It's Luke Garrett up to second now. He's got ahead of John Bowen. Craig Reed trying his hardest to hold off Flying Ryan. Looking for title number 7 this year. Ricky Collett sliding wide there. Got sideways coming out of the right-hander at Coppice. Craig Reed still yet to take his first Division 1 win. It's his first season since moving up after winning Division 2 last year. Stephen Powell having joined him in Division 1, and Simon Cole this weekend. So Stephen Powell out after damage earlier on, and this time Smith does exactly what he was trying to do a lap ago, gets the better exit from the chicane, and through he goes. Fourth place it is still Ricky Collett. He's having one of his best weekends for some time. Tom O'Rourke under fire from Mark Taylor, the two white MANs further back. Everybody is still running. 18 trucks started with the exception of John Newell. Off into the gravel at the old hairpin. Gap behind Mark Taylor. Next through we'll have Simon Cole, then it's Simon Faulkner. David Jenkins has now got through the Division 2 trucks, but he's only got 3.5 minutes to catch the Division 1 grid. This race won't set a grid for another race. We can't even hope for getting a pole position. There's Jenkins just going down the Craner curves. Lights on. Got ahead of Simon Faulkner now, so at least he's into the top 8. Settling down a little. Towards Coppice, Brad Smith, Division 2 leader, chasing out of the old hairpin there, Simon Faulkner. Luke Garrett's not far behind him now. We could see a change in Division 2 coming up. John Bowler still third in the division. And now Brad Smith, I think, is quicker than the Iveco ahead of him. That's a Division 1 Iveco of Simon Faulkner, one of the newcomers. First full season in the sport. Brad Smith's going to be held up somewhat here by Simon Faulkner, and this is allowing Luke Garrett to close in for the lead of Division 2. He's going to try and get past him here, Brad Smith, because he wants that slower Division 1 truck out of his way so he can hold his category lead. 2.5 minutes to go. David Jenkins ahead of them. Here come your leaders in Division 1. It is still Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith has got past Craig Reed, meanwhile, up into second position. He did that at the chicane a lap ago, as we saw. Fastest lap of the race, 125.992. And he is going after mighty Michael Oliver. Between these three for the lead now. Fourth is the 95 of Collins. So O'Rourke in a fine fifth. Mark Taylor sixth. And a gap back to Simon Cole. Less than 2 minutes for Ryan Smith to attack. They may get 2 more laps out of this. Michael Oliver probably hoping he sees the last lap board this time. Here's the battle in Division 2. We've got fights for the lead in both of our classes because Brad Smith is being frustrated here by the slightly slower Division 1 truck of Simon Faulkner, and he's got Luke Garrett on his rear bumper now. Don Bowler's under fire as well from Craig Evans. He's having a good weekend in the number 10. Division 2 leaders through McLean's. Simon Faulkner is on the same lap as these two. He's under no obligation to let them through or anything like that. He can race fairly for his position. Brad Smith will be thinking, I'm leading Division 2. I need to get past you and get away from Luke Garrett. You can see the Division 1 truck is slightly quicker in a straight line though. Brad Smith is going to try and outbrake him, I think, into the chicane here. May have him on the inside. Yes, he's got the overlap. Luke Garrett is going to follow him though, because yes, Simon Faulkner moves to the outside and Garrett's gone through as well. At least these two now free in clear space to battle. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith has caught Michael Oliver. We didn't see if the last lap board went out that time to the Division 1 boys. I don't think it did. Wait and see as they come through this time. Stay with the Division 1 battle because Ryan Smith is ready to attack. He's going to have a go as they come up into Coppice. No, you don't, says Michael Oliver. Cuts across to the inside and holds the place. Can he hold it into the chicane? Now, are we going to see the checkered flag this time? As I said, we didn't see if the last lap board went out last time around. Look at Craig Reed closing up as well. And there's contact. Ryan Smith hits the back of Michael Oliver. That shredded the front end of the number 1 truck. Oliver moves to the inside. I think it is going to be checkered flag this time. Down into the chicane they come. Here's Michael Oliver going to hang on. Craig Reed's up there with them as well. He could snatch second place here with a bit of luck. Bodywork everywhere on the line. The checkered flag is up and ready. Ryan Smith pulls out. He hits the back of Michael Oliver again. Oliver's going to hang on to take the win. A bruising encounter there. Oliver wins it by 0.26 of a second. Craig Reed is third. The top 3 covered by just over half a second. Ricky Collett a fine fourth. His best result of the season. And Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor. What about Division 2? Can Brad Smith hang on? There's bits of bodywork all over the circuit. Here comes Luke Garrett trying to challenge for victory into the final corner. The Midland Caliper Centre and Unity Recovery, number 16 of Brad Smith. I think he's going to hang on to become our third winner from 4 races in Division 2 this weekend. Here he comes over the line. He just holds off Luke Garrett by 0.3 of a second. Combined winning margins on the 2 divisions of just over half a second. Third in Division 2. We'll wait and see. I think John Bowler has got a penalty, so third is going to be Craig Evans. Yeah, John Bowler has been given a 10-second penalty. It doesn't say why. John Bowler, number 14, a 10-second penalty. That's either for repeated track limits offences or for a false start, possibly. Sounded like somebody was doing donuts there in the background. What was all that about? Great big squeal of these GT tyres, maybe demonstrating their capabilities. Ryan Smith having to settle for second. We're seeing a substantial chunk of bodywork. Michael Oliver takes the win. I think that's a bit of Luke Garrett's truck we've got littering the Wheatcroft Straight. Confirm the provisional result then. Michael Oliver the winner by 0.26 of a second over Ryan Smith, and Craig Reed was only 0.28 further back in third. Ricky Collins, his best result of the year in fourth, ahead of Tom O'Rourke in fifth. Sixth was Mark Taylor, and David Jenkins coming through from a pit lane start for seventh, ahead of Simon Cole. Brad Smith in ninth overall wins Division 2 ahead of Luke Garrett. They were ahead of Simon Faulkner. It took some time to get past him. Craig Evans next third in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint, Paul Rivett. The penalised John Bowler takes 15th. The other finishers, Jock Borthwick and John Powell, because we lost John Newell down at the old hairpin. Well, hopefully we'll head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé in a few moments to hear from some of the drivers' thoughts on that one. Next up is going to be a 1-hour race for the Praga Cup. Next up here on BARC TV, it's the 1-hour race for the Praga Cup. 1 hour with a pit stop mandatory for each car. A 15-minute pit window after 20 minutes. Then it's the junior saloon cars, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Second race for the pickup trucks. Then our final truck race of the weekend. And we close out with a mixed grid of cars for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Pragas will be getting ready, and I'm sure Pointy's getting ready as well to have a chat to some of our truck racers in a moment.
So then the Praga Cup will be heading onto the grid very, very shortly. There's just a little bit of tidying up and sweeping up that's being done following the British Truck Racing Championship race that we've just had. And if you weren't with us yesterday, then you won't have seen the Praga Cup cars race. You might have seen them qualify this morning, but we'll just run you through again a couple of amendments to the programme for it. So on page 54 of the programme is where you can find the entry list. You need to add in 2 further cars. So you can add in car number 24.
Okay, we can now get ready for our next race. It's 1 hour for the Praga Cup UK. Their second race of the weekend. We saw a 1 hour race for them yesterday. Ewan Dunlop caught up with some of the drivers in the paddock a little earlier on.
Okay, ahead of our second Praga race of the weekend here with Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy, perfect day yesterday.
Well, I mean, like, it was an interesting day, I'd say that much. I mean, I think...
The result was perfect, sorry.
The result was good, yeah. The result went the right way in the end. It was tricky. We had to come back from a couple of setbacks, but I think that we really maximised our pace and came away with a win in the end, so happy with that.
I mean, very vocally, very happy after the race.
Yeah, very happy after the race. I mean, for me, I didn't know that I was leading until about 5 minutes from the end when Gav said, "You've got a 15-second gap, mate." And I was like, "What?" 'Cause I thought I was chasing the car in front of me. I didn't know he was the lapped car. So, yes, I was quite happy to hear that at the end.
And not just in terms of your win, but the guys behind you in the championship dropping points as well. It couldn't have gone much better.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to say I'd rather have a good fight with people, but obviously for the championship it's ideal, But that's why, the guys at Idola here, especially our guys, Gav and Joe, they're on it all the time. As soon as the car comes in, it's checked over, and that this is part of the game. The car's got to get to the end, and we do that pretty well most of the time.
Now, the last time I saw this car about an hour ago, it was on the back of a lorry covered in gravel with Gouldy in the driver's or the passenger seat of that truck. What actually happened this morning?
Yeah, I mean, again, testament to Gav and Joe that you don't know that anymore. I think it looks clean. But so we were struggling a bit with setup today. The car was quite loose in some of the high-speed stuff, and I noticed it on my qualifying. Came in, said that to Gordy, and he just had a bit of a moment going into the old hairpin. The car snapped away from him. Managed to gather it up, but went wide, hit the curb, push rod failed, and then just went flying towards the wall at 100 miles an hour. Luckily, didn't hit it. But it could have been a lot worse. But we're still, I think, third or fourth in the grid. I think maybe third after the grid penalty for those guys.
Yeah, I think either second or third. Yeah, with the penalty for the university team. So another good result today, and the championship is looking. And I don't want to jinx things, but looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal scenario, we would like to carry a race win worth of points leads into the next round. If we don't do that, that's okay. I think we've got a nice result yesterday, as you say. People dropping points, so I think our goal is just to try and build on that. We're not thinking too much about the end result. We're just trying to get this bit right, and then when we get into the last round, we'll then really start to think about how we're going to sort of execute that, I think.
And also, with regards to leaderboards, you and Gordy are both leading your individual pro and AM competitions. Is that relevant to you?
It is, because from what I understand, don't quote me on this by the way, that I think the lead drivers get a drive in a 24-hour race. So I would love that. Maybe a few more hours in the gym before doing that. So obviously that would be amazing for us to do that. But even so, it's always nice to be ahead of another leaderboard. So I'm not going to complain.
Yeah. And championship winners, you actually win a Praga as well. How good is that?
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're not eligible because we race as part of Praga, so it goes below us. So go try and make a deal with the guys, saying, let us win it and we'll give you the Praga.
Praga's never failed to entertain, so good luck in the second race today.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Right, let's go Praga racing. Up to you, commentator Dave Goddard, for another set to be fantastic race.
Right, saying cars on the grid then for our second Praga Cup UK race of the weekend. This will be a rolling start, a 1 hour race. The pit window opens after 20 minutes. The grid lines up like this. It's the amateur drivers that go first. The pros started yesterday. It's number 11, University of Wolverhampton car on pole position. Shane Kelly will be driving solo in that car in this race. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Stefano Lini will not be racing today, so Shane Kelly will drive alone. There's another soloist alongside him, number 31, Rod Goodman. Good efforts by him in the Raw Motorsport car in qualifying to take the pole, to take a front row slot, I should say. Second row is the number 86, the Arden by Idola Motorsports car. It's Corey Allain, the young Irishman, who will start that car. Alex Connor will take over, alongside the number 87, the Fanatec Praga car. I just heard from Jimmy Broadbent, he's starting that car. Gordy Much will take over. Row 3, number 29, the Mattel Cars entry. Failed to finish yesterday's race, sadly. Number 29, Dan Gore will take the start. Chippy Westmail will take over that machine. It's the 84 car that will start alongside. That's the other Idola car. That's the Bridal twins. Chris taking the start. Ed will take over. Row 4, we've got number 77, which is Charles Hall starting the Mattel Cars entry. Scott Mattel will take over. And number 4 alongside them. Had a few problems in yesterday's race. Ben Stone taking the start for Raw Motorsports, and Rob Weldon will take over. Then we've got the number 24 from Idola Motorsport. It's Luis Apeagie who will take the start in that one. Ruben Stanislaus will take over, the newcomers this weekend. And finally, we've got the 85 car, started by Jay Morton, the ex-SAS soldier. He will be relayed by Scott Mansell, aka Driver 61. Whoops, the number 77 car just making a bit of a mistake at the Craner curves there on the rolling lap. He's got it going again though. So Scott Mansell, aka Driver 61 on YouTube, is going to take over the number 85 car. This will be a 1 hour race. 3 cars with pit stop penalties because they were top 3 in yesterday's race. The number 87 car won yesterday, but Broadbent and Much. So that car will have a 15-second success penalty at its pit stop. The Bridal twins were second. They will have a 10-second additional success penalty at their pit stop on top of the standard 2 minutes. And the number 86 of Alex Connor and Corey Allain will have a 5-second success penalty. So we'll wait for them to form up 2 by 2. Shane Kelly, the Irishman in the University of Wolverhampton car, driving solo. Looks like the race distance has been reduced very slightly. It's a 55-minute race now because of the delays to the programme. 10 cars out there then for 55 minutes of racing. The pit window should still open around 20 minutes in. It'll stay open for 15 minutes. Every car must make a mandatory pit stop. The Praga Cup UK on track for the second time this weekend here at Donington Park at Convoy in the Park. These single-seater sports racing cars in their first ever standalone series in the UK this year. We get underway then, and it is Shane Kelly, number 11 in the University of Wolverhampton car who leads. It's 4 abreast. Look at this for third place. Charging up the inside is Charles Hall, the number 77, up into third behind Rod Goodman in the 31. He could go for second as they head towards the Craner curves for the first time. It is Charles Hall who's gone through into second. Rod Goodman, who made a brilliant effort in qualifying this morning to take the front row, moves into third. He's got Jimmy Broadbent behind him. That car repaired after it suffered a bit of damage to its suspension after clipping a curve in qualifying. Yesterday's winner, the number 87. They're up there in 4th place. Behind them is the 86 with Corey Allain making the move up from karting, the young Irishman on his debut this weekend in 5th. Scored a podium in his debut race yesterday, sharing with young Alex Connor. With a lock up there from Charles Hall, an experienced former GT racer in the number 77. One of the quicker amateur graded drivers in this field, chasing Shane Kelly, the XF3 Cup racer. The car prepared by students of the University of Wolverhampton. Side by side there for 5th, with Allain just holding off the number 4 of Ben Stone in the red Raw Motorsports run number 4 car. He's going to try and make a move here for 5th place as they complete the opening lap. Chris Bridal also trying to come through, battling with Dan Gore, the ex-single-seater man in number 29, towards the back of the field. It's Ben Stone, number 4, at the head of that group, the red car, but the transponder's not showing him as having completed the first lap, so I don't think his transponder's working, unfortunately. There is the 87 of Jimmy Broadbent. He's got ahead of Rod Goodman up into 3rd place, with Shane Kelly and Charles Hall already clearing off out in front. We've got bubbles blowing across the circuit again at the exit of the old hairpin, coming from something on the infield. There's Jay Morton at the back in number 85. That car will fly when Scott Mansell is on board, though. He used to race historic Formula 1 cars, among other things, for many years. Been a racing instructor for over 20 years as well. Driver 61, look him up on YouTube. I'm sure most of our viewers in this race will be familiar with Jimmy Broadbent's YouTube exploits. Charles Hall gaining 5 places on the opening lap of the race up into 2nd. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well, chasing Shane Kelly for the lead. And the next group headed by Broadbent ahead of Goodman. That's Ben Stone next through in the number 4. He's in 5th place, his transponder's not working, so he's being timed manually, the number 4 car. Then a gap back to the 86 of Alain. 84, the Bridals are next. Then it's Dan Gore in the number 29, the XF1000 single-seater racer. The 24, which is started by Lewis Apeagate, if I pronounce that correctly, in the number 24, making the move up from the world of karting. Racing karts since the age of 4, we're told. And Jay Moore at the back in the 85. We heard in the interview pre-race about the prizes available for the championship this year. The winning team in the championship wins a Praga R1 race car. What a prize that is. Now, it is actually one of the Works Praga squads, the Fanatec Praga, number 87, that's leading the team championship at the moment. So it may well have to go to the 2nd place team. That's Raw Motorsports, who are 2nd in the championship. Team number 4, Weldon and Stone. So they might win the Praga R1 if things stay as they are. But it is very close in the championship at the moment. The winning drivers do indeed receive a paid arrive and drive into a 24-hour race. As Ben Stone makes a move there on Rod Goodman, through into 4th place at Redgate. Here are our leaders, though. They've cleared off in front. These two nearly 5 seconds ahead of everybody else. Shane Kelly and Charles Hall. 2nd place overall will be a paid entry to race in the Praga Cup in 2023. So Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent are on to win that prize of the 24-hour race entry soon. Broadbent and Much at Le Mans, anyone? 2nd place overall, it's Scott Mittel and Charles Hall at the moment. They will win paid entry to this championship for next year. And 3rd place overall wins a Praga kart as a pair of karts being offered as prizes. Well, 3rd in the professional driver standings at the moment is Rob Weldon, and 3rd in the amateur standings, Shane Kelly. They might be on to win a couple of karts. Corey Allain under fire from Chris Bridal. Bridal twins took their best ever finish yesterday of 2nd place. Chasing the 86 of Corey Allain, his Praga debut. Behind them is Dan Gore, the 29, driving for Mittel cars. Chippy Westmail will take over that car. Dan Gore didn't get to race yesterday, so I think the car sadly dropped out before the pit stops. 21 seconds covers the field after 4 laps of this 55-minute race. Ben Stone going well, into 4th place now ahead of Rod Goodman, ex-Radical racer, driving solo. Shane Kelly, the leader, driving solo for the University of Wolverhampton, leads 77 of Charles Hall. Jimmy Broadbent still in 3rd. He's nearly 6 seconds off Charles Hall. Now the first two have checked out at the front. Hall's got the fastest lap of 1 minute 6.126. There is our leader out of the chicane. Jimmy Broadbent, one of the ambassadors, the brand ambassadors for Praga this year, along with his teammate Gordy Much. Both of them top sim racers as well. Jay Morton, also a Praga ambassador. His normal driving partner is Ben Collins, the former Stig from Top Gear. He's over in California at the moment for Monterey Car Week. There's their car at the back of the field, number 85, Everest, as that car's known. There is the 87 of Broadbent. Most of our viewers are here to see Jimmy race this weekend. The UK's most popular sim racers and YouTubers in the racing world. Keep an eye towards the back for our 2 newcomers as well. It says Ruben Stanislavs on the timing at the moment, but I believe it's Lewis Apeagate at the wheel of the 24 car. They will be appearing in a documentary on BBC One, We Are England, set to be broadcast in October, showing their racing journey through from karting. I know Lewis is very quick around the Buckmore Park circuit. I've seen him around there in a few events down in Kent, heart of British karting as that venue is known. Here's the 86 of Corey Allain, our other newcomer this weekend, being chased by the 29 of Dan Gore. There's the 24 car behind them, the silver car. 6 laps completed. Just under 48 minutes of this race to go. Great to see the Pragas playing to such a large audience here at Convoy in the park. Something different for our truck racing fans and to our family spectators here this weekend. Getting a look at these beautiful single-seat sports racing cars. Broadbent continues in third place. He and Gordy Much won yesterday.
Pit window, and onto the back straight now comes third and fourth place again.
Specification of the Praga R1, it's a full carbon monocoque chassis, weighs just under 650 kilos, 365 brake horsepower Alpine Renault engine. Generates up to 3G of lateral force when cornering. It's all about downforce to push these cars down onto the circuit. You can see all the aero on these cars. Very advanced machines built by Praga in the Czech Republic. Building various automotive products for over 100 years now. So in the world of aviation and other fields. I've seen their name in European truck racing in the past, Praga. Some of the teams in years gone by.
That car as he works his way through that ninth position.
Just over 45 minutes of this race to go for the Praga Cup, and it's still Shane Kelly who's led all the way from the start in this one. He leads by 2.5 seconds over Charles Hall. Jimmy Broadbent some 8 seconds back in third place. Of course, the pit window will open around 20 minutes into this race. Shane Kelly's just done the fastest lap, 105.335. Confirmed it is Luis Apeagier who is driving the number 24 car in 9th place, not Ruben Stanislaus. He'll take over at the pit stop. Number 4 of Ben Stone has caught Jimmy Broadbent. It's the better run from the number 4. That car had some problems in yesterday's race. It's running to its full potential here. Of course, Raw Motorsports second behind the Fanatec Praga team in the team championship. They're only 11 points down. Number 77, the Mittel Cars entry, is only 2 points behind them, and then this car, University of Wolverhampton, is only 1 point behind them. In 5th place, number 29, the Chippy Westmail Dan Gore entry for Mittel Cars. That's only 2 points behind in 5th place. So there's only 5 points covering 2nd to 5th in the team's championship. That's how close it is with Praga this year. There's the 24 car. 2 young newcomers, Luis Apiagier in the 24 at the moment. It's a car run by Idola Motorsports. And here's Chris Bridal, the 84, challenging Rod Goodman. And his best qualifying effort of the year to qualify on the front row. The way qualifying works with Praga is the 2 driver entries, the Pro and the Am, both set times, and their qualifying time is taken from the average of the quickest lap for each driver to make it a little bit more equal. Usually it's the quickest lap for the car that sets the grid, but Praga do it differently, and it works. Ben Stone on the tail of Jimmy Broadbent, trying to take 3rd place away. Lead gap is up to nearly 5 seconds now for Shane Kelly over Charles Hall. There is Charles. Raced a variety of GT cars in his considerable career. He is the amateur of the pairing that he's graded. Scott Mittel, boss of Mittel Cars, his partner. Very quick sports car racer indeed. In a change for 7th, Dan Gore has got ahead of Corey Allain. There goes the 2nd place car. Looks like Chris Bridal's got ahead of Rod Goodman coming down the Craner curves there. That's for 5th place. Here is Jay Morton. I've seen him on television in SAS Who Dares Wins. Jay learning his craft. He's been being coached by Ben Collins. A car racer this year. He'll hand over to Scott Mansell. A driver 61 in this race, though he's driver 85 today. Shane Kelly completes his 11th lap. Here's the battle for 5th position. Is that Broadbent behind them? Has Jimmy Broadbent had a spin somewhere? Yes, he's dropped back about 3 places, the 87. What happened there? So Broadbent, his last lap at 1:15, so he's lost about 10 seconds there. So what has happened to Jimmy Broadbent? We didn't see that. He's down to 6th. Fight back is on for Jimmer, as he's known. So Chris Bridal ahead of him now, and Rod Goodman. 42 minutes of this race to go, and Jimmy Broadbent, he must have had a quick spin somewhere. We didn't see what happened to the 87. He was up there battling with Ben Stone for 3rd place. Whether they tripped over each other at the chicane or something, we can only speculate. But Shane Kelly who leads. The gap was about 5 seconds. There is Broadbent behind Rod Goodman. Try and see if we can see what's happened there. And yes, he had a spin coming out of the old hairpin. Yeah, there's the 87 car, a quick 360. Nice recovery over the grass there. So that's what happened to the 87 car and has put Jimmy down to 6th place. There is Dan Gore, number 29. He's in 7th in the Mittel Cars entry. Lovely looking livery on that machine, shared with Chris Chippy Westmail. He's just about 2 seconds ahead of Corey Allain, our newcomer in the 86 car. Corey Allain, a member of the Arden Racing Team's Young Racing Driver Academy. Arden, of course, a name intrinsically linked with Christian Horner and his family, the Red Bull team principal, training young racers. Could we see Corey Allain driving for Red Bull someday? Who knows? Over the line goes Shane Kelly. The gap was 5.5 seconds. There's Charles Hall in the green machine. Over the line, 6.5 seconds now, so Kelly has gained nearly a second on that last lap. Pit window is not yet open. Ben Stone is up to 3rd. Charles Hall started back on row 4, and so did the number 4 of Stone. Here comes our leader into the chicane then, just under 40 minutes of this race to go. Race 2 for the Praga Cup UK, their 2nd race of the weekend here at Donington Park. If you missed yesterday's race, it was the 87 car of Broadbent and Much that took the win. Winning by some 18 seconds over the Bridal twins, and the 86 Arden Biodola car in 3rd. Why they have those extra seconds to serve their pit stops. The 85 car was 4th of Morton and Mansell. Here it is. Rod Goodman was 5th, ahead of our newcomers in the Idola Praga, the Flux sponsored car, Ruben Stanislavs and Lewis Appiagiai. Lewis in the 24 car, running about 5.5 seconds behind Corey Allain. Tail of the field in the number 85, but that car will fly when Scott Mansell gets aboard. He still holds the lap record outright at a couple of circuits in the UK, Scott Mansell, in a 1990s Benetton Formula 1 car. I'm fairly sure at Brands Hatch shot on the Indy circuit, he's still got the outright lap record of about 38 seconds from the old big open single-seater series. Now, of course, known as Euroboss, it sadly doesn't race in the UK anymore. Lead gap is up to nearly 8 seconds. Shane Kelly over Charles Hall. Looking at the driver standings, there are separate points tables for Pro and Am, as we've already mentioned. Pro standings led by Gordy Much by 9 points ahead of Scott Mittel. Jointly 2nd with Rob Weldon. Chippy Wesmail 3 points further back. Jimmy Broadbent leads by 9 points in the Am standings ahead of Charles Hall. Shane Kelly 2 points behind him, and a point behind them is Dan Gore. Window should open in a couple of minutes. Hopefully we'll get some interviews from Ewan down in pit lane. Charles Hall. Let's see what the gap is this time through. It was up to around 8 seconds. 7.5 now, so I think the gap is just about stabilising. New personal best lap for Charles Hall, that time through, 105.92. Fastest lap of the race with Shane Kelly, 105.335. The Flying Irishman riding solo in this race, no Stefano leading. There goes the leader, out of Starkey's up to Schwant's Curve. Starkey's Bridge, you can see on the right there, the old stone bridge. Just all the way across the circuit in pre-war days. Replaced by a more conventional bridge, which is now gone. Of course, we haven't got the Dunlop Bridge here at Donington anymore. That used to be on the Exhibition Straight. Up the hill into Coppice. Really see how stable these cars are through the corners. Contrast that with the pickup trucks we saw earlier on, sliding around all over the place. These cars absolutely planted to the ground by all the aero. Beautiful to look at, aren't they? Praga R1. The winning team in the championship this year gets a Praga R1 as the prize. And dust being kicked up there. Oh, that's the number 4 of Ben Stone. He's run wide coming out of the chicane. We saw in the background there. It's dropped him back a bit. He's nearly 7 seconds off. Charles Hall now. Broadbent has regained a place, I can tell you. He's got back ahead of Rod Goodman into 5th place after he spun earlier on. I think it's at the old hairpin where the 87 car went off in qualifying as well and damaged some of its suspension. I saw that being towed back in at the end of qualifying this morning. So Broadbent back to 5th. There is Ben Stone. Running wide there coming out of the chicane last time around, dropping him back a bit into 3rd. He's still ahead of Chris Bridal. Dan Gore is still 7th. What's with all the air horns all of a sudden? They're trying to put me off or the drivers? Our show trucks, they must be watching our stream. The pit window has just opened, so we'll see cars coming in very shortly. 15-minute pit window. The AM drivers out there, we should see a few early pit stops to get the pro drivers into the cars. Here's Charles Hall. Scott Mittel will take over from him. Charles about just over 7.5 seconds down on Shane Kelly. He will go through the race solo, as will Rod Goodman. Did I really hear a truck air horn playing Baby Shark half a lap ago? We thought Ryan Smith playing Sandstorm on his race truck's air horns was good. Goodness sake, what will they come up with next? 34 minutes of the race to go, just over. Now, is anybody going to call in at the pits this time around? The window is open. Jay Morton, number 85, still at the tail of the field. He's about 8 seconds, or just over 8 seconds off Lewis Apiagier. There's the 24 car coming out of the old hairpin. Very smooth drive on his Praga debut this weekend. No pit callers so far. The board is out from the marshals there in the background. Pit's open. There goes Chris Bridal in 4th place. A great weekend the Bridals have had. Very consistent running. Our camera was looking for which truck was responsible there for playing the music on its air horn. All good fun. That's exactly what Convoy in the Park is all about. Great fun for all the family. Some great racing as well. We have our first pit caller. Dan Gore has come in number 29. He'll hand over to Chippy Westmail. There is the 29. Stops at the pits. Up comes the gold wing door. Pull Dan Gore out of the car. Now pit reporters are down there keeping an eye on what's going on. 22 minutes of this race gone, 33 to go. Still your leader is Shane Kelly. Race 2 of the weekend for the Praga Cup UK. Ooh, a bit of steam there from the 29. He thinks that's a bit of overheating. Also in is the 24 of Lewis Apiagier. Ruben Stanislaus is going to take over from him. Stanislaus comes from Kent. lap records at Buckmore Park, Bayford Meadows and Lydd. The three-car circuits in Kent comes from Rochester. Of Grenaden descent, Ruben Stanislaus and the Caribbean. Luis Apiague, meanwhile, has the lap record as a junior and an adult at Buckmore Park these days. Also holds the world record for the fastest Gran Turismo lap of Laguna Seca sim racing. Ben Stone has come in, meanwhile. Jimmy Broadbent's in as well, and Corey Allain. They're pouring in now. Jay Morton's coming in as well. So literally half the field is now in the pit lane. So that's a bit of steam from the 29 car, was nothing serious. Dan Gore was overheating a bit there, I think. Here's our leader, Shane Kelly. Charles Hall still going round as well. The only other cars still on track at the moment are Chris Bridal and Rod Goodman. So Bridal now up into third place on the road. How busy this pit lane is. Ruben Stanislaus about to go back out. Or is he? Yes, he is. Seems to have spotted something wrong there. He's okay. Of course, they had no pit penalty because they are not in the top three yesterday. Broadbent has a 15-second penalty. Broadbent and Gordy Much. That 87 car's going to fly with Gordy on board. Corey Allain and Alex Connor have a penalty of extra 5 seconds to sit stationary. And the 84 of the Bridals will have a 10-second penalty when that car comes in. So the 24 car has been able to make up a bit of ground there. The other couple of pit penalties. Ben Stone is still in the pits. Rob Weldon has taken over the number 4. He now exits. Out comes Rob Weldon, the number 4. Shane Kelly continues to pound round in the lead in the University of Wolverhampton run car. 9 seconds ahead now of Charles Hall in the Mattel Cars entry. Now we've got to wait for everything to cycle through, of course. See who comes out where after stops. Half an hour of this race still to go. Oh, Chris Bridal is 20 seconds back on Charles Hall in third. Then we've got Rod Goodman, who's just come into the pits. Soloist making his stop. Is Shane Kelly going to come in this time? Indeed he is. In comes Kelly out of the lead. So that should hand Charles Hall the lead unless he decides to come in this time as well. Hall and Bridal are the only two who have yet to stop. Gordy Much has rejoined, so has Alex Connor. So has Scott Mansell, number 85. Watch for him in the white and blue car known as Everest. Charles Hall is now your leader on the road. He and Chris Bridal have yet to stop. Separated by 23 seconds.
For an extra 15 seconds. So that will be 35 seconds.
Shane Kelly will rejoin the wheel of the University run car. Plenty of activities in the University of Wolverhampton's Motorsport Engineering Department. They've run cars in F3 Cup, driven by Shane Kelly, among others. Ruben Stanislaus just ahead of Scott Mansell on the road. Yeah, the number 29 car is still in the pits, so worried that overheating problem could be terminal. As we said, that car sadly failed to finish yesterday's race as well. Oh, is that smoke out of the back of the 85? Oh, Scott Mansell's in trouble. That looks like oil smoke to me, the bluish smoke there. Yep, Scott Mansell's in trouble, what a shame. I hope he's not dropping oil on the circuit there. Oh, that's great disappointment for Team 85. As Chris Bridal has come in. Yes, Scott Mansell slowing down. He's going to have to bring that car into the pits, surely. The 84 is in pit lane, the 31 is still in. Yeah, Scott Mansell slowing right down. Looks like an engine failure, sadly, for the 85 car. That's very disappointing for the Praga newcomer. Is he going to make it to the pit lane, or is he going to pull it into the Melbourne Loop? He's not even going to get that far. He pulls off onto the grass on the exhibition straights. 77 goes through, still in the lead. Good driving from Scott Mansell. I think he was trying to stay out the way and off the racing line in case that car's dropping fluids. Nearly clipped the number 4 of Rob Weldon there. He's pulled up next to the marshal's post. The 85 car, sadly, out of the race. Well, 25 laps completed by our leader, Charles Hall. He's showing no signs of coming in. We had... It is a standard pit stop. I was looking to see if there were any additional penalties on that car, but no, they had problems yesterday, finished a few laps down, the 77. There is Scott Mansell, aka driver 61, out of the car. His hopes, sadly, have gone up in smoke. Just had a revised timetable come through from the organisers. The Pickup Truck Race Championship events later on has been reduced to 12 laps. Of course, we had delays earlier because of Stuart Oliver's accident in the truck race. The final truck race of the day will be 10 minutes. The CNC Heads Championship race will be down to 15 minutes plus 1 lap as Charles Hall now comes in to hand over to Scott Mittell. And he finds his teammate's car, number 29, still in the pit lane. Scott Mittell helps Charles out of the car. Was the lead for the number 77. He was a couple of laps up on the rest of the field because a minimum 2-minute pit stop you lose at least 2 laps. It's the number 4 car of Rob Weldon who could well take the lead here. Of course, that car did not face any pit penalties because they had a few issues in yesterday's race. He's done the fastest lap of the race last time around, Rob Weldon, a 1:05.325. The timing screen still showing Ben Stone is in that car. It is Rob that's taken over. He's ahead of Shane Kelly by some 18 seconds because Shane Kelly, due to being regraded, I think had to serve a longer pit stop. Just double checking that on the bulletin I had earlier on through from the organisers. It's car number 11, 150-second pit stop. Be kicking up the dust there coming out of the old hairpin. We've got just under 25 minutes of this race to go. Oh, problems for Rod Goodman, the 31 car. He's hit trouble, unfortunately. Great run for the soloist. He was in 7th place. He started on the front row, but he's out of this one. Looks like it's up on the run into Coppice that he's pulled over. There's the 24 Ruben Stanislaus still pushing on. Car in 8th place. 77 car with Scott Mittell, the boss of Mittell Cars. Very successful sports car racer and builder. Now on board. Head back out into the race. See where the gap is with Ben Stone in just a moment. But I think Ewan Dunlop is down in the pits.
Dave here with Jimmy. Jimmy, talk us through your stint. You don't look too pleased.
No, it was a weird one really. We had some problems with the rear left in qualifying, which is what caused Gordy's to spin. And the same thing happened to me. I went down to the old hairpin, it just felt like it gave way and I spun round. Having an okay race until then, and then I came back on, didn't lose too much time fortunately, but then got stuck behind Rod Goodman. And the aero in this thing is so difficult that I had to wait for him to make a mistake before I got by, and then I did and drove away, but not ideal.
I mean, it looks like you've been practicing those spins in the sim, because that was a perfect collection.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said, oh bother, as I went round. I'm not going to swear this time. And then just saw what the trap was and kept going, put it back into gear and put it out of there as quick as I could, but unfortunately I couldn't stay ahead of Bridal and Goodman.
Have you guys got any plans just to give your fans just a nice, easy watching weekend one time?
Nah, never, mate. So it always got to be up and down, that's how we do it.
I think Gordy's got about 20 seconds for us to catch up, can't he?
I hope so. If anyone can, he can.
Appreciate your time, good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Right, that is Broadbent and Much, currently in about 4th, 5th position. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ewan. It is Scott Mittell who has emerged with the lead. I swear these show truck drivers are trying to put me off with their air horns. It's Mittel who leads, 5.5 seconds clear of number 4, Rob Weldon. So the 77 car, the late pit stop has worked. Charles Hall was able to build up enough of a lead to stay ahead of Rob Weldon. Shane Kelly in third place, because as we were just mentioning there, he had to serve a longer stop due to being regraded. Ed Bridal is now in fourth place, number 84. Then we've got the 86 with Alex Connor on board. Then it's Gordy Much in number 87, one of the quickest drivers in a Praga. The championship leading car is down to 6th. The number 24 car with Ruben Stanislaus on board is 7th. Sadly lost Rod Goodman. He's made it back to the pits though. There is the 31 car. The 29 car still in the pits. That's went up in a cloud of steam at its pit stop, unfortunately. The 85 of Scott Mansell, I believe, has got running again. Showing is still running on my timing screen. So we'll have to look out for the 85 car. Well, there are the two leaders, and Rob Weldon is hunting down Scott Mittel. It's between these two for the lead. It's the number 77 of Mittel Cars versus number 4 of Raw Motorsports for the lead of our second Praga Cup race of the weekend. 21 minutes to go, not 21 seconds. No, the warning triangle icon has appeared, and Gordy Much has just been back into the pits briefly in the 87. We didn't get notification on the timing screen. I think the 87 car has just had a stop-go penalty, because Gordy Much briefly came back into the pits and has now rejoined, so I think that car has just had a stop-go. Rob Weldon continues to close on our leader. Meanwhile, it's all happening here. He's got the gap down to less than 4 seconds now. The green machine of number 77, Scott Mittel, still has the lead. Rob Weldon in the red car in second. There's the 87 of Gordy Much. Shane Kelly third, Alex Connor fourth, Ed Bridal is fifth. There's Mittel. Second place car's still got the fastest lap of the race. I think about 3/10 of a second a lap quicker. Alex Connor. That's Ed Bridal catching him. Yes, they're together for fourth place now. Coming up towards McLean's. Ed Bridal, the quicker of the two twins. They began their careers at Buckmore Park in karting as well. Chasing down Alex Connor. We saw him take a win early season at Silverstone in that Arden run car, and he gets a wheel onto the curb there coming out of Coppice. This is Ed Bridal's opportunity. He pulls to the outside. The two Pragas side by side, headlights aflare. Connor's got the inside for the chicane and he holds fourth place. Good scrap going on between these two. 20 minutes of the race to go. Ed Bridal will try again. Under braking for Redgate. Moves back in behind Alex Connor. Only a young gun shared with Tom Canning, ex-British GT4 star earlier this season. Oh, and who's that that's gone up? That's the number 4. That's Rob Weldon. He's in the gravel. I think that's at the old hairpin. Oh, something's broken there, look. Cloud of smoke, and he charges straight across the gravel. It's lucky there were no other cars coming through there out of the old hairpin. That's a scary ride for the number 4, and luckily the gravel arrests its progress. Something must have broken there on the number 4 car coming down the crater curves. That is a terrifying moment for Rob Weldon. Just as he was catching the leader, Scott Mittel as well. That was a very scary moment. Well, that's going to put Shane Kelly up into second place in the number 11. And his lap time's about the same as Scott Mittel. They're lapping, 106.5, 106.4 that time through. The gap is just under 23 seconds between the two of them. Alex Connor will now go up into third place. He's just ahead of Ed Bridal still. So they're battling a lap or so ago. The 24 car is going to move up into fifth place of Ruben Stanislaus. There goes Kelly through into second. There's the 87 of Gordy Much. Now, with that second pit stop, that car is now behind the 24 Is it on the lead lap? We'll see as it comes through this time. Gordy Much in the 87. He'll be going like hell to recoup ground. There's the leader. Number 77 of Scott Mittel. The race with the 750 Motor Club began in their low-cost series, branching out and building his own cars. It's Gordy Much. He's on the same lap as the 24 car. He's 16 seconds, he's nearly 17 seconds behind it though. 22.5 seconds between the two leaders. It's looking good for the number 77 car of Charles Hall and Scott Mittel. And the 86 car has come back into the pit lane as well. That's Alex Connor. The pit window has closed. Is that it's a drive-through penalty, I think. We didn't get any notification of that, but looks like a drive-through penalty for the 86. I can only presume that in the 87 are for short pit stops. Well, the 77 has had 2 wins this year already. They won on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. They had a win at Snetterton as well. Is it going to be win number 3 for Mittel and Hall? Shane Kelly in second. Jeremy Stefano Lini had a win at the Silverstone National Circuit in June. The Bridals have yet to win. They got their best ever finish yesterday. They're up in 3rd place now. With and the 84 cars coming back in as well. As we say, we're not getting notification as why, but there's a number of cars doing a second pit stop. I can only assume they're penalties for short pit stops in the mandatory ones. Yeah, stop-go penalty there in the penalty box is the 84 of Ed Bridal. Being waved back out, he's struggling to get going again there, Ed Bridal. 15 minutes just over of the race to go. And this is all playing into the hands of the number 24 car of Ruben Stanislaus. He could get that car onto the podium the way things are going. So we lost the 29 at the pit stops. We've lost the 85 and the number 4. And Rod Goodman hasn't rejoined either. He's back in the pits. In our second race of the weekend for the Praga Cup. Shane Kelly trying to go after Scott Mittel for the lead, but he's still just over 20 seconds behind him. He is lapping a few tenths of a second faster, with only 14.5 minutes of the race to go. I don't think he'll catch him here. See what the gap's going to be this time through. Fastest second sector of all for Kelly in that second sector, that lap around, 34.436. Rob Weldon's still got the fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap, no he hasn't, fastest lap of the race for Shane Kelly, 1:05.250. So Shane Kelly is turning up the wick and he's starting to push on to try and catch Scott Mittel for the lead of this Praga Cup race. Gordy Munch's lap time's looking like. He's lapping in the 1:05.7 bracket at the moment, so he's a little off the pace of the leaders. They have a little bit of damage to the suspension for that car because of its off in qualifying and a spin earlier on as well. Meanwhile, we can hand down to Ewan Dunlop, who's found somebody to talk to in the pit lane. Ewan, what can you tell us?
Cheers, Dave, here with our leaders. Charles Hall, great stint from you.
No, it was a good one. We've had all sorts of troubles. I mean, the last Silverstone was one to forget. We've made some really good improvements with the car, and I think start of the year we had plenty of sort of good luck, but the car wasn't great. And then we got the car working really well. We did some testing and found where we were going the wrong way. So the car's coming good, and then everything kept breaking. So anyway,
what happened yesterday? First of all,
yesterday. We've had all sorts. We've had problems with push rods. It tweaked the push rod, so then we tried to get it straight and it just wasn't right. So we were just trying to get round for points and finish the race.
But, something's working today.
Yeah, well, we put the right push rods on for starters, and then so yeah, good start. We tried to go with Shane. I don't know what I heard. Something's happened there, so I think Shane's got a fairly long stint, and I was tired after mine one. Honestly, I was absolutely knackered. I'm happy because the car's working and it's showing a little bit what it can do. It's not right, I don't think. It's still a bit on three wheels, but a lot better.
And you've just told me you don't watch the screen now, so you don't know what's happening.
I can't even watch the screen, look out the garage. I don't know how my parents did it as I was a kid now. So, yeah.
For you, but well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. We will definitely keep watching. Dave, back to you.
Tell you, thanks Stuart, I can tell you the 86 car has just come back into the pit lane of Alex Connor. He was third in the car started by Corey Allain, so it looks like they've had an issue. Wait to see if it heads back out again. I think it is heading straight back out again. Don't tell me that car's got a penalty as well. That's the third pit stop for the 86 car. There is the 77 of Scott Mittel, continues to lead the way, 11 minutes to go. This is going to close things up in the championship. It was the 77 car that hit problems yesterday as the 87 won. It's the other way round today with the 87 down in 6th place. We had a pit stop penalty, we believe, earlier on. As the 87 was a pit lane penalty. A couple of other cars we've seen make extra stops as well, I would imagine, for the same thing. Too slow, too short a pit stop in the mandatory pit stop window. The lead gap is down to just over 17 seconds, and Shane Kelly's done a new fastest lap of the race, 105.167. There's the number 86 car, now down to 6th after making an additional stop. See anything untoward with the car as it goes through Redgate. So the 24 car of Luis Apayague and Ruben Stanislaus is now up into 3rd place. Could they finish on the podium in their first weekend of Praga racing? They're 2.3 seconds ahead of Ed Bridal, the first of the double stoppers. Of course, only one pit stop is mandatory in Praga racing. If you're watching the British Endurance Championship race yesterday, then 2 pit stops were mandatory in that race. There goes the 24, and there is Ed Bridal behind him in the 84. Had one podium this weekend, they want another one. There go the leaders. There goes Wardy Much in the 87. Lap down on the 77 now. Here's the fight for 3rd. Lead gap is down to 14.3 seconds now. Shane Kelly has just taken nearly 3 seconds out of our race leaders on that last lap. Shane Kelly is really pushing here in the number 11 University of Wolverhampton car. There's the leader. There's Gordy Much, a lap down in 87. He won't stay there long. This is the battle for 3rd place. Ruben Stanislaus under fire from Ed Bridal in the 84, the very quick ex-Carter. In the number 84. Down the straight they come. The Adola Motorsports cars together. Just under 9 minutes of this race to go. Kelly's getting the gap down. I think he's going to run out of laps though, run out of time sadly to catch Scott Mittel here. As Ed Bridal's ready to make a move. He's got the headlights on in the mirrors of Ruben Stanislaus. Into Redgate, he's going through. Ed Bridal goes through up into 3rd place. 2 Adola Motorsport cars fighting among themselves for 3rd. Gap is now 14.36 between Mittel and Kelly. That time's about the same that time through. There is Shane Kelly. There's the 77, so that's the gap, about the distance from the top of the Craner Curves down to Starkey's Bridge. That's the visual gap between the two of them. 40 laps completed so far. I reckon Pointy's going round the show truck paddock, encouraging the show truck drivers to make as much noise as possible and try and put me off, you know. It's not putting our drivers off, though. 77 Mittel from 11 University of Wolverhampton, 84 Idola in third, and the second Idola car, number 24, is fourth. The 87 Fanatec car is fifth. The 86, it's made 3 stops. The Arden by Idola car is down to 6th. Gordy Much is trying to unlap himself on the tail of Scott Mittel. 7 minutes of the race to go for the number 77. 14.5 seconds is the gap. I don't think Mittel car's entry is going to be caught here. Looking for their 3rd win of the season. Close the gap on the 87 Fanatec Praga car at the top of the standings from Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy Much. We're watching the Bridals pull away from Ruben Stanislaus into 3rd place, and I believe Ewan Dunlop has got hold of Chris Bridal, first of the twins to race this car today, down in the pit lane.
Cheers, Dave, here with Chris Bridal. You guys having a brilliant weekend. It's just about a little bit better, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know how. We had a success penalty in the pit stop of about 10 seconds, and we were half a second short, which we then got a stop-go penalty, and somehow we're still 3rd. So I don't know how it's worked out, but a few of the other guys also got pit stop penalties. So yeah, up to P3 now, and Ed's, I think, fastest on track at the moment, so fingers crossed.
Progress, it's so hard to keep up with. I think there's been 4 or 5 pit stop penalties, so you just got to take sort of the breaks as they come.
Yeah, as soon as I saw I got the pit stop penalty, I thought, oh, this is game over now, 5th, 6th at best. But then the Ardennes car got a pit stop penalty, and he missed the pit stop box, so he just did a drive through and had to come in again, and my brother just overtook on track, which I missed, as always, didn't see it.
It was a good move.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he'll tell me about it later, but yeah, up to P3 now, so fingers crossed to see what we can do.
I mean, if you can get 2 podiums in one day, in one weekend, how awesome would that be?
After the disaster of a season we've had so far, it would be everything really. The boys have worked so hard over the summer season, the time off, and we put a lot of effort in, so it'd mean everything, yeah.
Right, there's less than 10 minutes to go, good luck.
Thank you very much, cheers.
So can they get 2 podiums in one weekend? What a weekend it would be for the Bridal brothers. Dave, back to you.
Thanks to Chris Bridal there. And hearing what happened to the 86 of Alex Connor there, now we know why he came in 3 times. He missed the penalty box. First time he came in, did a drive-through, and then had to stop again for his stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. Is that what's known as missing a penalty? This isn't football. This is the Praga Cup, and there are 43 laps gone, 4.5 minutes of this race to go. And Scott Mittel is looking good for victory. Shane Kelly is slowly grinding the gap down. He's got it down to 11.68 seconds now. But he's going to run out of time, I think, to catch the 77 car. Gordy Much has unlapped himself. He's there in 5th place after his pit lane penalty early on. The Bridal's still 3rd. It's Apiage and Ruben Stanislaus in 4th. A great run. They've had a consistent run in this race. They've certainly learned quickly. Talented names to look out for in the future of motorsport and in the future of Praga, hopefully as well. Really proving that this is the ideal training ground for young racers making the move from karting into sports car racing. Hopefully we will see grids grow. They used to run as a class within the British Endurance Championship over the last couple of years, the Praga Cup. A standalone championship this year. And it is turning out brilliantly. Over 11 seconds now, the lead gap. There's Shane Kelly in 2nd place. Blessed with fine weather here at Donington, not quite as boiling hot as... Speaking of boiling hot, did I see smoke or steam coming from the 87 car there? I just got a glimpse as it came through Schwantz Curve. I think it was the 87. I thought I saw a puff of smoke there. There's Shane Kelly. He's still okay in 2nd place. I think it was possibly the 87 car. Wait and pick that up in a moment. There's definitely a puff of smoke from one of the cars in the background there. Gap is still just over 11 seconds. The looking good for Scott Mittel and Charles Hall. There is the leader heading through the old hairpin towards Schwantz Curve. Yes, there is definitely smoke coming from the back of, I think that's the 87 car coming down through the... No, it's the 86, sorry. Those look similar from a distance. There's possibly some... Is that engine smoke or is it damage to the right rear corner? It looks like it might be coming off the tyre of Alex Connor's car. They're in 6th place. So the 86 in problems. Whether he's taken a little bit of damage, or maybe there's been a collision somewhere, I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Gordy Much is now only 1.5 seconds behind Ruben Stanislaus in the number 24 car. There's the Bridals in 3rd place. They're about 6 seconds ahead of that battle. It's coming down the Craner curves now. I think Gordy Much is going to catch Ruben Stanislaus for 4th position. Yes, there they are, through Schwantz Curve and up the hill to McLean's. Leader's just behind them. Alex Connor has come into the pits. Meantime, we'll see if Gordy Much can take 4th place. There's only just over a minute left on the clock. It's been an eventful race for the Praga Cup. Here they come down towards the chicane. Ruben Stanislaus, can he hold on to 4th place? Gordy Much, a very, very quick driver, as we saw yesterday as that car took the win. The last lap board will go out. There's only 35 seconds left on the clock. Scott Mittel. Towards the Craner curves for the final time. Started by Charles Hall. The Mittel car's entry is heading for win number 3 this season. Charles made a very quick start from the 4th row of the grid, was quickly through into the lead at the pit stops. Shane Kelly led the first half of the race. Scott Mittel taking advantage of Shane Kelly having a longer pit stop. Charles Hall was the last to come in. It's all worked out beautifully for Mittel cars. They had a few problems with their number 77 car yesterday, but no such issues today. Here he comes down towards the chicane for the final time. It's going to be win number 3 of the season for Charles Hall and Scott Mittel in the Praga Cup UK. There's the checkered flag. The 77 car wins it. It'll be Shane Kelly in the University of Wolverhampton car driving solo today, who will come through to take 2nd place. 10.65 seconds the eventual gap, and it's going to be the Bridal twins in 3rd. They're just coming through towards Schwantz Curve now. About 7 seconds ahead of Gordy Much, who's got through for 4th in the number 87. There is Goldie, the number 87 car. But a great debut for Lewis Apiagier and Ruben Stanislaus in the number 24. Alex Connor has taken the checkered flag in 6th place as well. A slightly troubled race for the Arden by Idola car, a couple of problems for them. They've made it home. The car started by Corey Allain, I should say. Well done to him on his Praga debut this weekend. 3rd and a 6th. Bridals have come home in 3rd place. Gordy Much in the car started by Jimmy Broadbent in 4th. And the Apiagier and Stanislaus car will take 5th. Another great weekend for the Praga Cup. Well done to all of their drivers. It's number 77 Mittel car's entry that takes the win. Charles Hall and Scott Mittel, 10.65 seconds clear of Shane Kelly for University of Wolverhampton. 84 of the Bridal twins for Idola Motorsport take 3rd. 4th place goes number 87, the Fanatec Praga team of Jimmy Broadbent and Gordy Much. 5th place goes number 24, our newcomers for Idola Motorsport, Ruben Stanislaus and Lewis Apiagier. And 6th goes to the number 86 of Alex Connor and Corey Allain for Arden by Idola Motorsports. 7th in the order, number 4 of Ben Stone and Rob Weldon. They went off at the old hairpin midway through. Rod Goodman 8th in the classification, 9th for number 85 of Scott Mansell and Jay Morton, and of course Dan Gore and Chippy Wesmail problems at their pit stop. That concludes the 1 hour race for the Praga Cup, reduced by a few minutes due to the reduced timetable. 55-minute race for the Pragas. The third win of the season for the number 77 Mattel Cars entry. Thanks again to the Praga Cup. Next up on track, we'll have a short break before the next race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which is 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Be coming up in a few minutes' time. As I say, delays earlier on, the later races being shortened a little. The pickup trucks will be 12 laps, the truck race will be 10 minutes, and CNC Heads Northwest Saloons and Sports Cars now 15 minutes instead of 20 minutes plus a final lap. So a couple of races shortened a bit due to the earlier delays with the accidents in the truck race. And if you did not see that, thankfully the driver involved, Stuart Oliver, is perfectly okay. Thanks for your patience if you were stuck with us during those delays. We'll be back underway fairly shortly with our next race, the Junior Saloon Cars. Yep, I think we can now hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Park Ferme with some of our Praga racers. Have a chat about the 1 hour race we've just seen. Ewan, over to you.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a weekend for the Pragas. A bit of a mix-up here because some of the cars, look here, here's Shane Kelly pushing his own car into the second spot. We're going to have a chat with Scott Mattel in a second as well. In fact, let's go straight in with Shane Kelly because they have had a ridiculous weekend. What a weekend. Is it nice to get yesterday didn't go to plan?
Yeah, I think we deserved it. Effort from the guys and the girls, and
Sorry about that, a few problems with our camera there. We'll get that rectified and hopefully hear from some of the drivers in a few moments' time. You see the number 4 of Rob Weldon being recovered here from the old hairpin. A few of the fans getting a close-up look at the recovery operation. That was a bit of a scary moment. Something broke coming down the Craner curbs. The last place you want that to happen at Donington Park. The car went skating across the gravel. Luckily no other cars were coming through at the bottom of the course at the time. I saw that happen in a motorcycle race at Donington many years ago. So the number 4 car being recovered to the paddock, and we'll hand back down to Park Ferme as soon as we can. Again, apologies for a few problems with our camera down there. Show trucks, exhibitors heading off here at the moment. We've got the Barrett's truck there, we've got Bow Distribution. Is that black truck on the left towing that Land Rover Discovery, or is it being pushed by it? They're a bit close together there. Look how many of them there are. Must have been a logistical nightmare to get them all parked up and squeezed onto the infield. George Davies Turf, I can see on the right there. They'll need that to look after the infield here at Donington. We're back underway as soon as we can. Then there'll be a short break before our next race, which will be the junior saloon cars. As we say, their earlier race was abandoned. Showed on the timing screen as 1 lap completed, and Jensen Bell was in first place, but so we don't think that's going to be an official result. We will have to wait to see. Just checking the website now. Yes, race abandoned, no result produced. That is confirmed by the secretary of the meeting. So first race will not be rerun due to the 2 red flags in the opening laps. All drivers okay, a few cars battered and bruised. The second race coming up a little later.
So it's just as ever is the case, man, scooping up our drivers, just making sure that then we have the ready for the podium presentations. 5 lovely trophies there on the podium for our second Praga Cup Championship race here at Donington Park this weekend. Remember, the Donington Park World Championship finale in this inaugural series, when it occurs on the Broadbent when the money was 09, and now this is not, I think, all of the drivers scooped up, which means that once we fully got all here and ready and within earshot, then we can introduce our drivers onto the podium. So we'll introduce our drivers onto the podium in reverse order. So onto the podium we do all three. The driver finishing in third position, Chris and Ed Bridal onto the podium. Congratulations, gentlemen. As they make their way onto the podium, they will pick up their prize lovely trophy. We'll both of them onto the podium. Finishing in second position, driving solo with Shane Kelly onto the podium. If you all please, Shane. Big cheer goes up for Shane Kelly. From the top step of the podium, and a third win this season goes the way of the Patel car pairing. Charles Hall and Stoppage are heading on to the top step of the podium. Biggest cheer of all for our race winners. They shake their hands with their fellow competitors. They also got the largest trophies as well that have been presented to them, and we will also be presenting them with their champagne. So that concludes the podium presentation. make his way back onto the circuit. To remain, however,
Okay, we'll soon be back underway with our next race for the junior saloon cars. First of all, we did manage to hear from our Praga drivers earlier on. We had a few problems with our cameras, so I couldn't bring those to you live, but Ewan did manage to talk to some of the Praga Cup drivers down in Park Fair.
Let's get our winner here, just getting some photos. Come on in. Congratulations, great way to end the weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. Really difficult weekend, I think, overall for the team, but it was nice to get this at the end to thank everyone for the hard work.
Because the weekend started difficulty, didn't it?
Yeah, we've had a few push rod problems yesterday and today, so it was a case of getting in the lead in that race, push early, and then meant that I could just stay off all the curbs and try and bring the car home.
I mean, how much are you enjoying the Praga season? Because it is so up and down. You never know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, if you'd have asked me a couple of hours ago, I said I'm not enjoying it much at the moment, but then now I'm enjoying it more. So yeah, as you say, it's very up and down. But yeah, no, we're really pleased with the team for this result.
Go and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Well done.
Excellent, cheers, thank you.
And we'll speak to the Bridal brothers. One on either side of the fence. Ed, you got set up fairly well, but you brought it home too.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Chris did a mega job. Got unlucky actually, we had a pit stop penalty, so we had to do a drive through on top of that, and then I stalled a couple of times, which is always embarrassing. But yeah, P3 really happy. Car's been excellent all weekend, team's been excellent, so yeah, can't complain.
It's a double great weekend. It's 2 podiums in one weekend. That is your best weekend by a mile, isn't it, in Praga?
Yeah, and yeah, everything's gone right for us this weekend, which is we needed a bit of luck this year, so we're really happy that Carl's been excellent both races. Me and Chris done quite a good job, just tried to keep it safe and just keep the pace as quick as we can.
Can you pinpoint anything that made this weekend go so well that you can take into the last round of the championship?
I think just confidence in a good car. The team did a really good job. We had a bit of a tough day on Friday, but we all sat down at the end of the day, had a good debrief, had a good chat, worked out which direction we wanted to go, and we really set that off from quali yesterday morning, and it's sort of been great all the way through.
Great to watch. Congratulations to you both.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Right, let's go and see if we can speak to a couple of other drivers, if we can, because I know we got 20 minutes break or so before the next race. Let's go and speak to Gordy, actually. He's having a chat here with Chippy Westermal. Gordy, we can grab you if that's all right.
Sure.
Another up and down race in the Pragas.
Yeah, obviously, you know, it was always going to be a bit of a tricky race with the success penalty. Obviously, it popped out of track in a reasonable position. We had good pace, but we got a drive through because we're 1 second too fast in the pits. I was slightly annoyed at my team, but I mean they've said that there was a bit of an error in terms of the race control and giving the penalty itself. So
I've heard that may have been falsely applied. I mean, that must be infuriating if that is the case.
Yeah, we need to go back and we need to, you know, have a sit down with the correct people to you know, discuss what happened, why it happened, and how we can stop it from happening again. Because when you're competing for a championship, it's you know, these mistakes can't happen. But you know, P1 and P4, you know, it's damage limitation that second race, so we'll take the P4.
Did you take positives out of this weekend, and if so, what are they?
I mean, absolutely. Jimmy's pace for one, really quick. I need to look at the championship because obviously Rob had his off at Old Hairpin. I don't know if that was a mechanical failure or what happened there, but obviously he didn't finish that race, which is of course never what you want. But whether that actually gives us an increase in championship leads, I'm not entirely sure. So we may. I think either way, we've come away from this weekend with an increased lead in the championship.
You make it very enjoyable to watch, so really appreciate you in the car, buddy. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. So there we go. That is the Pragas. We're now going to go to a short break, and then we have some junior saloon racing coming up next. But for the time being, straight back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Nice to eventually hear from our Praga Cup racers there. Well done, and thank you to everyone from Praga today. Next up, it is going to be race 2 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We hope as many of the cars as possible are back out for this one after a rather chaotic race 1, which was eventually sadly abandoned due to a couple of red flags. Jamie Petters once again on pole. This grid based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday. We'll start alongside number 93 Maximus Hall. Second row, number 22 Dara Flock and 58 Harvey Dent. Row 3, 77 Travis Chapman and 53 of Jack James. Row 4, it's Jack Riddell in the number 9 and treble 3 Adam Harding. CJ Morgan, number 59 on row 5 alongside 303 of Zach Palmer. Then on row 6 of the grid, number 6 Charlie Constable, number 10 Harry Smith. Row 7, 871 Jensen Bell. He was in front when the first race was stopped, and Harry Hickton only 14th in the number 46. We hope his car has been repaired and that he's back out, having a bit of a disaster of a weekend so far. Row 8, number 12 Jonathan Moore alongside 11 Oscar Dix. He slid off in that bit of chaos at the chicane in race 1, starts at the back of the grid in that one. Row 9, number 17 Riley Price and 280 of Gabriel Doyle Parfait. Row 10 is number 78 Kieran Roberts and 92 Adam Parker. Row 11 Cole Lynch, number 353. She picked up some damage in race 1 as well. And number 19 Sandro Ballesteros. Row number 12 got number 36 Joel Ryan. Now he picked up some damage in the first race. We'll wait to see if he's there. Treble 8 Alex Mostov alongside. 33 Jacob Baldry was involved in the first lap melee in race 1 as well. We hope he's there. And there's another name to add to the back of the grid. Number 16 Jacob Heap will be on the back of the grid as well. So we should see, hopefully, 26 cars. They are tough little cars, these Saxos. Hopefully repairs will have been made by the various teams and we can see the full field back out. Jamie Petter's car tangled with Harry Hickton coming out of the chicane in the first race and went into the tyre, while Oscar Dix slid into the tyre wall in avoidance as well. We saw a big shunt at the chicane involving Joel Ryan, Jacob Baldry. I think the other car was Riley Price who was involved, but all the drivers were okay. There's a bit of sweeping up going on at the chicane from our previous race at the moment, and then we should see the cars onto track. It will be a full 15 minutes plus 1 lap race. Still our show trucks sounding their air horns as some of them leave the arena. They'll be back on the motorways tomorrow, back in business. All of them hard-working vehicles and hard-working drivers as well. Fair play to Britain's HGV and LGV drivers. Just think about it, everything in our lives, our food, our clothes, the material to build our houses, even our cars, everything in our lives travels on a truck at some point during its life. Fair play to all our truckers in the UK and beyond, all our HGV and LGV drivers keeping the UK moving. We face a lot of hardships, long hours on the roads. Motorways always seem to be closed overnight because of road work, so it's a wonder anything gets delivered anywhere sometimes, especially with fuel prices being as they are as well. So well done to all our haulage fleets and their drivers showing off their vehicles here this weekend. Thank you to our truck drivers across the UK. We've got one truck race to go coming up a little later on, but it's time for the young guns to go for it next in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Bit of clean-up going on up there. It'll be Jamie Petters on pole in number 322. He's had 3 wins in the last 4 races. Finally his season coming together. Saw his brother raced in the pickup truck championship last season. Their familiar bright blue and yellow livery. Jamie's now Dan rather now has now moved on to race a Porsche in various sports car events. Jamie Petters, one of the top rookies last season. Had a struggle at the start of his year this year, only picked up a few points from the opening rounds. He got his first podium at Silverstone and now can't stop winning. Scored a win at Knockhill in Scotland, 2 wins at Croft. And lines up alongside Max Hall. He's had a few wins this year as well, the main challenger to Harry Hickton at the top of the points. Max Hall has had 5 wins this year. He's rarely been off the podium. He's only had 1 non-finish, that was at Cadwell Park in round 5. As the cars head out onto the grid then. Jamie Petters, the blue and yellow car. Dara Flock on the second row, the Irish karting graduate. He's had, I think, 4 podiums this year, yet to take his first win, I think, though. Could that come here? That's the blue and orange car there. Missing about 3 cars, I think 3 or 4 cars from the back of the field here. A few of the cars involved in the incident at the chicane in race 1 are not there. See if there's been any penalties from that first race. I don't think there has been. It was certainly a very lively couple of laps that we got. Eventually the race abandoned after those 2 stoppages, unfortunately. A 15-minute race plus 1 lap. Our junior saloon cars. Didn't see if Harry Hickton was back out there. There's the number 36 car, I think that was, towards the back. Joel Ryan, they put a new front end on that car. Fair play to them. I think I do spot Harry Hickton. Yes, there's the 46, the blue and red car. So he is there, but a long way back on this grid. Now, Jamie Petters is 3rd in line there. And he was originally scheduled to be on pole. I'm wondering if he's got a grid penalty. We haven't had any notification. Let's have a look. See where he lines up here. He may have had a grid penalty here as a result of that contact in race 1, but we've not had a notification of any amended grid. It looks like it is going to be the number 93 of Max Hall who lines up on pole alongside the 22 of Dara Flock. So Jamie Petters back on the second row. Harvey Dent on the second row in the black and red car. Row 3, Travis Chapman. Jack James, I think, is there in the 53. There's Jack Ruddell moving into line, the number 9. Treble 3, Adam Harding alongside him. So there's a few gaps towards the back, but the majority of cars are back out, which is good to see. Where's Charlie Constable going? I'm not quite sure how that car has ended up there. That's coming back up the hill from the old hairpin. Well, we're underway. The 15-minute race gets underway. Travis Chapman out onto the grass in the number 77. That was bizarre. I don't know how Charlie Constable has ended up going that way. But it's the number 22 of Dara Flock who makes the best start. A terrible start for Jamie Petters. He's dropped right back into the midfield. As Dara Flock, the Irishman, leads off. 1 car running wide onto the gravel. I think that might have been Adam Harding, the treble 3 there, dropping back down the order. But it is Flock who leads the way. It's Harvey Dent up into second place in the 58s. And Travis Chapman, I think, has got through into third in the 77 ahead of CJ Morgan. And our pole sitter, Max Hall, has dropped down into 5th place, the number 93. Now trying to get back alongside CJ Morgan. There's more cars running wide further back. That's Jensen Bell charging over the grass. Look out, he rejoins without hitting anybody. Jensen Bell was in front in race 1 when the race was stopped and not restarted. Side by side for second, Travis Chapman going well up alongside Harvey Dent, but it's Dara Flock who has escaped into the lead here in the number 22 car. Here comes Max Hall on the inside into Coppice Corner, trying for third place on the inside of Travis Chapman. CJ Morgan is in behind them. They chase their way down the exhibition straight. CJ Morgan in the pink car. 53 Jack James in the black and blue, the scholarship winner last winter. Harry Smith's made a good start as well in the number 10. He's ahead of Jamie Petters up the inside. Max Hall takes Travis Chapman. CJ Morgan up alongside the 77 as well, who bounces off the curb. He needs to be careful off those curves. We saw what can happen there in race 1. Watch for Petters crawling up alongside the number 10 of Harry Smith there, making it 3 wide with Travis Chapman. It's Dara Flock who leads the way in the number 22. Almost 4 wide there. They're still 3 wide into Redgate here as the leaders head round ahead of them. Harvey Dent, recent first time winner at Croft, is up there in second place. CJ Morgan's come out of all that little melee with the 4th position. Harry Hickton is still stuck in the midfield. He's down in 15th place at the end of the opening lap. The championship leader who dominated the early rounds. Dara Flock leads the way from Dent, Hall, then it's Morgan. Jamie Petters is up into 5th. He's ahead of Harry Smith. Something flew off there as they went into the old hairpin. I think it was off Petters' car. Travis Chapman is next in the order. Then we've got Zach Palmer, the number 303 in 8th place. Oscar Dix, number 11, is 9th. And Jack James, I think, has just lost out to Harry Hickton, who's starting to recover his way through the field. Leaders getting slightly spaced out now. Harvey Dent's up there in 2nd place in the number 58. No dents on his car, fortunately. Jamie Petters in 5th place, trying to catch back up. He had made a terrible start. I think it was because Max Hall was slow away from pole position and Petters got bottled up behind him. Zach Palmer, 303, the white car there with the black bonnet, making a move on the 77 of Travis Chapman. Oscar Dix, number 11, in the Jeekins team car in behind them. They've come from a background of Rallycross, the Jeekins race team. We saw Alfie Jeekins race one of these cars last year. The Vinner Sport car of 303, Zach Palmer through ahead of them. We've seen them in Brick Car Trophy in the past with Ginettas. As the pack charges its way across the line. 21 cars out there. We lost about 5 earlier on. Charlie Constable, of course, didn't take the starts. I can only assume he pulled behind the barriers on the green flag lap as Travis Chapman power slides his way through there. We've got spinners behind, I think. Yeah, there's contact there. Jensen Bell's been hit, his boot lid up in the air. Who was he hit by? Number 12, Jonathan Moore, may have been involved there, I think. Jensen Bell trying out a new air brake on his Saxo. Still going, though. Dara Flock continues to lead. Max Hall has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:27.96, and he's on the tail of Harvey Dent, trying to take 2nd place. Good scrap still going on there between Zach Palmer and Travis Chapman. That's for 7th place. And there goes Jensen Bell, demonstrating the luggage capacity of his Saxo. Who does that bit of bodywork belong to? Somebody else ploughs off, going up through Schwantz curve. There's a challenge on for Max Hall into Coppice. He squeezes down the inside, takes 2nd place from Harvey Dent. Just under 11 minutes of this race to go. Dara Flock has led from the start, looking for his first win in the championship. He's 7th in the points, 3rd of the rookies. There's yellow flags at Coppice, so I think somebody has gone off up there. We saw a green flag on the exit, so somebody's off at Coppice corner, I think, in the background. We didn't see any dust kicked up. We'll wait and see. Oh, it's Jamie Petters in the background there. Jamie Petters has gone off. Not having a happy day, the double winner from Croft. Flock leads from Hall, Dent, then it's CJ Morgan in the 59 in 4th place. There must be some oil down there coming in. There's cars sliding everywhere at Redgate. There must be oil down there. We'll have a look and see what happened to Jamie Petters if we can. Yeah, just slides off into the gravel. But there's cars going everywhere at Redgate corner, and I think there's some fluid down. You can hear great squeals of tyres. The leaders, I think, have survived that, have they? CJ Morgan sideways everywhere. Harvey Dent's lost it there down the foot. There must be fluid at the old hairpin as well. They're all sideways. They're just about surviving it though. Jensen Bell still going with his tailgate up in the air. That must be slowing him down in a straight line. Acting as an air brake. It was the Mercedes cars, I think, at Le Mans back in the 50s used to do that. Somebody else shoots across the grass. CJ Morgan staying ahead of Harvey Dent. This is the battle for 3rd place. Then the fight for 5th between, I think it's Zach Palmer and Harry Chapman. Travis Chapman, I should say. Here comes Harvey Dent having a look for 3rd place on the back of the pink machine, number 59, CJ Morgan. See what happens as they go into Redgate this time. That's where we think there's some fluid been spilt. Over the line goes Flock ahead of Hall. Teams urging their charges on from the pit wall. Number 10, Harry Smith moving up in the background, could take 6th there. Side by side into Redgate. Harvey Dent on the outside, CJ Morgan on the inside. We saw Max Hall get sideways through there once again. Through in 5th place is Palmer, then Harry Smith, Travis Chapman. Behind them is Adam Parker, and somebody else going off further back. Who was that? I think it might have been Oscar Dix in the number 11 that's gone straight on. There's got to be some oil down there, surely. Yeah, it is Oscar Dix in the Jeekins car. It's gone straight on there. There's already some damage to the front of his car. He's gone into the gravel. That's the end of his race up at Redgate Corner. Not going to dig the Saxo out of there, I don't think. There's a battle between Jack Bridal, started on the front row in the initial start of race 1, and Adam Harding in the Orex competition number treble 3 car. That's for a little further down the order, these two. For 15th place. This is for 3rd place between Morgan and Dent. We've lost Jamie Petters, he's pulled into the pits. Still got some just over 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to go. CJ Morgan still with Harvey Dent glued to his rear bumper. They're being closed in by Zach Palmer in the 303. Dent up the inside into the chicane, flings it through on the inside. Morgan fights back. Oh, they're going to tangle together and go onto the grass. Off comes the rear bumper. Well, I said glued to his bumper. The bumper's gone now. Oh dear. That's allowed Travis Chapman and Zach Palmer Zach Palmer and Harry Smith now to close up. Chapman's dropped back a place. I can't keep up with this. Then we've got Adam Parker. Then it's Harry Hickton. Now this was almost, I was worried this was going to be a repeat of Jamie Petters and Harry Hickton from race 1, because look how CJ Morgan gets up on the curb in the Chandler Motorsport car. That bounces him across the track. That's exactly what Jamie Petters did in the first race. Takes Harvey Dent onto the grass. Off comes the bumper. I think CJ Morgan lost his rear bumper in the first race as well. You know, I've got the number of a Citroen parts dealer. Here comes Zach Palmer in the 303. He's going to try and move up into 4th place. It's still Dara Flock who leads by 3 seconds ahead of Max Hall. Then this is the fight for 3rd behind. Zach Palmer's got through into 4th place. He's running well in the 303. Only 13th in the points. He's yet to score a podium this year, so if he can get past CJ Morgan. Well, I think, yes, his best finish has been a few 4th places, so he's looking for his first podium of the season as well. Dara Flock looking for his first win. Travis Chapman heads the next group. He's ahead of Harry Smith and Adam Parker, number 92. That's for 6th, 7th and 8th, I should say. Harry Smith held it sideways. Harry Hickton's in behind them in his repaired number 46 car. Fair play to Harry and his team who've got that car back out. You can see him there at the top of your picture, the blue car. Rounding up the top 10 is Gabriel Doyle-Parfait. Through goes Palmer there up into 4th place, chasing now CJ Morgan. He's calming down a little now in this rather frantic race for the junior saloon cars. Still Dara Flock that leads it, but Max Hall, who's still got the fastest lap of the race, has closed the gap to about 2.4 seconds. Fight starting to heat up again for 3rd now. 2 leaders are well clear. They're about 5.5 seconds clear of this group. Flock and Max Hall. It's looking good for Dara Flock, looking to take his first Junior Saloon Car Championship win. Harry Hickton back in 9th place. This is going to allow Max Hall to close in a little in the championship if he stays 2nd. Travis Chapman is 3rd in the points in the 77. He's in 6th position. But he's only had 1 podium so far this year, the number 77. He's been the consistent top 10 finisher. Jensen Bell is 4th in the points, and we saw him. Oh, there he is. He's either closed the boot lid or it's fallen off. Has he been into the pits, Jensen Bell? Yes, he has. So he must have been in and shut the boot, and he's keeping going. So he's towards the back of the field. He'll be lapped shortly as Harry Smith and Adam Parker go rally crossing out of the final corner. The lead gap is down to 2.3 seconds, so Max Hall is closing in. There's Jensen Bell. The boot lid's still on the edge, taped down. Look, you can just see a bit of tank tape on there. Travis Chapman runs wide through Redgates. Side by side, Harvey Dent and Zach Palmer. Harvey Dent 5th in the points, scored his maiden win at Croft last time out in the triple header. Travis Chapman in behind, 3rd in the championship. Jamie Petters in the pit lane. Looks like he's out of the race with damage from that off. at Coppice. They're still side by side here, Chapman and Dent now. Palmer's already gone through. There's one car in the pit lane, that's Jack Bridal, number 9. Problems for him. Weekend started off promisingly with second on the grid for race 1. Somebody kicking up the dust there at the old hairpin. We've got 3.5 minutes or so of the race to go, plus 1 lap. It's still Dara Flock who has led from the start. Here's that car going off. Oh, it's Jack James at the old hairpin, the Londoner, and Gabriel Doyle Parfait as well. Gets a face full of dust. Kept it going though. Very easy to run wide at the old hairpin, whatever you're driving, or indeed riding. I've seen motorcycles go off there. Here are the leaders, and look how the gap has come down. Max Hall took nearly a second out of Dara Flock on that last lap. Through Redgate they go. Wheel of these Goodyear tyres, they're really pushing these cars to the limit. And the Craner curves. Dara Flock versus Max Hall for the lead. Dara Flock from Tallaght near Dublin. Max Hall comes from Bartley. Westbourne Motorsport car on the bottom of the course. Fight for third behind them, still headed by CJ Morgan, looking for his best result of the season. Towards McLean's, can Flock hang on? He knows his lead is being whittled down by Max Hall. Max Hall looking for win number 6 this season. He's really moving up to challenge Harry Hickton at the top of the points. Hickton still in 9th place. Max Hall top of the rookie points this year. Sort of 2 minutes plus 1 lap left on the clock. To the chicane. Hall seems to have the slightly better handling car. Look at the gravel picked over the chicane there. That's going to make things tricky. They try and make their way around there. CJ Morgan still third, being closed down by Zach Palmer. The gap was 1.3 seconds. We'll see what it is this time through. It's 0.7 of a second between those two. Now the lead gap is just over a second. So another few tenths gained by Max Hall on that lap. Morgan, Palmer and Chapman third, fourth and fifth. Palmer a bit sideways. Still think there's a bit of fluid there on the outside of the entry to Redgate. Then a gap back to Harvey Dent in 6th. He's being reeled in by Harry Smith in the number 10. Harry Hickton's made up a place. He's ahead of Adam Parker now into 8th. Jack James rounds out the top 10. Sandro Ballesteros is going well. The young Spaniard in 11th place. Then we've got Gabriel Doyle Parfait 12th. 13th is Alex Mostav. Jonathan Moore is 14th. 15th Adam Harding. Then we've got Joel Ryan. I must say fair play to his team, who have repaired that guy, put a new front end on it by the look of things. And he's in 16th place ahead of Kieran Roberts, number 78. Jensen Bell is still going in 18th. Jack Bridal, we've seen, has retired to the pits, as has Jamie Petters. We lost Oscar Dixon to the gravel at Redgate, and Charlie Constable didn't take the start. So we lost a few more cars in race 1, of course. No Cole Lynch for this race. No Riley Price. And no Jacob Baldry, I don't think, number 33. Jacob Heap was scheduled to start from the back, but he's not there. We've got another car into pit lane. I think that's Jack Riddell's car, actually, with the bonnet open. There go the third place battle. And the leaders are now right together, nose to tail. Max Hall has caught Dara Flock. Clock has counted down to 0. Couldn't see if the last lap board was out there because of the black and white flag being hung out, obscuring my view of it. That's for the number 12 of the 333. Number 12 is Jonathan Moore. 333 Adam Harding is getting the driving standards flag there, probably for exceeding track limits. There are the two leaders through the old hairpin. Did that clock count down to 0? I didn't see before they crossed the line or not. Are we on the last lap now? I couldn't see the board, unfortunately. See if the checkered flag comes out this time, and I think the last lap board may have gone out because Max Hall is turning up his attack on the back of Dara Flock. They're nose to tail coming out of McLean's up towards Coppice. Flock moves to cover. He wants his first win. Max Hall looking for win number 6 this season, of his debut season, and Flock runs wide coming off Coppice corner. This is Max Hall's opportunity. They're side by side almost as they run down the exhibition straight. This is going to be really close. After the earlier chaos, this is what we've come to see from the junior saloon cars. Max Hall's got the inside line into the chicane. He's going to take the lead under braking. They slide their way into the chicane. They're going to try and turn it back in time. They both run wide onto the curves. Max Hall pulls ahead up towards the line. The last lap board is out this time, so the clock must have gone to 0 just after they crossed the line. Max Hall was hoping he'd see the checkered flag that time through, but there is one more lap to go. He's taken the lead. Now he's got to hold off whatever Dara Flock can throw at him on this final lap. Great stuff between these two. They're over 8 seconds clear of CJ Morgan in third. He's holding off Zach Palmer. Here's a battle further back between the 888 of Alex Mostab, Adam Harding and a few others. They're still battling it out in the pack then. Look at the way Dara Flock is throwing that car around there in second. Has he lost his chance now though, because Max Hall is pulling away? It's going to be, by the look of things, win number 6 of the 2022 Junior Saloon Car season for Max Hall. And with Harry Hickton down in 8th place, this is exactly what Max Hall wants. He's going to close the gap at the top of the championship. There's still rounds to go at Anglesey, Pembrey and Brands Hatch, the finale. Drew Coppis for the final time. Great drive by the number 93 of Max Hall. Fair play to Dara Flock, who led until the start of the final lap. Checkered flag this time, coming down into the Roberts chicane for the final time. They fling their way through. Pressure paid off for number 93, Max Hall, who comes in to take win number 6 for the season. There is the checkered flag. Dara Flock, a great drive, just misses out sadly on his first win. And who's going to take third place? Is it going to be CJ Morgan, who will take that third position? Yes, it is. Just ahead of Zach Palmer, Harvey Dent, Travis Chapman. Great fight between those four. Palmer just beat Dent home by 2 1,000ths of a second. Doesn't get much closer than that. Harry Smith is 7th. Harry Hickton takes 8th. There's our third place battlers. Look at the state of CJ Morgan's car. Hope he'll go and get his rear bumper back. Adam Parker and Jack James round out the top 10. Okay, provisional result then of our junior saloon car race. It is a win for Max Hall, number 93, by 0.9 of a second ahead of Dara Flock. And CJ Morgan gets his first podium of the season in third ahead of Zach Palmer, just ahead of Harvey Dent by the width of a bumper. Then Travis Chapman, Harry Smith, Harry Hickton, the championship leader. Bit of a day to forget for him, sadly. Adam Parker 9th and Jack James down in 10th. A good result for Sandro Ballesteros, 11th ahead of Alex Mostab, Adam Harding, Gabriel Doyle-Palfay, Jonathan Moore in 15th place. Behind them we had Joel Ryan in his rebuilt car. Fair play to his team again for getting that car back out, and to all the other repairs that took place on the various cars after that race 1 incident. Kieran Roberts was 17th. Jensen Bell, having pitted to close his boot, was 18th. We lost Jack Bridal and Jamie Petters into the pits. Oscar Dix went off into the gravel sadly at Redgate, and Charlie Constable didn't take the start. Well done to the junior saloon cars, and hopefully we'll hear from some of the drivers shortly. Next up it's the pickup truck racing championship over 12 laps. We'll have the grid for that one shortly. Okay, we can now head down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits. He's talking to some of our junior saloon car drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a race in the junior saloons. Just funnily enough, Dara Flock having to have his car pushed back to get out of his car. CJ Morgan was so excited, came in a little bit close. But let's speak to our winner first of all, Max Hall. What a brilliant race.
Except the start. Star's a bit back.
Just incredible racing in the junior saloons. We'll speak to Dara in a second. He was going to be absolutely gutted, but you're a racing driver. You did what you needed to do.
Yeah, I got a bad start, but just managed to chase him down. It's like, second to last lap, just got a switch back on him through Coppis. Just managed to make it stick. It was a really good race.
I mean, we saw you bringing the time down by about half a second and a second per lap in the last sort of 5 or 6 laps. Did you have any doubt in your mind at all?
At first I did, but then I started wriggling them in a bit, and then I knew I could do it.
It's an absolutely brilliant. Second in the championship, you needed to get points today. Harry's finished around about 9th or 10th. This is a perfect sort of end to the weekend for you.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend, especially with that result. Should be a close championship by the end of the year.
Still about sort of 6-7 races to go, double points at Brands House. This championship is on.
Yeah, it's on now, it's on now.
Mate, enjoy the rest of your weekend, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, buddy, well done. Let's speak to Dara. He's second place, it's his 6th podium of the championship, but he looks disappointed. Dara, mate, I want to put my arm around you. That was so close, buddy.
Yeah, well, I just want to say thanks to the team and everything for giving me a great car this weekend. But yeah, just lost it on the last lap. So.
Mate, that's really good up for you. Well done, congratulations. But second place, I know you're disappointed, but after this morning, and obviously everybody's safe, but you'd never ever want to see that. This is a positive end to your weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I was in third at the last race as well, but this is a great end to the weekend. It could have got first, but it's the way it goes.
But he's a good driver, Max, isn't he? So what do you take away from this weekend? What are the big sort of takeaways?
Well, that I can win it. I was just a bit unlucky on the last few laps. I made a few mistakes, and yeah, that's it.
Dara, it's a matter of time. You can win in this championship, buddy, all right?
All right, thank you.
Cheers, buddy, well done. Let's speak to CJ Morgan. CJ, you're the happiest person I've seen this weekend, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I'm so chuffed, honestly. The words can't explain it. It's been coming for so long. I've come fourth so many times, and it's just finally. I can't thank Chandler Motorsport enough. They've brought me to where I am. Last year when I was on my own, I was fighting mid-pack, and now first podium. It's brilliant.
It's a brilliant team. I was looking through the results of this year, and like you said, 4th or 5th, 4 or 5 times. So that explains the emotion. You jumped out of the car about 3 foot in the air.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't be more happy. I've been waiting for it for so long, and here it is.
Where'd you go from here now? Only ways up, yeah?
Only 2 more steps to go on the podium, I guess.
Right, congratulations, enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you, you too.
Well done. Junior Saloon Racing never ever fails to provide incredible action here. So Donington, that is us for the Junior Saloons, but that is not the end of the racing. Still 3 more races to go today. So to get straight back into it, back to your commentator Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ewan. 3 races to go here at Donington at Convoy in the Park 2022 on BARC TV. Next up it is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. 12 laps will be the distance. We had a cracking race from them earlier on. Just going to make sure there hasn't been any amendment to the results of that one. No, all good. George to Ricky took the win by 0.3 of a second over Dale Gents. I think it is Dale Gents who's going to be on pole position for this next race in his Dale Earnhardt lookalike. David O'Regan coming through for 3rd. Now Matt Simpson, we mentioned, was quick in qualifying yesterday. Was up there towards the top in qualifying for race 2, but as a returning driver he has to start from towards the back of the grid. So we'll see him come through again. He got fastest lap in race 1, the ex-British touring car racer. I remember seeing Matt Simpson racing in the ORCI mini stocks at Hensford Hills Raceway when I was a kid. His dad Jeff was in the National Hot Rods then, and here they are both on the grid together, and now Matt's son Ben is racing karts. Does not make me feel old, I tell you. Let's have a look at the provisional grid for this one then. Dale Gents and Danny Hunt, 83 and 39 on the front row. Second row, David O'Regan. So he's up there towards the front this time. I would say David is in with a good chance of victory here, alongside George Taricki fighting with Mark Willis for the championship lead. Third row, Rhys Jones and Michael Smith. Smith and Jones on row 3. Michael Smith a retirement in race 1. Fourth row, Mark Willis alongside Simon Ward in the 71. The fifth row, number 2, Jamie Liptrot, and 21 of Dean Tompkins. His father Paul on row 6 behind him alongside Jeff Simpson. Row 7, 51, Gavin Pike, had a spin in the first race, starts alongside 29 of Tom Hutchins. Row 8's Neil Tressler alongside Jeff Dixon, and the 9th row, 72, Alan Cooper, quite a way back on the grid than we used to seeing him alongside Matt Simpson. The final row should be Chris Land, number 77, and 41, Aaron Thompson. Remember him from the first race. On his pickup debut, he charged through the order in superb fashion and took 6th place from the very back of the grid as a rookie. This will be a 12-lap race. It's going to fly by, this race is, as they did in race 1. They were on the absolute limits of adhesion, sliding the trucks around. Brilliant spectacle to watch. little bit of clear up being done then. 1 or 2 Saxo bits and bobs to pick up after our junior saloon car race. A couple of other cars being recovered from around the circuit as well. See the pickups just on the extreme right of the picture there, making their way out of the assembly area. It'll be a rolling start. It's Dale Gent, aka Dale Earnhardt. Pole position, of course. Many are familiar with the NASCAR trucks in the USA. I believe they're called the Craftsman Truck Series again. Now, they were the Camping World Truck Series for a few years. The 3rd division, effectively, of NASCAR racing in America. Danny Hunn starts on the front row in the 39. David O'Regan will be in with a chance on row 2, the Irishman. Used to be sponsored by Parcel Force, if I remember rightly, David O'Regan. I'm sure your parcel would be in one piece if it had been delivered by one of these pickup trucks. George Taricki alongside him. He and Mark Willis currently at the top of the points. Green flag is in the air. And here we go. Rolling start for pickup trucks race number 2. So Taricki, Willis, Rhys Jones and Dale Gent are the points pace setters. Not seen many appearances from David O'Regan, late start to his season. Smith, number 93, alongside the 40 of Rhys Jones in the pink truck. It's Matt Simpson, qualified well. He was out, I think he was actually quickest in the second half of qualifying yesterday, but as a returnee, as he's not raced pickups for some time, he has to start at the back along with fellow returnee Chris Land from Cornwall in the 77 and rookie Aaron Thompson, following in his father's wheel tracks, who raced Eurocar. I think he raced in the pickup championship many years ago as well. We saw them in Brick Car Trophy sharing a Clio last year. Missed out on the title sadly by 1 point. Simon Baker's BMW. We've got Seagulls on the track at the top of the circuit. Yep, they're just going to get out of the way in time. I'm reminded of the incident with Antonio Iannone in the MotoGP a few years ago. Seen rabbits on the track over the years here at Donington as well. Gents a bit of weaving to keep his tyres warm. Race 2 for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, over 12 laps of Donington Park here at Convoy in the park. Gents and Hunn on the front row. O'Regan and Taricki are going to be the ones to watch, I reckon, from row 2. Watch for Matt Simpson coming through on his return as well, the XPTCC man. Here we go then, the pace car comes into pit lane. Watch for the lights. Revs are up from these 2-litre engines and we're underway. Charge their way down towards Redgate for the first time. Decent start by Gent, good start by Taricki trying to get through the middle on the inside of Danny Hunn, but it's Dale Gent who will just about hold his lead. Side by side a second, Jamie Liptrot goes off onto the gravel. He'll try and keep the number 2 truck going. He's done so, will rejoin at the back of the field. I said earlier, good to see his truck back out after suffering a fire at Thruxton a couple of rounds ago. Side by side for third, O'Regan and Taricki, but it's Dale Gent, number 83, who leads. Danny Hunn tries to stick the nose down the inside through the old hairpin. Rhys Jones attacking Taricki. They're all over each other at the front of the field in the early stages here. Climb up through Schwantz Curve towards McLean's. David O'Regan up the inside trying to take Danny Hunn for second place. Jones doing likewise too. Taricki for fourth place. Mark Willis in the 65 is tucked in behind them. We saw him take a win at Pembrey earlier this season in Wales. Bit of smoke there from the back of Paul Tompkins, number 12. I think that was just tyre smoke. He locked up on the way into Coppice. It's Dale Gent, number 83, who leads the way. To the inside goes David O'Regan, trying to take that second place. Still side by side with Hunn. Rhys Jones has moved through into fourth. He just clips George Taricki there under braking for the chicane. Mark Willis up alongside Ricky now. They're side by side, still side by side for a second. Reece Jones had to go onto the grass there to avoid the back of Danny Hunt. He was a bit slow off the chicane. Here comes Michael Smith. He's been elbowed a bit wide as well onto the grass. Goodness me. Also coming through, is that one of the Simpsons up there? I think that's Jeff Simpson, the number 3. He's made a good start up into 7th place on the 6th row of the grid. Somebody's gone wide into the gravel there. I think that's Danny Hunt, unfortunately. Yes, he was fighting for the top 3. He's dropped down the order. So things starting to settle down, sort of. Side by side for third, Ricky and Jones. And Ricky leaves Jones absolutely nothing at all there coming into the old hairpin. That's going to allow Mark Willis up alongside. Michael Smith, 93, trying to make up for a retirement in race 1 with what I believe is gearbox trouble in behind them. It's Paul Tompkins. There's Danny Hunt. He's dropped all the way down in the 39. Gent leads O'Regan. Look at Reece Jones. He's all over the place in the 40. Somebody else running one. I think it was Jeff Simpson just behind them as well. This is terrific stuff. Smith and Jones side by side into Coppice corner. Paul Tompkins cuts the inside. Down the straight there, the fight for 4th is intense here. Paul Tompkins up behind Smith and Jones. Then we've got Dean Tompkins, Paul's son, in behind them in the 21. And then it is one of the Simpsons. Let's see which one it is at the moment. So Dale Gent still has the lead in the 83. David O'Regan holding off George Ricky for 2nd. Then it's Mark Willis, and then everybody else trying to be 5th. It's Matt Simpson up there. We said to watch for him coming through. He's trying to go through the middle of everybody here into Red Gates. Almost being pushed by Michael Smith. There is the number 30. He's done mini stocks. He's done Legends cars. He's done pickups, national hot rods, British touring cars as well. Took a back seat from racing over the last couple of years to help his son's karting career. Racing here with his dad Jeff today, who's made a comeback earlier this season. Around the outside, Dean Tompkins, that was a good move, out to the Craner curves into the old hairpin. The 21 moves ahead of the number 40. I think Reece Jones has got some sort of a handling issue. He's dropping back a little in the number 40. Still Dale Gent that leads the way ahead of O'Regan, Ricky Willis. Paul Tompkins is up into 5th. Known as Winkle from his days in the Bangers, we know not why. On the world final at Ipswich in a Granada a few years ago. And sideways there, Dean Tompkins. Reece Jones back up the inside. I think they just enjoy throwing these pickups around like that for fun. A bit of showboating almost there. Behind them is Michael Smith. Then we've got Simon Ward in the 71. Matt Simpson in there as well. Here comes Aaron Thompson through from the back in the 41 as well. Watch for him coming through. Gent leads by half a second. Now O'Regan and Ricky, they've stopped battling each other and are concentrating on trying to close in with 2 Vauxhall bodied trucks trying to close on the Ford Ranger bodied machine in front of them. Fords and Vauxhalls at their Ford and Vauxhall engines as well. We've got one Isuzu bodied truck as well of Neil Tressler, number 37 further back. 3 leaders have broken away slightly. They were about 1.5 seconds clear of Mark Willis that time through. So Regan, who's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.025 in 2nd place. Battle for 5th headed by Paul Tompkins. It's Jones, Matt Simpson, Dean Tompkins, Smith and Simon Ward, the ex-classic touring cars. Behind him Aaron Thompson, then Jeff Simpson. They're side by side through McLean's. Behind them is Danny Hunt, recovering from his off earlier on. Then Alan Cooper from towards the back of the grid. Jamie Liptrot, Tom Hutchins, Gavin Pike in the orange at number 51. We see them come through. Then Neil Tressler, Jeff Dixon, Chris Land. Have we lost Michael Smith again? Yes, I think we have. Yeah, the 93's dropped to the bottom of the timing tree. He didn't come through on the last lap. We've had him in there behind Dean Tompkins. Has his transponder stopped working? As he goes over the line. Yes, Michael Smith is still there. His transponder isn't working. Just to confuse the issue a bit there. There's Aaron Thompson. He's got ahead of Danny Hunt, heading the 2nd draft, if you like, in this race, to use NASCAR terminology. Danny Hunt behind him. Then it's the number 2 of Jamie Liptrot. Alan Cooper, the ex-Brisker F2 man, behind him. There's Mark Willis, number 65, the most experienced man in the field. Throws his way down through the Craner curves, chasing George Ricky for 3rd place. Now the 3 leaders really starting to close up together. They were covered by 0.85 of a second at the end of the last lap, the top 3. David O'Regan lunges to the inside. He's come from a long way back there, going into McLean's. And look at the front of Dale Gent's car. I mentioned the Seagulls earlier on. I think Dale Gent's collected one. Look at the front of his of the 83 truck. He's collected something, certainly, yes. Now, is that going to affect the cooling on his truck? Is it going to slow him down? Oh dear. David O'Regan's having a go here as they come into the chicane. Over the line they come. Dale Gents. Well, we mentioned Antonio Iannone earlier on, collected a seagull during a MotoGP race in Australia at Phillip Island. I've never seen that in the pickup truck championship before. David O'Regan in second and George Taricki chasing in third. Now, is that going to affect the radiator of the 83 truck? Is it going to make his engine temperature go up, I wonder? Mark Willis trying to close on the three leaders. Fourth place Willis, and a gap back to fifth, which is now Matt Simpson. Yep, he's going after the leaders. What are his lap times like? Yeah, he's lapping quicker than the two leaders at the moment. Taricki slightly quicker on that last lap in the 28s. We're on lap 6 out of 12. So coming up towards halfway. Dale Gent has led all the way so far in the 83. Mark Willis wrestling with the steering there through the right-hander at Coppice. Down the exhibition straights. Three leaders line astern as they head the right, the left. There's Matt Simpson in fifth. He's got ahead of Paul Tompkins. Then it's Michael Smith. For some reason, Michael Smith showing us a lap down as Jamie Liptrop barrels through on the inside of Simon Ward into the chicane. Here comes Alan Cooper as well, the 72. It's clearly been an error with Michael Smith's transponder, because he's certainly there in the placings in around 7th place. Chasing Paul Tompkins. I certainly didn't see him go a lap down, if that is the case. I don't think he has. Won the championship a couple of times in the past, chasing Paul Tompkins in the number 12. It's bangers and hot rods before moving on to the circuits for the pickups. And here comes Aaron Thompson on the tail of Dean Tompkins. Next is Liptrot and Hun. A challenge on for the lead. David O'Regan trying to go around the outside, coming off McLean's. Here we go, it's England versus Ireland for the lead. Another Englishman in behind, number 28, George Taricki from Northants. They're side by side down the exhibition straight. Can David O'Regan pull ahead here before they get? He's got to get the overlap before the chicane. Taricki's jerked out from behind them. He's going to try and get both of them. Look at this up the inside into the chicane. George Taricki, he's done it. That is the move of the day from George Taricki. He turns it back. That is absolutely superb driving from George Taricki. That shows why he is the championship leader and a multiple pickup champion. David O'Regan in behind them. Dale Gent trying to draw back up the outside. He's lost the unwanted guest from on his grill there, and he gets a tap there from O'Regan. And here comes Mark Willis. He says, well, if you're going to fight each other, this is going to let me close in. This is superb stuff. Can Matt Simpson catch these four and make it 5? Look at Taricki sideways down the Craner curves. He is an absolute joy to watch, George Taricki. That was an amazing move into the chicane. I didn't know you could go 3 wide in pickups through there. But the thing is, now that his rivals have seen you can do that, they're going to try it for themselves. There's Matt Simpson in 5th place. You can see how close up he is now. Here comes O'Regan to the inside. He has a look at Dale Gents. Mark Willis now on David O'Regan's bumper. He clipped David O'Regan's bumper there. I think that was intentional. Mark Willis goes through as a result of that into 3rd place. Now, 4 trucks line astern. We're on lap 8. 4 to go this time. George Taricki, Dale Gents, Mark Willis, David O'Regan, and here comes Matt Simpson. Michael Smith behind them. Now showing in 6th place on the timing. It's Paul Tompkins, Aaron Thompson, Dean Tompkins behind Jamie Liptrop. There's Danny Hun trying to recover from his excursion at Redgate earlier on. He was fighting for a podium place at the time. And behind them it's Alan Cooper, Simon Ward, and next I think it's Tom Hutchins, the 29. And then Jeff Simpson, the number 3, rounds out the top 15. Lap 9, leaders head down the Craner curves. This incredible close race for the pickup truck racing championship. Smith trying to close in on our leaders. Making up for a retirement in race 1. Behind them Paul Tompkins under fire. And here come the leaders. George Taricki's under fire again from Dale Gent. They head up towards the right-hander at McLean's. Taricki covering the inside line. They pulled away slightly from David O'Regan and Mark Willis. Dale Gent, he's never going to go for the outside into Coppice. She can't get through there, surely. Moves back across to the inside. He's trying to position himself, looked for an attack at the chicane, but he cuts the corner a little fine there, just kicks up some dust. He's got to be mindful that O'Regan's going to be trying to do the same thing to him. 3 laps to go this time. George Turicki, Dale Gent, David O'Regan. Through the chicane. All the time they're being caught by... Oh, Mark Willis is pulling over. I thought he disappeared. Mark Willis has pulled off on the exit of Coppice. He's got a problem. He spun there in race 1, and now he's pulled over. So it's down to 3 for the lead. It could be 4. Let's see what Matt Simpson can do. There is Mark Willis. Mechanical problems for the 65 truck. The veteran campaigner is out. Leaders heading down the cradles. Turicki, Gent, O'Regan, and here comes Matt Simpson. His last lap was nearly a second quicker than the truck ahead of him. Wheel of tyres in the background, somebody getting it sideways. There's Michael Smith in 5th place. Rhys Jones is having handling problems. He's down to 15th place now. Said he was having a bit of trouble earlier on. The hill to Coppice they go. David O'Regan on the tail of Dale Gent, but I think there'll be yellow flags out there, yes, because of Mark Willis's stranded truck, so no passing on the exhibition straight. Matt Simpson in the number 30 has almost caught them from the back of the grid. Look at this. There'll be 2 laps to go this time. Can Matt Simpson pull off the unthinkable? George Turicki sideways through the chicane. Well, he's always sideways through there. Matt Simpson letting fans know of the Pickup Truck Championship what they've been missing. Here he comes. He's only 1.4 seconds off our leader now. He's only less than just over half a second off David O'Regan. Here he comes in the Simpson Race Exhausts. That's Matt's business. Number 30 pickup truck, and he's on the tail of O'Regan. Now O'Regan's had to switch from attack to defend, and this is allowing Dale Gent free rein to attack George Turicki now. They're split into 2 pairs all of a sudden, and Dale Gent almost pushing George Turicki. Bit of smoke there in the background, but somebody locking up big time. I think that's Danny Hunn in the midfield draft there as they head up towards McLean's for the penultimate time. Here comes Simpson. He's taking O'Regan. 1 down, 2 to go, thinks Matt Simpson. Can he catch the 2 leaders? This is amazing stuff. Gent kicks up the dust on the inside of Coppice. Cut the corner a bit fine there. Can Matt Simpson do it? Can he complete a sensational comeback victory? Dale Gent is lining up George Turicki. Matt Simpson, look at the way he's closing down the straight. He's taking lengths out of the 2 leaders. There's the battle further back. Danny Hunn's got some damage. He's got a bit of bodywork rubbing on the rear tyre there, I noticed. We'll stick with the 4 leaders for now. There's a good battle going on in the midfield, headed by Paul Tompkins for 6th position. But at the moment, all eyes are on Matt Simpson. He's just done his best lap of the race, going into the final lap. On that lap, he was fastest of all in the first sector. Can he do it? Can he get past Dale Gent and George Turicki for the most unlikely of comeback wins? Former British touring car man. He comes up onto Dale Gent, who's having a look himself for the lead here. Turicki's gone a bit wide through Schwant's curve. Moving to the right, protects the line towards McLean's. They're side by side on the way in. They're fighting each other. Have they noticed Simpson is there? They're side by side for the lead. Look at this, up towards Coppice for the final time. I don't think they've realised how close Matt Simpson is. Simpson's going to the inside. They could go into the chicane 3 wide this time. Gent's gone all the way round the outside, and he's taken the lead from George Turicki. Incredible on the outside through Coppice. You can't get through there. What's Simpson going to try? Turicki back to the inside. They're going to enter the chicane 3 wide, into the chicane for the last time. This is unbelievable. Turicki's there on the inside. He retakes the lead. Gent tucks in behind. Simpson will try and dart out from behind. Then they could have a 3 wide finish here. O'Regan's in there as well. They come up to the line, and Turicki wins it. What a finish. 3 wide for 2nd place. That is unbelievable. Oh, Matt Simpson. An unfortunate ending. Matt Simpson has just picked up a 5-second penalty for, I assume, for exceeding track limits. That's going to drop into 5th. What an incredible race that was. One of the best races we've seen on BARC TV this season. George Turicki won it by 0.329 of a second, with David O'Regan a further 0.098 of a second back in 3rd. Matt Simpson, well, if he hadn't got the penalty, let's just have a look. If he hadn't got the penalty, he'd have got second. He was 0.268 of a second, so a few hundredths ahead of Dale Gent. Well done to all 4 of those drivers. Simpson drops to 5th in the final reckoning behind Michael Smith. I think I need a cold shower. Okay, get my breath back and we'll give you the result. So Ricky the winner by 0.329 of a second over Dale Gent. David O'Regan a further 1/10 of a second, near enough, back in third. Michael Smith 4th, ahead of the sadly penalised Matt Simpson. Paul Tompkins heading the battle for 6th. We didn't really get a chance to focus on the midfield battle. Well done to Danny Hearn, who fought back after that off, despite a bit of damage, to take 7th, ahead of Dean Tompkins, Jamie Liptrot, Alan Cooper, then Tom Hutchins, Simon Ward. Aaron Thompson dropped back to 13th in the end. 14th for Rhys Jones, seemed to be having some handling issues. Jeff Simpson completed the top 15. After that was Gavin Pike, Neil Tressler, Jeff Dixon and Chris Land. Sadly we lost Mark Willis with mechanical problems. I was exhausted just watching that race. I'm going to go get my breath back, and we'll hand down to Ewan shortly to talk to some of the drivers, if they've got any breath left to talk to him.
Row 3 of the grid is number 1, Ryan Smith, and then we should have had number 7, Stuart Oliver alongside, so instead it is going to be number 18, John Newell, that sits alongside, and then the next row of the grid is going to be 69, Dave Jenkins, and 86, which is Tom O'Rourke, 69 and 86. And the final row of the grid, we don't see 41, Simon Cole out, or number 3, Stephen Powell back out. It is going to be 92, which is Simon Faulkner on his own. Division 2 then, number 5, Adam Bint has gone to 22, Paul Rebetta alongside 5 and 22. Row 2 for Division 2s is 32, John Borthwick, and 14, John Moller, 32 and 14. Row 3 for the Division 2s is number 10, Craig Evans, and 42, Luke Garrett, 10 and 42. And the final row of the trucks, the final row of Division 2, is number 16, Brad Smith, lining up alongside 6, which is John Powell, 16 and 6 is the final row of the grid. So that's given you the grid for the British Truck Racing Championship. I can hand you downstairs to Matt Suckling to chat to the pickup truck drivers.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. So our top 3 once again, Gracers down here in the Park Fair Lane, in the pit lane area. We've got the top 3 of the George Ricky, down there, and David O'Regan, and then diving for a race champion. So George for a second time today, George, pretty much looks like a win there, because you have so much pressure going on. It's been one of the hardest four races of the weekend, I think. Yeah, it was very hard. Just got through coming down into the chicane. It was David and Dale was side by side, and I went 3 wide up the inside. I just got such a good draft off the back of Dale, enough to send me down the inside, so we held it from there. We've had word from none less than Peter Shearer. That's one of the best races of the weekend, if not the best. So you've done the crowd proud here. Oh, brilliant. Well done, yeah. And in terms of the championship as well, you came here with a few points advantage, but with the likes of Rhys Jones and Mark Willis not scoring very well in that race, it does give you a bit of a buffer as we head to the next round. Yeah, it does. Still a long way to go, isn't there? Yeah, a long way. Well done, George. Many congratulations for a double victory this weekend. Let's grab a quick word if we can with Dale Gent in second place. Dale, you gave it a good go there. George. Right,
having finally got my breath back after that incredible pickup race. Hopefully the drivers have as well. And Ewan Dunlop is down in Parc Fermé, waiting to talk to them.
Cheers, Dave. Well, my goodness me, truck racing, pickup truck racing, just incredible, isn't it? But it's deja vu in the lineup here, our same 1, 2, 3, but in a very, very different way. As Dave said, one of the races, not just of the weekend, but possibly of the year, quite sensational. Let's speak to our double winner, George Turicki. George, mate, perfect weekend.
Yeah, you could say so, yeah.
I mean, it was a difficult race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's never easy. Yeah, I thought when Dale got by and he pulled a good lead, I thought that's it, we ain't going to see him again. And then Davey got in the mix and they got battling and that just let me up the inside.
Yeah, Mr. Simpson at the end too. So 4 of you into the final chicane. It was never over till you literally hit the line, was it?
No, and it never is over.
And Mark dropping points this weekend, great for the championship for you personally?
Yeah, great for me. Bad for him. I don't want to see Mark out of it.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of the nicest blokes in the formula, so yeah, I don't want to see him on the side like that.
Mate, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Perfect, well done.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Our second place finisher. Let's go and speak to Mr. Gents. Couple of second places, must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, no, well pleased with it. It's say not my strongest track coming here, so I was a little bit on the fence with it. Qualifying went well, and then obviously there, 2 seconds out of it.
Into the final chicane, you could have been anywhere between 1st and 5th.
Yeah, was that close?
Okay, we'll pick that up again if and when we can. 2 races to go on BARC TV today. Hope my voice will last through them. Next up it is the final truck race of the weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship, a slightly reduced distance of 10 minutes. This race sponsored by Taylor's Transport, based in the East Midlands, so at their local venue of Donington today. And then we have a final race, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, 15 minutes plus 1 lap for our mixture of different cars that we saw earlier on. Just taking a quick look at the grid. A few cars have withdrawn, unfortunately, from that lineup, so we'll bring that to you when we can. One of them, unfortunately, I can tell you, is Andy Southcott, the number 175. The grid for the truck race should read like this, based on the results of the race this morning, race 3 on the programme, but with the top 8 in each division reversed. So we should have Craig Reed, number 68, on pole, alongside the Taylor's Transport truck of number 81, Mark Taylor. Wouldn't it be fitting if he could get his first win of the season here? Second row, 95, Ricky Collett, and number 12, Michael Oliver. Third row, number 1, Ryan Smith. We won't have Stuart Oliver after his truck was damaged in an accident earlier on. We hope John Newell is there, number 18 on row 4. He pulled up in the race earlier on. Number 69, David Jenkins, was our winner of race 3. The 5th row, 86, Tom O'Rourke, alongside 41, Simon Cole. And the 6th row, 92, Simon Faulkner. I don't think number 3, Stephen Powell, is going to be there after his damage in the race this morning. We know Simon Reed has withdrawn, his truck too badly damaged to continue. Then we've got Division 2, number 5, Adam Bintz, alongside 22, Paul Rivett, 32, Jock Borthwick, and number 14, John Bowler. The 10 of Craig Evans, alongside 42 of Luke Garrett. And Brad Smith and John Powell round out the grid. Brad Smith given a grid penalty after overtaking under yellow flags in the earlier race. Well, they're rolling already. This race sponsored, as we say, by Taylor's Transport Group, providing an integrated logistical solution that allows you to safely deliver goods throughout the UK and around the world. Boasting a plethora of sites across the East Midlands, based near Nottingham. The business has expert staff that have the experience, knowledge and desire to help you meet and exceed your need. Try saying that after a few drinks. Now, thanks to Taylor's Transport, they entered truck racing as a sponsor of Ryan Smith a few years ago, and then Mark Taylor decided he liked the sport so much he'd buy a truck and have a go himself, and there he is on the front row in number 81. Can he win the race that his family's company are sponsoring here? John Newell's back out, a bit smoky, but he's going. No Stephen Powell. Obviously no Stuart Oliver, but he is okay after his shunt earlier on. All the Division 2 trucks are there. There's the Taylor's Transport Pace truck. Look at that, very impressive, the Volvo. Ryan Smith on row 3. There's David Jenkins. Adam Bint heads Division 2. He's had a fairly quiet weekend. Craig Reed looking for his first Division 1 win, the reigning Division 2 champion in the Iveco. His local circuit as well, the man from Stoke. Upholding family honour with Simon's truck out with some accident damage. Likewise, sadly, Stephen Powell and, of course, Stuart Oliver. We'll aim to repair for next month's meeting at Snetterton. 3 meetings to go after this. For the British Truck Racing Championship, they go to Pembrey, and then the big one at Brands Hatch on bonfire night. For Ryan Smith from the inside of row 3. David Jenkins, his arch rival, behind him. This will be a 10-minute race. And the last race at Convoy in the Park does see the drivers usually let their hair down a little. Here they come then towards the chicane, the Taylor's Transport Volvo Pace truck. leads Craig Reed and Mark Taylor. Michael Oliver tucked in there on the second row alongside Ricky Collins. Sometimes it's just seen Ricky in the winner's circle. Race truck pulls into pit lane, then watch for the lights. 10 minutes of truck racing, the final truck race of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park is go. Great start by Craig Reed, great start by Michael Oliver up the outside as well. We'll try and go toe-to-toe with Mark Taylor into Redgate for the first time. It's Craig Reed who's going to hold the lead in the Iveco. They lean on each other for second place. Ricky Collins there in fourth. Trying to get round the outside is John Newell. Ryan Smith is rather caught in the middle in the Daimler Freightliner. He's trying to get round the outside now of Ricky Collins, but it's Craig Reed who's got the lead. Mark Taylor on the inside of Michael Oliver. Two trucks side by side down the Craner curves. That's brave. And I think Michael Oliver, yes, has got his way through into second place. Collins is fourth. David Jenkins finds his route blocked slightly there by John Newell. Ryan Smith in the middle. Division 2 come through next. I think it's Adam Binns who has held his lead in Division 2. Simon Faulkner at the back of Division 1. It's Craig Reed who leads in the number 68, the Iveco Stralis, faced by Michael Oliver with the shaken up grid and a couple of favourites sadly absent. This could be a very open race indeed. Down the right hander at Coppice they go. Craig Reed hanging on in front. We head up towards the straight, the chicane at the end of the exhibition straights for the first time. Michael Oliver, number 12, looking for his second win of the day. Craig Reed looking for his first ever Division 1 win. And Ricky Collins still holding off Ryan Smith for fourth place. This is good stuff. Look at Michael Oliver sideways there out of the chicane, really pushing hard as he tries to catch Craig Reed. Ricky Collins dropping back slightly there on the outside. Ryan Smith up alongside him. Taylor still there in third place. Fair bit of smoke being kicked up there, and through it comes the number 5 Adam Binns. Here's Division 2. This is what happened on the first lap at the old hairpin. Whoops, Paul Rivette digs a divot in the dirt. The Napa truck rejoins over the grass. That's what we call that smoke and dust down at the old hairpin. Still going though. Back of the Division 2 field. Meanwhile, here comes Division 1, and here comes Ryan Smith on the inside of Ricky Collins. Side by side through the old hairpin, excuse me, says Ryan Smith, and goes through to fourth. There's Paul Rivette keeping going, a bit of damage as a result of that collision on the first lap. Division 2 trucks head down the Craner curves. I think Paul Rivette is going to have to make a pit stop here. Look at the state of the front bumper, and there's a lot of smoke pouring off that rear tyre as well. No wonder they can hardly see where they're going coming out of the old hairpin. Look at the smoke and dust that they've kicked up. There is actually a rule in truck racing. If your truck starts kicking out black smoke, it means black flag, and you will be disqualified. Black smoke is not tolerated. A quartet of MANs, David Jenkins, Ricky Collins. Here comes John Newell on the inside. He'll take Ricky Collins into the chicane. Tom O'Rourke behind them. It is still Craig Reed who holds the lead. Fastest lap to Mark Taylor at the end of that one, but instantly eclipsed by Ryan Smith. 127.121 for Flying Ryan. Line astern as they come into Redgate. Still Craig Reed. Can he hang on in front for his first Division 1 win? Michael Oliver on his tail, now upholding family honour with Stuart sadly out of the meeting with damage. Down the hill, Mark Taylor up there in third. He wants a win in the race his family's company are sponsoring. Looking decidedly slippery down the Craner curves there. Simon Faulkner's being caught by the Division 2 boys, and they're still being led by Adam Bint, going well in the Volvo, but he's got Luke Garrett, the championship leader, on his tail. Then gap back to John Bowler, I think is in third, trying to see through the smoke and dust up there. They said they let their hair down a little in the last race at Convoy in the Park every time. Certainly looking very flamboyant. There's a yellow flag out. There's debris on the gravel trap there. And who's that going off? That's Jock Borthwick has gone off at the chicane. Is that why the yellow flag was out, I wonder? Has he tangled with somebody? Who hasn't come through on this lap? Let's have a look. Borthwick's at the back of the field. Ricky Collett, we know, lost some places on that last lap, but I think he's still in there. Craig Reed continues to set the pace. Only just ahead of Michael Oliver, 1.3 of a second, and here comes Oliver, here comes Mark Taylor, and here comes Ryan Smith as well. Four of them line astern into Redgate. David Jenkins is fifth, then it's Newell and Collins. Here's the battle in Division 2. All the Division 2 trucks seem to be missing their front bumpers. Oh, Simon Faulkner's slowing down, the 92. I think that debris in the gravel trap at Coppice might be a bit of what's left of Paul Rivette's truck. Here are the leaders. There's Adam Bint, he leads Division 2, running on HVO environmentally friendly fuel. It seems to be working for him. He leads Garrett Bowler, Brad Smith, John Powell, Paul Rivette. Somewhere in all that smoke, I think there might be a truck parked up at the old hairpin. Now what's happened here? Oh, that's the leader! Oh, Craig Reed's gone straight on! He's going to hit the tyre wall. And disappears in his own smoke screen. What happened there? Craig Reed just went straight on coming out of the old hairpin, and we've lost our Division 1 leader. Bang goes his first win. I don't know what happened there to the 68. Did he lose his steering? So that's put Michael Oliver into the lead of Division 1. Ryan Smith is up to second, though surely it's only a matter of time before Smith is on Michael Oliver's tail. Mark Taylor still there in third. Then it's David Jenkins, John Newell and Ricky Collins. If you can't predict anything in truck racing, 4 minutes to go. Smith chases Michael Oliver down the hill. Here's the Division 2 leaders. Bint from Garrett's. Adam Bint's a great fan favourite. It'd be quite fitting if he could sign off with the win. Look at the state of Jock Borthwick's truck. That's lost most of its bodywork. It must have been him who went off at the chicane and brought the yellows out earlier on. He's trying to crawl home, being lapped by his fellow Division 2 runners. I think the track is going to need a fair bit of a clear-up before our final race for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. There's Craig Reed just talking to some fans down there by the catch fencing. John Powell's got a wheel arch flapping, so has Brad Smith. The state of Jock Borthwick's truck. Paul Rivette's still going as well. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Still Michael Oliver from Ryan Smith. Here they come. Now is Ryan Smith going to be able to pull alongside here, coming towards Redgate? Michael Oliver is defending. David Jenkins trying to get through into third place. Not sure what Craig Reed's doing there, practicing sign language, I think. As Ryan Smith switches to the inside on Michael Oliver. No, you don't, says Michael Oliver. Closes the door. Brilliant stuff. Mark Taylor in third place. Smith to the inside. Bash into the side of Michael Oliver. Side by side again down the Craner curve. Something's got to give here, and that's something I thought was going to be Ryan Smith down the Craners. I thought he was going to spin out there. Somehow Michael Oliver's held his lead. This is allowing Taylor, Jenkins and Newell to close up as well. 2 minutes to go. This race ain't over yet. Through to Schwantz curve. Somehow Michael Oliver holding his lead. I thought they were both going to go off there coming down the Craner curves. They did well to hang on. Ryan Smith is going to try again. Fired up Ryan Smith. He's not the person you want on your tail because he'll try everything to get through. Again, Oliver shuts the door. There's yellow flags out, still there, I think, coming down the exhibition straight. Have we lost somebody else as Ryan Smith goes to the inside? They're still leaning on each other down the straight towards the chicane. Surely Smith's going to get the inside line this time into the chicane. He has got the inside. It's a question of who's going to break the latest. Ryan Smith goes through, finally through into the lead. 1 minute 20 to go. This may well be last lap this time. Yes, the last lap board is indeed out. Look at this, 4 of them now for second place, but Ryan Smith is off into the sunset. David Jenkins trying to switch across and take second place. John Newell's there on the outside. Mark Taylor got rather swamped there down the straight. Great squeal of tyres. I thought John Newell was going straight on there. He goes over the gravel. Nearly went into the gravel altogether. That's dropped him behind Taylor. I think there may have been some contact there, judging by the state of the front of Mark Taylor's truck. And now David Jenkins is going to try and get past Michael Oliver. We're on the last lap now, and this is for the lead in Division 2. Luke Garrett has caught Adam Bint. So we've got 2 battles for the lead in this one. Newell still going ahead of Ricky Collett, but it's Flying Ryan out in front. won race 1 yesterday. He retired in race 2 with a loss of oil pressure. Race 3 went to David Jenkins. It was Michael Oliver who took the win in race 4, and Simon Reed. I thought we might just make it 5 winners out of 5 races here at Convoy in the Park, but it's going to be Ryan Smith. He will keep his championship lead, I think, at the end of this weekend. He's going to take a double into the chicane for the final time. I think Michael Oliver's just about going to hold off David Jenkins for second, but it's Flying Ryan who comes in to take his second win of the weekend. What a weekend for Michael Oliver. He holds second place. Third, it's David Jenkins. Mark Taylor fourth. John Newell is fifth. Then Ricky Collins, Tom O'Rourke. What's Ryan Smith going to do in celebration? Full power slide through red gates. Beautifully done. He's still at it in Division 2. Is Adam Bint going to hang on? The fans' favourite ahead of the championship leader. This is going to be close. What's Luke Garrett going to do? Is he going to try and slipstream him on the run to the line? He's not going to get the chance, I don't think. Here comes Adam Bint. Garrett will try and get up alongside. Almost a photo finish, but Adam Bint wins Division 2 by 0.3 of a second. So 4 different winners in Division 1. In Division 2, the first race went to Luke Garrett. Second race was also Garrett. Race 3, it was John Powell. In race 4, it was Brad Smith, and now in race 5, Adam Bint. So 8 different winners across our 2 divisions this weekend. Quite brilliant weekend of truck racing. The provisional result as follows then. Ryan Smith, the winner by just under 3 seconds ahead of Michael Oliver, who just held off David Jenkins at the line. Mark Taylor fourth ahead of John Newell, Ricky Collins and Tom O'Rourke. Adam Bint, a good 8th overall to win Division 2, ahead of Luke Garrett by 0.3 of a second. Third in Division 2 was John Bowler, then Brad Smith, John Powell and Paul Rivette in what's left of the number 22 truck. The 92 kept going despite slowing up mid-race of Simon Faulkner for 14th place. Craig Evans completed the top 15, and the other finisher 2 laps down in what's left of the number 32 was Jock Borthwick. Sadly we lost Craig Reed while leading the race into the gravel at the old hairpin. I think something broke on the 68 truck there because he just seemed to go straight on. Well, hopefully Pointy will be about to talk to some of the drivers, and he'll be presenting the awards alongside this weekend's guest of honour, Steve Parish, the former European truck racing champion. 1 race to go here at Donington Park on our coverage on BARC TV, CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons.
Damage to the truck and clearly issues with it is truck number 32, 8th overall in Division 2, 16th overall in the race was truck number 32, which was John Borthwick. Of course, we lost Craig Reed down to the gravel trap there at the old hairpin, so that will just take a while to get him recovered. And whilst we are getting that recovered, we can guide you through the grid for the next of the races. And Saloon Championship will be heading on to the circuit very, very soon indeed. And the way that the grid is formed is based on the second fastest times from qualifying, the second fastest times from qualifying. I'm just going to double check that there's not been an amended grid issued for this one because I did print the grid out twice.
Right, I think Pointy has collared the drivers down there in Parc Ferme, and we can talk to some of them following that fantastic last truck race of the weekend.
So I will very quickly then run through what is the amended grid for you for this one.
Well, welcome to Parc Ferme. Sorry I wasn't here earlier on today, but what a finish for the crowds here at Donington Park, and of course you there at home watching live. Ryan Smith, what a fantastic finish for the crowd. Coming from so far back, you battled every inch of that track.
I know I were in that race. Fair play to Michael. You know, what happened to his dad, you know, none of us want to see, first of all, what happened to Stuart, but...
I think Michael did, that's why he did it.
Michael was like, you know, gutted. In the race before, he drove amazing in the race before, and that race then, you know, he drove really like you know,
the battle was there. I mean, he kept you held back for so long, but a fantastic result nonetheless. Dave Jenkins as well, sir. Well done, and a sterling effort. You were right on the tail of Michael Oliver for the second half of that race, looking for every possible inch to take. You know, surely that must have been a great race for both of you.
It was a great race. We just needed another 5 minutes, didn't we?
That would have been nice. Yeah.
When the lads were on the radio at the start, don't forget it's only a 10-minute race. It couldn't be a 10-minute race this morning when I was in the lead, could it? You know. So no, great way to end the weekend. It's such a shame that we've had the damage this weekend, and for those teams that have got to take those trucks home, we've all been there, and absolutely, you know, my heart goes out to those boys. But the racing and the crowd and the event has been fantastic again.
That is absolutely brilliant. Well, well done to both of you. We've got quite a few trophies to hand out.
I just thank all my sponsors for making it possible for us to be here, and to my team who've worked really hard.
They were all cheering very loudly for you. All the guys from Northside shouting out Ryan Smith in the paddock for that entire race. What's left of Stuart Oliver's truck over here, if you want to have a quick look at that, this is what a front end write-off at 90 miles an hour looks like, even with tyre walls there to protect the audience, obviously. Now, let's go and have a quick chat to Michael Oliver. Michael.
Hi, Pointy.
Michael.
Hi, Pointy.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
Mate, I'm so sorry I wasn't here earlier on.
It's all right. You all right, lad?
Oh, his guys took it now. That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
How was the race?
I'll go and sit back in the van.
It was really good.
Well, it was. It was really good to watch. Obviously, a fantastic result for you the race previous this afternoon, taking home the first place trophy.
It seems so long ago now.
It does, doesn't it? It's almost like I missed the beat.
I think you did though, didn't you?
A little bit, maybe.
Aye. Oh, well, as long as you're not getting paid for it.
Oh, no. Paid? What's that? Money for this? I just about cover diesel.
No, Flippin, to be honest, it's for the team. Flippin, we've had some terrible luck with Dad.
Yeah.
Heartbroken. I won that last race. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Yeah.
But no, got second here. I let Ryan pass. But
obviously, it was nice of you to do that. I mean, he's had a bad weekend as well. It was nice of you to just do that for him.
Oh, he gets one.
Yeah,
he gets one.
Just the one.
Just the one. He gets the one.
It was such a battle. I mean, we were watching on the big screen in the paddock, and the crowd were, oh! It was such a battle to watch. It was fantastic. The prowess, and it must have been so much pressure with him. The prowess. You heard it here. Prowess. Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, he looked at least 2 laps for every possible gap past you, and you just kept shutting that door.
I can't mind how he got past us in the end. I think I dropped the boot
somewhere. There was a little bit of contact looking at it from the outside.
He battered us.
Absolutely.
He battered us. Oh.
Smashed. He just pushed him out of the way.
No, I can't complain if anything. It was spot on.
It was a great
enjoy
race.
the race, and you can't win them all, can you?
No, of course.
You can try,
not.
but you can't.
Well, that's the whole point of being here. You know, definitely. Right. Well, Michael Oliver, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for interviewing me as well.
Weekend,
I will. Yeah, thank you. Rest of the weekend. Right. I'm just going. We shaky hands, man. Do you remember that? Shaky hands, man. Shaky. We've got to go. Let me go. Let me. Yeah. Come on. Pull him over. Come on. I'm heavier than you. Michael Oliver, always a sportsman and the comedian. Let's have a little walk down now, see if we can't find Adam Bint, because we haven't actually had a chance to speak to Adam Bint at all this weekend. But now, what a fantastic opportunity to have a word with Adam. With close second, Luke Garrett. My gosh, it was, you know. Adam, come on over, sir. How was that? I mean, you almost had quite a large lead at one point in the race, and then Luke gets right on the back of you. How did that feel?
Oh, it felt good, to be fair, because it's not always about being out in front because you want to battle with somebody, because we're always here to race. And, you know, I just said, Luke, it was a really good race. I enjoyed it.
It was, yeah. It was a great race to watch. And that last-ditch attempt as you came onto the pit straight, we were like, oh, is this? But no, you still, it's just a good nose ahead there.
The problem is, on the gravel, it was all over the chicane. You couldn't get any decent traction coming out of there.
Yeah.
So you tried to pick different lines, but there's just gravel everywhere.
Oh, right. So not ideal, not conducive of traction.
No, because you tried to pick a decent line, and there was no decent line.
All lines are decent lines, you just got to make them stick. Well, massive congratulations to you, sir. Well done. We'll get you some silverware handed out very shortly, whilst we go further back into the paddock and see who else we can find. Ricky Collett starting very close to the front and getting battered and beaten. Hello, how are we, Mr. Collett?
Very good, thanks.
And so how's that race for you? There's a bit of a tussle in the early half.
Yeah, I got shuffled down a bit, and I
thought at the end there I might have been in with a chance of stealing a few places back, but not to be. But
Yeah,
on the
I
whole,
mean, what happened to? We saw John Newell go off quite wide, and I mean, did you see anything that might happen there, or were you just holding on for dear life at that point?
I was just holding on for dear life. It looked to be 3 abreast, so I don't know just what happened, but
It was tight.
I was concentrating on getting my braking right, hoping that, like I say, I couldn't.
But I mean, you know, the bonus of the weekend for you, of course, is that the truck's in one piece, ready to go for Snetterton.
Yeah, unbelievable.
I know, crazy. No rebuild. I'm sure you'll find something to strip off it on the way home.
Yeah. There's a bit of glass fibre to do.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, Ricky. Well done for that last race of the day. Let's head even further back now. We see all these trucks. Let's see if we can't find Paul Rivette, who seemed to have some serious smoke coming out of his truck for that race. Not sure if we can find him. It looks like he's disappeared again. Is he in his cab? He's not. He's disappeared. Hi, John. Craig, come here, you. Come here, you. Now listen, you're going to have to stop making a habit of this, aren't you, really?
Well, I'm causing a few enemies now, by the way.
I know, it's all this winning stuff.
I know,
So people
come from
don't
the
like
head.
it.
No.
They knew who you were, they knew where you were, that's what they liked. And now it's you just ruffling feathers and getting the cat among the pigeons.
Well, yeah, you could say that, but it didn't go quite to plan, just did it?
Hey, look, it's all about the racing. I mean, you know, you're in there, you're in the pack.
Yeah.
And when we come from several years back now, when you came into the series, you're a different man altogether.
Oh, it's definitely, it's come on leaps and bounds since when we started. We've got the power, we seem to have the confidence and bit, so we're there. We're thereabouts.
Fantastic. Well, that is absolutely brilliant. Well done, Craig. Great stone effort for the last race of the day. We've got a bit of technical trouble over here with Jock Borthwick, though. Now, of course, Jock ended up getting lapped at one point. Serious issues. Jock, tell us what happened, buddy.
Oh, we've had a bad weekend.
Oh, yeah, you have indeed, yes.
Down in power, so we've lost a load of power, so we're 2 seconds up the pace, so it becomes a struggle. And then we just try to do our best with what we've got and drive it where we need to. And Craig was up in a little go up this side, and he tried to stop, but it locked up, caught my back end, spun me sideways, and then I think he's maybe come and caught my front wheel, because after I got going, my steering wheel's like quarter of a turn out, so it's bent something. So the first time I come through the chicane, into the left-hander, it wouldn't have turned
Nothing
left.
happened.
No, so I thought, let's just put around and get a finish. That's all I could do.
I mean, that is the safest bet, isn't it?
We've got points every race, but nowhere we need to be. But it's racing, and we have enjoyed it to a point.
As I say, getting the points is where it's at, though. We all know it's not necessarily the wins. It's just finishing the season with all those races.
Yeah, for sure. And we just need to get it sorted for the next time. And
just strip it down, put it back together again, and figure out why it's still not working properly.
Can't be a good weekends every weekend, can it? You've got to take the good with the bad.
Well, you've done very well this season so far. So, you know, it's obviously Donington seems to be a lot of people's time to have issues.
I like Donington. It's a great circuit, and we've done adjustments thinking it would be good, and we've went the wrong way. But just back to the drawing board.
Got to keep trying.
Roll
B+.
on Snet, roll on Snet.
Roll on Snet indeed. Right, thank you very much, Jock. That is absolutely fantastic. Well, that's all the time we've got here in Parc Fermé for the British trucks. But with one race left here at Donington Park, I'll head back up to the studio to our man Dave.
Yes, thank you very much indeed to Pointy down in the paddock. It's been great having him here this weekend. One race to go on our coverage on BARC TV. And we'll have a look at the grid in a moment for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. A few cars have withdrawn. Unfortunately, we don't have Andy Southcott. We also don't have Rick Wood in the Holden. No Ben Roberts. His BMW broke down in race 1. We're also missing Jamie Cryer after some damage, the reigning champion in race 1. The cars we do have line up as follows. John Wolfett in the Spire is on pole alongside Simon Alloway in the Lotus Special GT car. Second row, Stephen Riley with his Caterham and Richard Rudd in his Escorts. Gary Wardle in the TCR Cupra is on row 3 alongside Daz Owen with his Escorts. Rob Wakelin's Peugeot 205, Richard Hall's Caterham. Row 5, Ian Bamber with his class-winning Ginetta from race 1 alongside David Green's Honda Civic. Row 6, Conor Modrow, Ginetta G40, Stephen Parker's BMW. Row 7, Colin Robinson's Escort, James Auckland's Ford Capri. Row 8 is Graham Smith, Mazda MX-5, and Tom Frankland in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Row 9, got Rick Walker's BMW Mini and Peter Kakulas with the MR2. Row 10, Dave Beecroft, Citroen Saxo, and Alan Scott in the Mazda 323. Row 11 are the Allens, Helen and Brian in their Fords. And at the back will be David Bird, hopefully with his Toyota M2. So no Holden Commodore for Rick Wood. We also don't have Andy Southcott. He broke down in race 1. Jamie Cryer's car damaged after race 1 as well. There may be further gaps on the grid. We'll have to wait and see as they come to line up. Ian Bamber's there. I can see him weaving toward the white Ginetta. It'll be John Wolfett on pole, looking for his 7th win in succession in the championship in the Spire GTR. Simon Alloway, great to see him back out the Lotus Esprit V8's special GT car alongside. The Caterham of the Stephen Riley is there, Richard Rudd is there. Gary Wardle is there, Daz Owen is there, Rob Wakelin, Richard Hall, David Green's Civic is there, Conor Modrow, Stephen Parker, Colin Robinson, James Auckland, Graham Smith is there, Tom Franklin's Renault is back out, Peter Kukulas is there alongside Rick Walker, Dave Beecroft, Alan Scott, the Allens, and David Bird, who broke down in race 1, has got his MR2 back out. So we've got 23 cars on the grid for our final race of the day here at Donington Park. CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. We haven't got the big V8 supercar from Australia. We haven't got Andy Southcott, but that matters not, because Simon Alloway is certainly going to try and take the fight to the number 94 of John Wolfett here. They'll be the contenders for overall victory. We've got 5 classes represented out there. Classes A, B, D, E and F. Graham Smith, the favourite for Class F in his Mazda MX-5. Ian Bamber's Ginetta will be the favourite for Class E. As for Class D, I think there's only Rick Walker out there in the BMW Mini from Class D, with a couple of withdrawals. As for Class A, well, the 2 main contenders are our front row men, Alloway and Wolfett. Gary Wardle, a Class A car as well. The green flag is waved by the marshal at the back. It'll be a standing start, 15 minutes plus 1 lap for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon cars. The red lights are on, they go out, and we are underway. Good start by John Wolfett, the 2 front row men. Get away from the others. Richard Rudd with a decent start in the orange Escorts. John Wolfett's sports racer will lead the way into that first quarter. Great start by Rudd in the ex-Piers Grange car. Daz Owen trying to go with him. Daz Owen up in the 4th position as Stephen Riley gets the Caterham sideways. Rob Wakelin's got away well in the Peugeot 205 as they go down the hill. It's going to be a bit slippery on the circuit in the early laps, I think, after the truck race. John Wolfett's already away and clear in the Spire GTR. Daz Owen attacking, trying to get into the top 3 there. The 2 beautiful Mark 1 Escorts space frames together. Behind them Stephen Riley, Rob Wakelin, Gary Wardle in the Cupra TCR, then the other Caterham of Richard Hall. Extraordinary cars in this series. We've got the unique Lotus Esprit V8s pulling away. Look at the speed of that car in a straight line, pulling away from Rudd and Owen in their 2 Escorts. They are in different classes, those 2 cars. Richard Rudd is Class A, Daz Owen is in Class B. As are the 2 leaders, of course. Wolfett's Class B and Simon Alloway's Class A. Here comes Stephen Riley in the Caterham attacking Deadly Daz. And he goes through into the chicane. Gary Wardle's got past Rob Wakelin's Peugeot as well. See Daz Owen compete in a number of different series. We see John Wolfett in a few different races as well with the Spire GTR. I suspect we're going to see him pull away at the front of this race ahead of Simon Alloway in the Lotus. He's already 2.5 seconds clear. Richard Rudd in 3rd place. That's Riley, Owen, Wardle, Wakelin and Richard Hall in the black Caterham in 8th place. Ian Bamber leads Class E in 9th place with the Ginetta. Class F, I suspect, is being led, yes, by Graham Smith's MX-5, its Caterham champion. Class D, there's just the 1 car out there, which is Rick Walker in the BMW Mini Cooper. Should have had Oliver Thomas out in his Subaru Impreza in Class D. He had some problems, though, in qualifying, didn't get to race. Likewise, Ralph Underwood not out in the Triumph TR7 V8s. And Rick Wood, of course, changed classes with the change of car. So Jamie Cryer absent here. That's going to damage his hopes of retaining the championship, especially with John Wolfitz, the championship leader, leading overall. Dazzo in fighting back. Stunning escort. He's raced in classic hot rods on the ovals with Mark 1 Escorts, which started his love of classic Fords, having graduated from Bangor Racing. Chasing, looking at the right front on Stephen Riley's Caterer, it looks like the suspension's a bit bent there, so that car won't be handling too. Saw it get sideways into the first corner. We've seen Dazzo in also appear with the modified Ford series, the Welsh Sports and Saloons as well. He's another what I call a freelance club racer. Problems for the Capri. Some damage to the front of the Capri there by the look of it, of James Auckland, and that's making its way into the pits. James Auckland is out. We're down to, I think, 22 cars left running now. Here's a battle between a pair of Ginettas. Ian Bamber holding off Conor Modrow. They are different models of Ginetta, they're in different classes. Ahead of David Green, there's the Honda Civic. That lovely Renault 5 GT Turbo, very rare car these days, of Tom Franklin. It was a one-make series for them years ago, the Renault 5 Turbos. Only a couple of them left racing now. David Clark runs one in the Tricolore Trophy for French cars. There's Richard Hall with his Caterham 420R. He's 8th overall, 5th in Class B. Ahead of Conor Modrow with the Ginetta G40. Used to race the G20 if I remember rightly. That's Ian Bamber's Ginetta G20 behind him, leading Class E. He's going to be catching Jamie Cryer, who's only 10 points behind him in the championship coming into this round. There's Gary Wardle, the Maple Plastics Cup. He's run a Porsche, a BMW Mini and a Ginetta among others in the past. Dazzo in keeping up the chase of Stephen Riley's Caterham. The lead gap is, well, I won't be able to tell you the lead gap because just as in race 1 for this series, the live timing stopped working. The clock is still counting down, but we are not getting lap by lap updates. Apologies for a few problems with our live timing this weekend. Bamber's dropped back from Conor Modrow now as the leader laps Helen Allen at the wheel of her Ford Fiesta. The leading light off track with the British Women Racing Drivers Club. Involved in their awards presentation that I was to attend in the winter. There's Dave Beecroft with the Saxo, chased by Peter Kukulas. The wheel of his Toyota MR2 Roadster, Mark III MR2. There's the Mark 1 MR2, the 80s MR2 of David Bird still going. Had a few problems in race 1. He's about to be lapped by John Wolfitz. He's cleared off in front ahead of Simon Alloway in the Lotus. David Beecroft, we've seen him racing in the British Endurance Championship and with Brick Car Trophy this season. His graduates from the Junior Saloon Car Championship, he's their coordinator. Making the time to pilot a Saxo himself. John Wolfit continues to lead. From Simon Alloway in the Lotus, there's David Green a little further down the order ahead of Franklin and Colin Robinson. There is that extraordinary special GT Lotus of Simon Alloway, and he's got Richard Rudd still behind him there. I think those cars possibly coming up to lap Stephen Riley's Caterer, unless there's been a drastic change in the order. As we say, we've lost our live timing, unfortunately. There is Rudd. In fact, Simon Alloway, I think, has dropped back. That's the reason for the change in the order there. Simon Alloway's dropped behind Richard Rudd. Has the Lotus got a problem? There's Rudd. There is Alloway. So Rudd is up to second, I think, now. There's Dazzo in. But what we do know is this is our race leader. John Wolfit in the clear in the Spire GTR, lapping the Mazda 323 touring car there. 9.5 minutes to go. He laps Graham Smith, who I think is still leading Class F in the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. Classes are all determined by engine capacity and the level of modification on the cars. From Stephen Parker, first appearance of the season for his familiar BMW Compact, challenging Tom Franklin in his Renault 5 Turbo. See the lead that Wolfit has built up here. Certainly wolfed his opposition this weekend. For win number 7 in succession in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Scrap here between some of the saloons. Colin Robinson in the Mark 1 Escort, Stephen Parker and Tom Franklin. Background there, Stephen Riley, I think, is catching Richard Rudd. Yes, that's for second and third, I think. 8 minutes of the race to go, so I think we've established it's Rudd second, Riley's Caterham is now up to third, and Alloway has dropped away into fourth place with Daz Owen behind him in the Escort. With lap traffic in there as well to confuse matters. Well, tricky to follow without our timing. Brian Allen there still going in the Ford Puma. There's Richard Rudd second in the Escort. There's Riley third in the blue Caterham. There's Alloway, and behind him Daz Owen. So I think that's your top 5 in the overall standings at the moment. That means Richard Rudd is leading Class A in second overall. Stephen Riley is second in Class B, has entered that Caterham into a number of different series as well. Just under 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Stunning Escort of Richard Rudd, Penkridge in Staffordshire. There's Brian Allen, who is a reliable runner in Class F, but unfortunately earlier this season he blew the engine at Alton Park. We visited there. There's David Green, still going strong in the Stella Motors Honda Civic Coupe. It's been lapped by our race leader. Robinson looks like he's slowing down there. The Mark 1 Escort, the Alan Mann Racing look-alike. Some of these modified saloons and specials, fast, rather fragile, sadly. No problem for John Wolfit. Out for a Sunday late afternoon drive here at Donington Park. It's beautiful Spire GTR, built in Chesterfield, the home of the crooked Spire, but nothing crooked about the performance of this one. It's a battle between Ian Bamber and Richard Hall. Bamber gets the Ginetta. That's the Caterham. I think that's for position as well. They were fighting for about 8th place early on. David Bird in the MR2. There's Daz Owen, and he's caught Simon Alloway. Here's Graham Smith on the back of number 17 Alan Scott's Mazda. Can Daz Owen get himself ahead of Simon Alloway? They're in different classes, these two. Daz Owen, I think he's running third in Class B. Alloway, the Lotus, a little off song in this one slightly. Coming up on Helen Allen from Wolverhampton in her Fiesta. Mainstay of this series for many years. You don't have to be from the northwest of England to race in the Northwest Saloon Sports Championship. We've got drivers from North Wales. Andy Southcott all the way from Southampton. Conor Modrow is from Newbury in Berkshire. couple of Staffordshire-based races out. Colin Robinson's pulled up. Said he was having a few problems. Who else up there? Ralph Underwood should have been out there today. Had some problems with the Triumph TR7. He's from Rugby in Warwickshire. And the Allens from the West Midlands. Over 5 minutes to go. Here's Ian Bamber. He could put himself into contention for the Class E Championship with the Ginetta because he's all set to take a double win with Jamie Cryer out with damage. Tangle with Rob Wakelin's Peugeot in race 1. I haven't seen Wakelin for a while. I think the Peugeot may have dropped out, unfortunately. Richard Hall still in there. Colin Robinson we've seen has stopped on the run into McLean's in the gravel trap. Stages now. Richard Hall still shadowing Ian Bamber. They are in different classes, those two. Hall is in Class B in his Caterham, Bradford. Ian Bamber from Lancashire, so a Lancashire-Yorkshire battle here. Still the fight between Simon Alloway's Lotus and Daz Owen. Two Space Fame specials of very different kinds, these two. That Lotus pretty much a single-seater chassis almost underneath there. We saw a close-up of it on the podium after race 1. 5-litre V8 engine. Also in Escort, the RSR Escort, a 2.4-litre engine. Richard Hall catching Ian Bamber. The fight further down the top 10. Goes John Wolfitz. Mazda still going as well. Richard Hall, I think, has got past Ian Bamber in the Lancashire-Yorkshire battle we saw earlier. There is Gary Wardle. I think he's still in 6th place in the Cupra TCR touring car. We saw a few of those out yesterday in the British Endurance Championship race, the class for TCR cars, won by the Generation 2 Audi RS3. First win in the UK for that car for George Heeler, run by the Paul Sheard team. Up on the Renault, there's David Green's Honda still going. Staying ahead of Daz Owen as through goes John Wolfit ahead of Graham Smith to pick up our race leader then. I think that's the last lap board out. So because of the timing problems, I think the clock is slightly out there. That's looks like the last lap board to me for John Wolfit. There's Richard Rudd. So it's going to be 7 wins in a row for the number 94. Coming up on Dave Beecroft's Saxo, and it has been a stroll in the park, Donington Park that is, here at Convoy in the Park for John Wolfit. He has not been headed in either race. Oh, there's Rob Wakelin, the Peugeot is still going. Blue flag shown to the back markers by the marshals, through goes John Wolfit. Just the chicane to negotiate now. It's going to be win number 7 in succession and a much increased championship lead, and with Jamie Cryer not starting and failing to finish race 1, John Wolfit now looking very much the favourites for the championship this year. Here he comes around the final corner. Checkered flag is held aloft. John Wolfitz takes the win. It's a double for Wolfitz, 7 in a row in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship for the Spire driver. I think it's going to be Richard Rudd in second. Again, apologies we couldn't follow that race in full. We lost our live timing a couple of laps in. It's Class A, I think, is going to be won by Richard Rudd in the Escorts, ahead of Simon Alloway. Class D will be Rick Walker's BMW Mini. Class E is likely to be Ian Bamber's Ginetta, and Class F will go to Graham Smith's Mazda MX-5, I think. That'll keep up Smith's challenge for the overall title. We'll wait the cars to come back into Park Ferme, and hopefully Ewan Dunlop will be down there to talk to a few of them. Well done to the drivers in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon's always a favourite this series. I love the variety in this series. You can use just about anything you like. There's Ian Bamber, double class win today. He's done himself plenty of favours. Presumably he took Class E there. He was well clear of his opposition. Well done to the drivers there. Simon Alloway there, Daz Owen. They came in 4th and 5th, I think. Results will be confirmed online. Certainly a glitch there with our live timing, we can only apologise. Well, I'll wait to hand down to you and then before we sign off for the day here at Convoy in the Park. There'll be a big convoy of trucks heading home onto the motorway now, I would think, and they'll be back on the road in revenue earning service tomorrow. Thanks again to all our truck drivers around the UK, your HGVs, LGVs, van drivers as well, keeping Britain moving. Just remember, everything in your life travels on a truck at some point in its life. He celebrates truck drivers here at Convoy in the Park every year.
The final of the weekend, so it's going to be number 30, Andy Bird, on pole position. Alongside him, number 97 is Florian Robbins.
All of our marshals going to the shop there. Thanks as always to the volunteer army of marshals. Couldn't go racing without the ladies and gents in orange. We've had plenty of work to do today, so thank you to all of them. Let's head down to Park Ferme for the final time then with Ewan Dunlop. Talk to some of our drivers from the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons.
Cheers, Dave. Final race of the day, and as you said, it's 7 consecutive wins, 2 on the day for our leading car, number 94. We'll jump in and have a quick chat. It is absolutely pure dominance in this championship, extending your championship lead. Wonderful weekend.
Yeah, can't ask for more than that. That race was just all about management. So, Andrew, my main competitor today, has gone home, which was a shame. Yeah. So I knew if I had reliability, it was all about management. So yeah.
I mean, with 7 wins in a row, is there any consideration maybe like just put something that's going to declassify the car a little bit, give everybody else a chance?
Yeah, when other people, when everyone turns up, there are some good races that I have. Okay, it's just that, as I say, today Andrew's gone home. We was very similar pace today, and it would have been a good race between us. Pity, but never mind.
But as we said earlier, it's such a pleasure to see these cars, so we really appreciate you bringing them along because they are absolute sort of antiques. They're amazing machines.
Yeah, thank you. I like it, and I think they're really, really well made cars. Brilliant. Good to race.
Great. I've enjoyed the rest of your weekend. Well done.
Same to you. Thank
Cheers,
you,
buddy. Thank you. Right, let's speak to. Look, ladies. Ladies, look at this! My goodness me. Well done, second place.
Yeah, thanks for that. Very hot in there, tricky conditions, but we had a bit of an issue with the car between the first and second race, which we managed to fix and got us back out there with some power and had some fun.
Yeah, look great fun out there.
It's fun, hard work, but fun. Very physically demanding.
Yeah. But ending your weekend with a podium, as it comes, yeah?
Yeah, happy with that, yeah. I'm glad about that.
I mean, the cars around you, we said in the earlier race earlier on this morning, with so many different classes, you do come up against traffic. I mean, is in the back of your mind just keeping the car safe regardless of the racing?
What's in my mind is reading the traffic and getting around the traffic, and you know, leaving the person who's behind me in the traffic if I can help it. So you know, yeah, you've got to keep yourself safe. You've got to obviously allow other drivers to make their moves and that, and then from there, you know, you can judge your own move and then crack on and get round them and get out of the way. Hopefully, leaving, like I said, the person behind you somewhere in the traffic. Not a really sportsman-like way of doing it, but you know,
mate, you're a racing driver. Well done.
Racing is racing.
All right, thank you very much, mate.
Well done. No, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. And our third place finisher is Stephen Riley in this. Have a look at the Caterham here. Absolutely incredible machine. Lovely colourway as well, in fact. We're going to jump in as soon as we can. In fact, let's just jump in right away. Can we jump in and have a chat? Is that okay? Thank you so much. We're just talking about your beautiful car here and a beautiful performance too. Well done.
Thank you very much.
How did you find the race?
Yeah, great. So on the start, I kind of bogged down a bit, so the Escort got me there, and then I had all on because it just got so much power on the straight. Thought even get in front of him, I could probably hold him up and, you know, give him a hard time, but that wasn't to be. So,
what was the difference between races 1 and 2 today?
Me, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, basically me. I looked at some footage, seen where I was going wrong, and then I you know, tried a bit harder the next time, really.
Best of luck in the rest of the championship. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
And that is racing done from Donington Park. It's been an incredible weekend, the Convoy in the park. Big thank you to all the Pragas, the British Endurance Championship. What have we had? The Junior Saloons, the CNCs, the British Truck Racing Championship. 5 races, and that has got a couple more rounds to go as well. So for the final time today, I've been Ewan Dunlop. Back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to say a final few words and a goodbye.
Well, big thanks first of all to Ewan Dunlop and to Pointy down in Parc Fermé in the paddock. We'll let them go and have a final go on the fairground before it's packed away. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for watching today. Hope you've enjoyed BARC TV's coverage of Convoy in the park once again in 2022. Thanks to those who stuck with us during the enforced delays a couple of times earlier on, particularly when Stuart Oliver had his accident. Thankfully Stuart's okay. Hopefully, the Oliver team can rebuild that truck for Snetterton next month. We're back in action in a few weeks here on BARC TV. It just remains for me to say thank you very much once again to all the volunteer marshals, to the medical staff, recovery crews, and all the other officials from the British Automobile Racing Club for making this brilliant weekend possible. Thanks to all the show truck exhibitors and everybody else as well for making this a brilliant show here at Convoy in the Park, celebrating everything HGV here at Donington once again. Thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment. Thanks to all their teams and mechanics for keeping the cars and trucks running. Thanks to our camera crews as well for bringing us the action. And we will see you in a few weeks' time back here on BARC TV. Just keep an eye on British Automobile Racing Club here on YouTube to see our upcoming events. On behalf of Pointy, Ewan Dunlop and all our crews here, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Donington Park and Convoy in the Park 2022. 10-4, over and out. We'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.